Good morning, everyone. I can't hear you. Good morning, everyone. All right. Awesome. Awesome. On behalf of Women Creating Change, welcome to the State of New York City Women Conference. Yay! My name is Sharon Sewell Fairman, and I'm the president and CEO of Women Creating Change. This room is filled with community leaders, advocates, funders, government officials, nonprofit partners, students, and everyday New Yorkers who believe that when women thrive, New York City thrives. First, a heartfelt thank you to our board members. Those board members in the room, please raise your hands, stand up. I want to say thank you. I'll also like to thank our host committee. Those members of the host committee who are present, please stand up. I want to say thank you. And we could not have done this without our dynamic staff. Staff? And of course, our sponsors and our partners, and each of you in this room today. Your presence is a testament to the power of collective action. This year marks the 110th year milestone for Women Creating Change, advancing gender equity and leadership in New York City. From our earliest days, when we funded the nation's first maternity center for underserved women and helped power the suffrage movement, our mission has remained consistent: to equip and empower women to shape the policies and systems that affect their lives. But let's be clear, inequality remains the defining reality for far too many, especially women of color and gender-expansive New Yorkers, who are overrepresented in low-wage jobs, underrepresented in leadership, burdened by unaffordable childcare and unsafe housing, and carrying the weight of undervalued care work. WCC's research reveals how these deep inequities run. In New York City, women earn on average 8% less than men in similar roles. And for women of color, that gap widens to 23%. Just last week, we pointedly marked Equal Pay Day for Latinas. Women are the backbone of our economy, but occupational segregation continues to trap them in jobs that rarely offer economic security or benefits. Here is the opportunity before us. New York City can be a national model for equity, democracy, and shared prosperity if we work together to invest boldly in women. That's why today is not just a conference, it is a call to action. Throughout the day, you'll hear from women sharing stories of resilience, funders rethinking what it means to resource equity, and leaders across philanthropy, government, and grassroots movement imagining the future we build together. I invite you to listen, but to think about how we can collaborate and act in partnership. Leave with one commitment today. Whether it's joining a coalition, mentoring the next generation, we have a lot of students in the room as well. Fund women-led initiatives or mobilize your network to vote. We know that change happens when we connect people, resources, and power. So let's begin this day with energy, purpose, and determination. And now it is my honor to introduce Councilmember Gail Brewer. Gail currently represents Manhattan's 6th District, and she chairs the most powerful committee on oversight and investigation, where she holds government accountable and ensures transparency in how services are delivered. Gail defines public service in New York City. She's a lifelong advocate for women, families, and communities. She leads with heart and purpose. Please join me in welcoming our friend, Councilmember Gail Brewer.
Thank you very much, Sharon. It just means I've been around a long time. That's what that is. I am Gail Brewer. I do represent the Upper West Side and Central Park, and I was Manhattan Borough President, and I was on the council before that. Like I said, long time. It's a super honor for so many reasons to be here today. I was a proud member of the Women's City Club many years ago, and I know Mary Murphy is here, who was also a member then. Thank you very much, Mary. And I'm so excited to be here talking about change and women. I was also chair of the New York State National Women's Political Caucus, which is how I started in politics. It was through the women's movement. My first fundraiser in 2001 had all women attendees. I was also head of the Commission on the Status of Women under Mayor Dinkins. And I'm really now proud to be on Eleanor's legacy, which aims to get Democratic women elected to office, and they do so statewide in towns and villages, creating a pipeline, which is the same thing Sharon talked about in terms of young people. Pipelines are important for women. The New York City Council is majority female. It's very exciting. And Adrienne Adams is the first speaker who is a Black woman, a mother, and a grandmother. Many of the members are young. I am the friggin' oldest member, just so you know. My kids are in their 30s. Many have had babies while in office or have young children. This sensitivity to family issues is important. It makes a difference and has made a difference in legislation that is introduced and passed, and especially in budget priorities. In contrast, when Carolyn Maloney was a member of the City Council in the 1980s, before she went to Congress, she was the first council member to ever give birth as a member. That daughter was just elected as a member of the City Council in her own right. I sit on the Budget Negotiation Committee, and there were some wins this year. Obviously, there's still much to do, but there was money for free childcare. There's money to improve maternal health outcomes, money to provide services for immigrant survivors of domestic violence, money to support healthcare programs that have lost federal support, money, $423 million, to match state funding for childcare vouchers, money to Promise NYC, which helps immigrant children, money for additional full-time, full-year 3K seats in high-need communities. It's a lot of money, but these numbers do not address all the needs of families, and you'll hear about the true cost of living in New York City. The Fund for the City of New York took over what Myrtle Regan published. She was a member of the Women's City Club, I want to add. And she did this cost of living in New York City for years. This now by the Fund of the City of New York. According to the report, in 2003, half of all New York City households were unable to afford their basic needs. The report found that 1.2 million households, or 2.9 million people, do not earn enough to afford essential expenses: rent, healthcare, food, transportation. The number of households struggling is up to 50%, from 36% in 2001, a 38% increase over 2 years, highlighting the pandemic's immense economic impact on New Yorkers. The households experiencing the highest rates of income inadequacy are those led by single mothers, with 86% being unable to pay for the basic needs for themselves and their children. These rates are even higher for single mothers of color, with 87% of Latino mothers and 70% of Black mothers sitting below the true cost of living compared to 60% of white single mothers. Households across the 5 boroughs to afford needs like the ones I just mentioned and to plan for the future, they have to be making, are you sitting down, $100,000 a year, according to this study. And in Manhattan, home to some of the country's most expensive areas, families comprised of 2 adults and 2 children need to make $150,000 together. Households, as I said earlier, with 1 child have a higher risk of not being able to afford their needs, with 63% of child households experiencing income inadequacy. Children under the age of 5 amplify costs, with these households having a 65% rate of income inadequacy. These households are less likely to experience inadequacy if somebody in the household has a job. I'm a big fan of Christine Quinn and Women in Need. She was the Speaker of the City Council, and now she runs the largest homeless organization for homeless families and women. She just did a report, and the report points out that in 2024, approximately 158,000 individuals in New York City, which is 20% of the national total, experienced homelessness. The majority were families with children. The Trump administration's quote-unquote skinny budget proposal includes an unprecedented 44% cut to HUD, to the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and a consolidation of all major rental programs into drastically underfunded state block grants, which would replace Section 8. We hope this doesn't happen because there are Section 8 projects all across, even in the red states, but we have to plan for it. In New York, these actions would be catastrophic for 1 million people who rely on federal rental assistance. They could be evicted, and the state could face its worst homelessness crisis. And of course, there are cuts to Medicaid and to SNAP, along to the housing that I just mentioned, and they all will make worse child poverty and family homelessness while gutting the social services that make homeless New Yorkers able to get homes. To the credit of WIN staff, they are working with the council to pass legislation that will address some of the issues that keep families in shelters and get homes. And I'm proud to be sponsoring some of them. But the bill that has passed that would be best would be one that actually the mayor decided to screw up. And this would mean that right now you pay 30% of your income for rent. He wants it to be 40% for city FEPS voucher holders, and the city council says no. The city council has focused on better health care for women and families, including maternal health, abortion services, and trauma recovery centers. And you'll hear more about that in the workshops, particularly from my colleague, Councilmember Farrah Lewis. In addition, the council passed an initiative to support a guaranteed income program for expectant mothers to improve maternal health and reduce child poverty. It is the first time in city history that municipal funds have been utilized for a guaranteed income program. Other actions that support women: 7-day library service, child care support for more working families with infants and toddlers, a CUNY program for working adult and low-income students, especially the very successful CUNY Reconnect, mostly women, have brought back to CUNY at the number 47,000 students. Also, a minority business accelerator, a new model of holistic community centers, as well as solutions to nonprofit contract payment delay solutions. Sounds like it's not women, but that is the human services sector and mostly women. I passed a bill that ensures that survivors of domestic violence can register and vote without exposing their personal information. There are many challenges for women and children in this complicated city, many of which we will discuss today, and I hope these workshops lead to agendas that we can legislate or budget for in the council. I have a very bright experience that I want to talk about. It was for me helping to get through the city permitting process, you can't imagine what that was like, and cite the Sojourner Truth, Susan B. Anthony, and Elizabeth Cady Stanton Women's Rights Pioneers Monument in Central Park on the Mall. At first, the Parks Department said they would not allow any more statues in Central Park, even though there were none of real women. Then they said that we could cite it on the outskirts of the park. We said, hell no. Finally, they agreed to cite it on the mall. And that was just the beginning. The sculptor had to solve a problem unique in art history, positioning the monument to accommodate a tree, which was not there, but was envisioned by Frederick Law Olmsted. This tree turned out to be a figment of imagination of the Parks Department. But as a result, the sculptor had to create many models so that the monument would not be obstructed by a tree that did not exist. So I am here, however, to say that the stunning monument is there. It is the most visited statue in the park. I think it's the most visited item in the entire Central Park. And we go there on Women's Suffrage Day on August 26th, which was created by Congress member Bella Abzug to celebrate. Please join us, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gail, for those opening remarks. We appreciate you for coming out today. Good morning. Wow, what a sight to see. What a sight. It's an honor to welcome you to the State of Women Conference hosted by Women Creating Change. My name is Sabrina Stratton, and I proudly serve as the chair of the board of WCC. I also have the privilege of working at Amalgamated Bank, where I witnessed firsthand what transformative leadership looks like, something we'll speak more about shortly. I want to extend my deepest thanks to our host committee, fellow board members, sponsors, supporters, and especially our legacy members, past board members, and our incredible staff. Your longstanding commitment and leadership have laid the foundation for everything we're building today. Can we just give them a round of applause? I also want to thank Sharon Sewell-Fairman, our president. Her passion is contagious, her vision is bold, and her leadership continues to inspire me and so many others, many of whom are in this room today. My journey with Women Creating Change began with a personal truth. I was raised by a mother who believed in the power of education and the dignity of hard work. She didn't just teach those values, she lived them. I watched her rally our family to support one another, always making sure no one was left behind. That spirit of collective care and action is what drew me to WCC. Throughout my life, I've been mentored by extraordinary women. They believed that by clearing a path for the woman behind them, they were shaping a better world for us. That is the belief that motivates me to serve today. Board service has been one of the most transformative experiences of my life. When we step into leadership roles, whether in the boardroom, the classroom, or the community, we help shape systems that shape people's lives. Civic leadership isn't confined to elected office. It's expressed in the choices that we make every day, how we show up, who we mentor, and what we advocate for. Also, where we invest our time and energy. And yes, it's more than writing a check, though we hope you all will write some more checks today. Through my work with WCC, I've had the privilege of meeting incredible women with incredible stories. women who've guided me, inspired me, and reminded me why this work matters. Their leadership is proof that when women lead, communities thrive. Which brings me to someone whose leadership has shaped my own journey, Priscilla Sims Brown. Priscilla is the president and CEO of Amalgamated Bank. She is our visionary keynote speaker today. She's a global executive with more than 30 years of experience in financial services. She's a force at the intersection of business and social impact. Amalgamated Bank was founded in 1923 by the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America, a group made up of largely immigrant women working in the garment industry. These women were excluded from traditional financial institutions, so they created their own. They wanted a bank that reflected their values, supported their communities, and helped build a more equitable future. Today, Amalgamated is deeply committed to advancing fair labor practices, closing the racial and gender wealth gaps, and investing in a sustainable economy. We believe that banking can and should be a tool for social change. We are proud to be one of few financial institutions where both the CEO and the chair of the board are women. Under Priscilla's leadership, close to 50% of our senior and executive leadership team are women. A reflection not just of representation, but of intentional structural change. Priscilla knows that when women are in critical leadership roles, performance follows, culture shifts, possibility expands. Other women see a path forward. They see a career, not just a job. They see themselves. She embodies the mission of Women Creating Change, to empower women to be agents of change in their communities. She leads with purpose, she builds with integrity, and she inspires with action. Please join me in welcoming our visionary keynote speaker, a visionary leader, and a true change maker, Priscilla Sims Brown. Thank you all.
Good morning. So wonderful to see everyone today. I'm thrilled and I'm deeply honored to be here before you today. But before I get started, I want to just thank a few people, starting with Sabrina Stratton. She's pretty awesome, isn't she? Sabrina, what you do here is important, and I know how passionate you are about it. And what she does in the office is also important. Sabrina leads our Northeast region, the commercial banking operation that serves all of the change makers and change-making organizations that we specialize in serving. It's our largest region, it's our biggest, and it's our fastest growing, all three. Thank you. I also want to just thank everyone who organized this meeting and who works passionately in this organization every day. I love Sharon's comments earlier, and you'll hear me mirror many of them. Like-minded women thinking in important ways about how to move things forward. And I'm just really, really grateful for that. And I also just want to thank every single one of you for coming out on this rainy morning. I bet we all have stories about how we got here. But we thought it was going to be a worse storm. You have to admit, the weather report seemed worse. But I'm really grateful to all of you. In all of your missions and all of your daily walks, you do something good, and I know it. I can feel it. It's electric in this room. Also want to thank the allies, and I see a number of them in this room, who without them, we couldn't be successful. Well, look, to receive the inaugural Catalyst Award at the first Women Creating Change New York conference is really, really special for me. Like I said, the energy in the room is electric. You could see it already, feel it already. This is the sound of hundreds of women who are done waiting for permission, and that fills me with a lot of energy. For too long, we've been asked to adapt to systems as opposed to creating and moving them. And some of these systems simply were not built for us. And now, In a time when our autonomy is under siege, when our voices are being silenced, and when our presence in the workforce is being compromised and challenged, we're not retreating. We are reimagining. We're not letting this moment or this time or this crisis go to waste. We're building. We're fiercely, unapologetically the innovators, the strategists, builders, the groundbreakers of our future. This conference, as Sharon said earlier, it's not just an event. This is a declaration. The future is ours, and it starts now. The award isn't just for me. It reflects the work of Amalgamated Bank. It reflects the values that we hold dear in action, not just words. And as a corporation, we've committed ourselves to fighting for equity, not just in the workplace. We take public stances against oppressive voting practices. We believe in fair wages, yes, as we were born out of the labor movement. That's certainly first and foremost on our mind. But we're also proud members of the Business for a Fair Minimum Wage Coalition, not just because we believe in it for our company, but we believe in it for everyone. In the reproductive justice space, our advocacy is deep and it's longstanding. We're proud supporters of Don't Ban Equality, and we're honored by the National Institute for Reproductive Health as a champion of choice. We are founding members of the Planned Parenthood Corporate Advisory Board, and even before the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, we committed to reimbursing our staff and their dependents if they have to travel for care. Through our shareholder advocacy, we've also encouraged other public companies to do the same, and a number of them signed on. We've joined several business amicus briefs, including Jurowski versus Texas, the Emergency Medical Active Labor Act before the U.S. Supreme Court, also the mifepristone cases. We're proud to be the financial services partner on the right side of history, ensuring a more equitable and a more just country. This honor also belongs to the network of incredible women who have supported me, challenged me, and helped open doors that I didn't even know existed. I'm just going to name a few, and you may not know all the names, but you may want to look them up. Belva Davis passed away. We lost her in the last 2 weeks. She was the first Black woman anchor in the country in San Francisco. I count her as a mentor. Ada Cole, who led YWCAs across the country and mentoring programs. Marta Gebrselassie, my mother, who was the first woman senator in Ethiopia, but more importantly, spent the last 45 years of her life creating change for women in Ethiopia and at home here. It belongs to every mentor who saw my potential well before I did, everyone who challenged me. It belongs to all my colleagues, including women who are here today. I'll call out Mandy Tinner, our Chief Legal Officer sitting here, who challenges me regularly as just a normal course of action, just like eating breakfast. But also so many others. We are proud to have 65% of our labor force looking like some of us, and we take that all very, very seriously. This award, most of all, belongs to those of you who know that change doesn't happen in isolation. It happens in partnership. It happens in solidarity. It happens when women and allies come together and decide they're going to make a difference and remain steadfast, no matter what the environment is, no matter who's in political office, no matter what you're told by those who don't believe, no matter what challenges you face in the everyday life, you stay steadfast. You're clear about who you are, and for many of us, whose you are. So that is the heart of Women Creating Change. We're not just here to break the glass ceiling, but also to build bridges and widen pathways for generations coming behind us. Now, more than ever, we need to realize that our job isn't done when we succeed. It's done when success is accessible to everyone who works hard to achieve it. To the rising leaders, the dreamers, the women just starting their journey in this room, I hope you leave today with more than just a few business cards. I hope you leave with a new fire in your belly. I hope you leave with a renewed sense of purpose and with a deeper commitment to elevating those around you. It's not too early to start doing just that. Let us not seek to create change. Let's make it happen. Let's make it inevitable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Pleasure. Congratulations. Thank you, Priscilla. Well, good morning, everyone. How are you? Oh, it sounds like we're still asleep. Good morning, everyone. How are you? We're going to try it one more time. Good morning, everyone. How are you? That's what I'm talking about. It is such a pleasure to be in your presence. I am Tirza Barnes, and guess what? I get to be the MC today. How about that? Yes, I'm looking forward to it. I'll take it. Yep. Listen, I've been studying hard. I have a whole book here, okay? So I'll take that hand clap. Thank you so much. But listen, before we get into all the goods of today, I want to just take a moment and invite you all to just breathe and reflect because you made it here this morning. Give yourselves a hand clap for that. Some of you had to get the kids up, get them ready, get them out the door, make the husband breakfast, make the wife, decide what outfit. You change your outfit at least 3 times to try to figure out what to wear today, right? We've all been there. We know what it's like to get up and get out this early in the morning, okay? So good for you for being here. Now, here's what I want you to do. I want you to talk to each other for just a minute. I want you to look to the person on your right, and I want you to say with a big, beautiful smile, "Thank you for being here." Do it now. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Now, y'all didn't listen because I saw you go to the right and I saw you go to the left. All right? Follow instructions, okay? So we're going to try this again, but we'll turn to the opposite side, or you can be disobedient and just do both sides. All right? Here's what I want you to say. Are you ready? I want you to say to the person to your left or your right, "Your presence matters." Your presence matters. All right. There we go. And all together, let's say, "Change can't be made without all of us." Let's try it. Change can't be made. That's right. Give yourselves a hand. Very nice. Beautiful. Well, again, welcome to today's State of Women New York City Conference, y'all. We did it. We are here. And it is presented by Women Creating Change. And what we're going to do is devote this day to connection, collaboration, and big, bad, bold ideas for a more equitable New York City. But before we dive in, I want to make sure we say thank you to our incredible sponsors who made today possible. Amplify Her Foundation, thank you. Amalgamated Bank, thank you. Price Waterhouse Coopers LLP. JP Morgan Chase. Revis Page Jump LLP. Adams and Company. The New York Women's Foundation. And Lyft. Any discounts, Lyft? Anything that we're going to get since you're in the house? So a deep appreciation, again, it was already said, but why not say it again, to the WCC Board of Directors, our host committee, and our amazing partners who work tirelessly to make this beautiful, professional, lovely event happen. So let's give them a warm hand of clap. So if you look around, you'll see on your table that there are cue cards, or rather these cue cards, table placemats, I don't know what you call them, those square things right there, they have a QR code on them. Does everyone see them? Everybody at your table, just hold it up, just hold it up. Yep, so everybody knows what I'm talking about. What do you call that? Help a sister out. Yeah, I know it's a QR code. Okay, so that QR code we need you to scan, or look at the screen here and scan the QR code here. This will give us an opportunity to fully engage with you, because throughout our time together, we are going to ask you questions. And in the moment, you'll have an opportunity to respond to those questions, and we'll see the responses in the moment, in time, on the screen. All right, so this is a wonderful way for us to keep the momentum going through breaks and even when the event is over. Sounds good? All right, beautiful. So I am going to jump into the first two questions now. Does everyone have their phones ready, and did you scan your QR code? If not, I'll give you another 20 seconds or so to make it happen. All right, let's get into it. The first poll question: Which issue do you think is the most urgent for women in New York City today? Which issue do you think is the most urgent for women in New York City today? Oh, interesting. All are equally urgent. Seems to be in the lead. Okay. Here's the second question. Oh, this is a fun one. Which borough are you representing? Let's see what comes up. Which borough are you representing today? Brooklyn in the house, say out. Yes. All right. All right. Okay. You know, Brooklyn always dominates, born and raised. I just had to say that. All right. Beautiful, beautiful. Give yourselves a hand clap for participating in that poll. Okay. It is now time for us to jump into our very first panel of the day. We will explore how systemic inequities in healthcare, maternal health, and reproductive autonomy persist even as New York leads the nation on reproductive rights. Please welcome our moderator, Nicole Arundel, who is the president of the Metropolitan Black Bar Association, and the panelists who will join us. Let's give them a hand clap. Okay, yes.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Brooklyn is in the house. I do live in the borough of Brooklyn. Good morning. I am Nicole Lester Arundel. I have the pleasure of being here in my capacity as president of the Metropolitan Black Bar Association. We are the largest association of Black attorneys, judges, law students, and people who love hanging around lawyers in New York State, and we are the second largest in the nation. I am also, when I'm not sitting here pretending to be Oprah, I serve as an associate general counsel for a Fortune 500 financial services company, and I have the pleasure of just getting promoted into a job that has me leading government affairs. Yeah. I mean, you could either clap or cry or pull me to the side and say, girl, what's going on in the world? What a great job for you to have now. It is my pleasure to be here to facilitate this conversation about health justice. I want everyone to say health. I want you to say equity, say access, and say legislation. So somehow in 30 minutes, because that's what this clock is telling me, we're going to unpack all of those pieces, and you all will have something to fill your notebooks with in relation to this topic. So let's just dive in because we have a limited amount of time. I want each one of the speakers to just briefly, in like a 1 or 2 sentences, tell people who you are. They have your bios, but give them a quick snippet of who you are. Go, Kylie.
Sure. I'm Kylie Chung, and I report on reproductive rights and justice at the Abortion Everyday newsletter.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Chanel Porche Albert. I'm the founder of Ancient Song, and we're an international birth and reproductive justice organization.
Good morning. I'm Councilmember Farrah Lewis. I represent Council District 45 in Brooklyn, and also the chair of Women and Gender Equity for the New York City Council.
Thank you all for being here. You're going to get all the gems from them right now. So Chanel, let's get started with you. You are a leading voice in this space around addressing maternal health and mortality, morbidity. Can you talk about, when it comes to especially Black women, I think, what are some of those systemic barriers that are most urgent right now that we need to work to dismantle?
Okay, I only have a few seconds. Greetings, everyone. Good morning. I think we've been at a critical juncture. We know that Black women and Black birthing people in New York State are 9 to 12 times more likely to die of a pregnancy-related complication or suffer a near miss. And I don't mean to start it off with such drastic number, but that number has increased since COVID, right? And so while advocates like myself and others were working tirelessly to really bring Black maternal health to the forefront and even be a talking point in the conversation around our health and our reproductive health issues, now we find ourselves where we are at a critical juncture where Medicaid dollars are being consistently stripped away. We are right now living in the process of a federal shutdown, and how that affects how people are able to access reproductive healthcare services could come to a precipice in the next coming days if it doesn't stop and come to an end. We have a fractured maternal health landscape, which really is not we have a lack of coordinated services, right? We find ourselves in a space where you don't have care coordination. We don't have enough individuals within our workforce. In particular, midwives, OBs are leaving in drastic numbers at our public safety net hospitals. We find our clinics, healthcare clinics all across the city are closing. And when people need to find and access healthcare, when you're either underinsured or not insured, you find yourself going to the ER. And then the ER is going to become overpopulated, and we're going to suffer more near misses and pregnancy-related complications. And so I hate to be Debbie Downer and the person who is coming with the drastic, oh my goodness, we're in crisis situation, but we are in a crisis. We're at a situation and at a juncture that if we don't find community-based solutions to really address the situation in the now, like right now, like we don't have time to wait for, long legislation and things to really pass. We have to find community-based solutions that are really going to address the situation, because access and accessibility is lacking.
Thank you, Chanel. And you're right, we are in a crisis. So it's okay to start with the actual facts and the data. And I think going into thinking about how can we address it, you talked about community-based solutions, but I think there's also legislative solutions that can happen. So maybe we turn to you, council member. Can you talk a bit about just how do we get elected officials to not just legislate on this, but to actually make this a normal part of the conversation?
So I think it's high time, and we've seen many legislators do this already. We have Gail Brewer with us from the City Council, and we lean on her shoulders because she's been doing this for a very long time. But it's been it's upon us to lead by example as legislators. So I believe in this three-prong approach. You could legislate, but you can also educate and advocate. It's an opportunity for us to expand the space to speak about the issues that women are experiencing. So, and I appreciate all the work that you've done. I've been following you for a long time. We've been on panels together. So opening up spaces for us to legislate, but also opening up to community to educate us, right? The community usually are the experts and speak on the issues that all women are experiencing throughout our city, throughout our country. So working with faith-based institutions, speaking about our own experiences, because we've seen legislators speak about their own experiences, gives community opportunity and permission to speak up and to demand more. So it's not just about legislation, right? But it's also about creating those spaces where the community can educate us and give us the opportunity to speak about their stories and for them to express themselves as well.
I love that. Legislate, educate, and advocate. And we get to do that when we get the stories amplified. And that's where Kylie comes in. You are often writing about extensively on abortion rights, for instance, and reproductive decision making. So when you write about these things, what are some of the key pieces that you're trying to highlight to make sure we're being able to amplify these stories?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's something that I really want to highlight is how often we see that domestic abusers and anti-abortion lawmakers and legislation work in many ways hand in hand, where we see that restrictions on abortion and reproductive care so often function as a tool in the toolbox of abusers that all too often can be lethal. And what that looks like is, for example, we saw that in the first year after Dobbs, when the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, we saw that calls to the National Domestic Violence Hotline involving reproductive coercion doubled. And what reproductive coercion entails, that can be, for example, tampering with someone's birth control or coercing someone to become pregnant against their will. What we also learned in a recent study was that laws that restrict or that shut down reproductive health clinics are linked with an increase in intimate partner violence-related homicide. We saw from a study this summer from the National Bureau of Economic Research that that since Dobbs, abortion bans are linked with about 9,000 more incidents of intimate partner violence in states that ban abortion. And, something else that is so important to highlight is that reproductive health clinics, I think the National Domestic Violence Hotline did a survey of people who have experienced reproductive coercion. And what they learned was that access to a reproductive health clinic can be life-saving for many abuse victims, where that's the first point where someone may notice that something is wrong and, try to offer support and resources. And yet, whether it's abortion bans or whether it's all of these attacks on funding, these clinics are shuttering. And about a third of victims told the hotline that they no longer have access to a reproductive health clinic in their community, which can be a deciding factor in their ability to get to safety. And so I think that all of these are all points that I try to highlight in my reporting on this nexus of reproductive justice and survivor justice.
Thank you. I think when you dive into that, there's so much to unpack around reproductive justice and just the fact that, you talked about the domestic violence and the angle with regard to that. Chanel, I know you work on the community level a lot and you're in the community spaces. How are we at the community level making sure that they're amplifying these stories too? How do lawmakers get to know about what's really happening behind the domestic violence and reproductive justice issues that people are facing?
Yeah, I think it ultimately is up to us to be involved, right? It takes all of us to take an opportunity to really have hard conversations. And I know right now,
we have a lot of hard conversations these days.
We are, but I think that we're getting to a point where sensitive conversations, there's a lot of censorship around it. There's a lot of fear around the conversations that people are having. There is a lot of wondering who is saying what and how is that going to impact my job? How is that going to impact my livelihood? How is that going to impact the way in which I'm able to have children or not have children or raise those children? And so it's a very scary time for folks. Like we have to have real talk about it, right? Around the fact that, nonprofit organizations, community-based organizations where their funding is connected to federal dollars, they find themselves at a juncture where they are trying to still center community and center the voices of community in transparent, accountable ways, while also being true and genuine to their storytelling and to the lived experiences of the individuals that they're serving, while also maintaining their funding infrastructure. So they find themselves where, how can I maintain my funding infrastructure and help the people that are in need, and do that in a way that is still genuine, where the people themselves are going to trust us, because there's a lot of misinformation, disinformation, and trust that has been lost. And it continues to be manipulated, and it continues to be stirred in a pot where one table is put against the table over there, that's put against the table over there, that's put against the table over here. And I love the way in which our MC really brought us together and said, look to the person to your right and look to the person to your left, because we have to really look at our collective humanity, and we have to understand that the conversations that we are afraid to have, the conversations that we're only having behind closed doors, have a direct impact on the voices of the individuals who can't say them out loud every single day, who don't have the freedom and the ability to do that because they find themselves at a juncture where they have to either live and work and eat to survive. And when Council Member Gail mentioned that there was a program to be able to support pregnant women who are homeless, right? I automatically went and I Googled it, and I was like, ooh, what's this about, right? And I was excited, but also at the same breath, I was like, oh, you know, it put me in a tailspin, because, you know, it gives people the opportunity to get a foot off the ground. But if you're saying that for a working family, you need to make $150,000 together. I just want to point out that I have 6 children. Yeah, wow. Wow. Okay. That's a lot of babies. All right. I have 6 children, and my husband and I, we talk about groceries, the cost of groceries, the cost of shoes, right? Then you have to think about your mortgage or your rent, right? And transportation and all of the other things. And I didn't even talk about activities, because these kids, they want to be active, right? And you have a parent who is coming from a place where they're trying to get their foot in the ground, and they want to be and show the world that they are parenting in a way that's affirmative, because we also know that Black women are judged more harshly for their parenting. We really need to look at how we're challenging each other to step up for one another, right? And our collective reasoning around, and our collective resound around, we can't be afraid. We can't be afraid to have the hard conversations. We can't be afraid to help one another. We can't be afraid to sit with the uncomfortability of being uncomfortable, because we are at a juncture where if we don't speak up, somebody is running over you right now.
Thank you, Chanel. You should clap for that. And she's still doing all this work and has 6 children at home. So I will not complain about my 2 small kids and my 4 jobs anymore. You know who's not afraid to push for maternal health programs and reproductive equity, and that's you, Councilmember Lewis. So Chanel talked about we can't be afraid. What are some other opportunities that the council can take, though, right now, so that we're not being afraid? We need to move towards making actual systemic change, but how do we do that from your level, from being in the council?
So just to piggyback off some of the information that Chanel gave us, it is because of advocates like Chanel and working with our nonprofit organizations and folks that are doing the work on the grounds that we're able to be putting forth legislation to be more transparent, accessible, and holding those accountable that need to be held accountable. Some of the bills we got passed, Intro 892 and some others, mandate that there is an accountability and oversight over some of the boards that are responsible for our bodies when we're inside of hospitals, making sure that there's an accountability measure in regards to when you're about to give labor, what your birthing experience looks like. It's folks like Chanel that has come before us to speak to us, which we were able to pass legislation on creating the first ever citywide doula initiative, where you could get a free doula during your birthing experience here in New York City. So we could be doing a better job in working with our advocates and making sure that we're also identifying where the problems are, so that we have a more transparency tool around those issues. We cannot fix what we cannot measure. So that's where the legislation comes in. But we cannot fix what we do not know. And that's where the community comes in. So it works in tandem with one another. And, we're just grateful for the work that some of our advocates are doing on the ground.
I just want to veggie back off of what you just said and just say, we also have to look at in that transparency, because it's really important. It is something that we have fought for a long time, is transparency and accountability, because accountability has been lacking, right? And sorely lacking. But I also want us to be really mindful about the times that we are living in and data weaponization, and the ways in which data is now being collectively used to criminalize pregnancy and pregnancy loss, to criminalize reproductive health access. And that goes for individuals who are on the gender spectrum. It goes for those who are trying to get pregnant, those who are parenting. We really have to look at the ways in which miscarriage is literally being seen as is being criminalized in certain states, right? And so I feel like, we've watched different TV series like The Handmaid's Tale, right? But we have to really look at the fact that this is happening in real time, where our collective reproductive health is under attack, right? And how if we're not just that, but also the weaponization of parenting, especially when it comes to Black, Brown, and Indigenous people, and our children being taken away from us. And so there's bills like the Maternity and Dignity Act that looks at substance usage and pregnancy and in true informed consent, and people not being illegally drug tested without their consent, or their child, their newborn. We have to really look at how we are gathering together data, and how we're going to disseminate it in a true collective way where community feels safe in utilizing that data as well. Because we find ourselves at this juncture where in one hand, we know we're doing our best, and they are, but in the other hand, it's the other side of it is using it against us.
Right. And that's where the thing is. New York is a leader in a lot of these spaces, I must say. But I think it's also, we need to do a better job of making sure community members know about the legislation that's been passed, know about these programs, know about access to having a free doula. How many of you all in this room are aware that that's a possibility? And there's very few hands, right? And these are folks who are proactive enough to come to a conference on a rainy day in Manhattan. So we need to be a little bit more bolder in our actions about making sure we're educating the community about what exists for them. And that's where also Kylie comes in. I know you report a lot about a lot of the bold strategies we take here in New York, but you also look across the country as a reporter at other states. California is also a leader in this space. Can you talk a bit about when you've looked across the spectrum of the US, what's that other bold step that New York could take from a policy perspective, just based upon what you've assessed across the country? What could we be doing here that we are not doing?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, just earlier this year, we saw Governor Hochul sign a really important piece of legislation that will allow health providers to withhold their name from prescriptions for medication abortions. After we're seeing it's ongoing, Texas's pursuit of a doctor in this state who mailed abortion pills to a patient in Texas. And so, we're seeing states where abortion care remains legal. We're seeing how lawmakers are actively working to both protect and expand access, and what that looks like in terms of supporting patients nationwide and expanding capacity to offer that care. And, I think that we've seen a lot of creativity and innovation on that front. And that also includes, I believe, recently the legislature approved a statewide fund for the New York Abortion Access Fund. And that's such an important step. But I think we've also heard from that fund about a lot of barriers to kind of accessing that funding in real time, when we know that there's a lot of time sensitivity with helping people get the funds together that they need to access abortion care, which is a very time-sensitive process, of course. And so, I think that what that could certainly look like is conversation between, the legislators who brought forth that important legislation, and the New York Abortion Access Fund and about what that looks like in terms of making that funding more available.
I want to double click a little bit on the funding piece because the funding typically flows to large institutions, hospitals, things like that. So, council member, this is for you. How can the city government be better with our resources and really helping community-based organizations with funding to support reproductive justice?
So I've mentioned it earlier. Getting the mayor, which I appreciate that part of the work that he's done, providing us with the resources to expand and create a citywide doula program has been great for us in the city. The issue is getting the information out. And sometimes we even have to legislate that. We have to say, hey, City of New York, create this campaign to get this information out so that the community is aware of the resources that we're giving to them. I think that we need to reimagine that as legislators individually. And we see some elected officials that do a really great job with creating videos on information on things that are happening. We've seen that over time in the last couple of months because of our political climate. But I think that we could take a more proactive approach in getting that information out. So individual legislators need to do a better job in pushing that out. And even on the mayoral level, the administration could do a better job, but we don't have to legislate that call to action. They should actually be putting this out actively. This is an area, in my personal opinion, I don't know if Councilmember Brewer feels the same way. It's so complicated to get this information out, but the resources we use is working with the nonprofit organizations. We have Link NYC. Those are those really tall things that you see outside in the street, and it has information and flyers. Some of them even speak and give information on things. Like, we're doing our due diligence and trying our best. I'm hoping in the new administration we could do an even better job at getting that information out.
Thank you. You are doing a great job. Chanel, I know you have ideas about this one. If NYC invested significantly in maternal health equity tomorrow, where should those dollars go first? And you have 2 minutes to tell us.
Okay. Okay. I have notes because my perimenopause mind might forget.
The brain fog is real.
It is very real. All right. So protective infrastructure, especially where Fed dollars are concerned. And so as we realize federal dollars are being stripped away and how that impacts the New York City Department of Health and other organizations throughout the city and the state, really looking at, how we can put in a protective infrastructure, looking at community data cooperatives, so to prevent the misuse that can lead to, the criminalization of reproductive information, and then workforce, right? And so there are bills, there's CPM licensure bill, there's a birth center bill, really passing that legislation, looking at legislation that is going to really change the way in which people access care. I can list off a whole list of bills, but I won't. But I won't. But what I will say is you can Google a lot of these bills. You can go onto, the city website. You can go on the state website. You can look up bills. You can search them yourselves. Just put in maternal health or reproductive health, and all of them will come up. But get involved, right? And, I will just say this. My organization started in my house, in my living room, and it started with just the goal of wanting to connect and to provide and to center humanity. And that's all you have to do. You don't need a lot of money. You just need to have the willingness and the drive to want to do something, and then just do it. Like, don't ask for permission to do it. Just do something.
I love that. Don't ask for permission. Just do something. On that same action step, I want people to walk away today with something tangible. I always talk about having tangible takeaways when I am helping to facilitate a conversation or presenting. So Chanel says, don't wait. You can do something now, and you don't need a lot of funding, right? Councilmember Lewis, when you think about an action step that the folks in this room can take, what is that? What does that look like?
There's so many, right? Advocacy, don't be afraid to speak up and coming forth and sharing that information. We don't know what we don't know. So advocacy is the biggest step forward.
And how can people reach their council members if they don't know?
So council.nyc.gov is the website for the New York City Council, and you can look up your council member. There's also a phone number on there. It's a 212 number. You can call that number and ask, hey, can you direct me to my council member? But if you also go on that website, it'll say, find my council member or find my district. You put your address in, and then the council member's name will pop up, and all the information for the council member would be on that website. You should reach out, send an email, and share, hey, I would love to volunteer for your office, or I would love to speak to you or your legislative director or whoever's responsible for policy or community outreach with your office to work with them or provide more information.
I love that. And all the young people in this room, I think there's some students. Where are the students? Yes? You all should take advantage of that opportunity. I got my career started working in Washington, D.C. for Members on the Hill. When I came to New York State, I worked for, at the time, Assemblymember Brian Kavanaugh, and learned a lot from him during that time. That is a great opportunity for you to learn hard and fast New York politics. Ooh, it's scary. Kylie, what's one action step that you want folks in this room to do after they leave here?
I think, donating to and supporting a local abortion fund does so much.
So can you name a couple of them that they might be able to research and look up?
Sure. I mean, in New York Abortion Access Fund, they do so much work to help people traveling from out of state to access care, and people in state as well. So I think they do great work.
Wonderful. Can you all give this panel a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you so much for the information and all of the resources. And I will turn it back over to our fabulous MC.
Yeah. Hello. Wonderful job. Excellent conversation. Let's give him another applause. Why not? Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to have a pop quiz time. Council member gave us a 3-prong approach. Were you all writing notes? Did I tell you that there's a pop quiz after every panel? Get ready. All right. So she said, legislate. Finish my sentence. All right. So now that this side of the room had the answer and this side did not know, we're all going to say it together on the count of 3. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. What? Very nice. Now, Chanel gave us something I liked. She said, don't ask for permission, but what? Oof, I'm going home. What is happening? Don't ask for permission, but what? Just do it. Don't ask for permission, but what? Just do it, right? Doesn't that apply to almost every area of our life? Why not, right? Yes, good stuff. Excellent panel. And now it's time for us to move on to our second panel. Our next conversation, wait a minute, there is a poll question. Let's jump to that first before we get to that panel. Here's the poll question. If you could influence one state policy tomorrow, which would most advance health justice? All right. Universal reproductive and maternal care seems to be in the lead. Okay, good stuff. Thank you for your participation. Our next conversation, Safety is a Right, Rewriting the Systems That Fail Women, will dive into how our city and state can transform systems to ensure true safety, accountability, and dignity for every woman and gender-expansive New Yorker. Please welcome moderator Laura Edidin, Senior VP for Programs and Partnerships at WCC, along with the panelists. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. The bar was set high by that last panel. That was really amazing. So the bios for the panelists are on the conference website. And I encourage you, either during a break during the conference or afterwards, to spend some time with them. These three women have already created extraordinary change. And I know I'm inspired by what they do, and I think you will be too. So rather than read those bios to you, I'd like to set the stage by asking each of you what brings you here today. Simone?
Peace and blessings, everyone. My name is Simone Jingor. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a co-founder and co-executive director of Jahaji. And what brings me to this work today is the personal became very political for me. I grew up in a family of where I witnessed gender-based violence. Several of my aunties were in marriages where there was domestic violence. And later on in life, I found out that my grandmother was also a survivor. And I didn't realize how important that was until I also found myself in a similar situation. When I was in my early 20s, I ended up, I just came out of college. I got my dream job working as a youth organizer at South Asian Youth Action. It's one of the biggest after-school programs for South Asian young people in this country. And I also found myself in a relationship that was extremely toxic and abusive. And I just remember feeling really silent and scared to share that with my family. And, trigger warning, it took a young woman losing her life in my community for me to understand how much I needed to reckon with the situation I was in. In 2007, there was a young woman by the name of Natasha Raymond, who was a young Guyanese immigrant who came to this country looking for a better life, was connected to a family friend who was supposed to help her and support her to find an apartment, and instead he sexually assaulted her. And many years later, when she finally had her status, she came forward to press charges against him. And because our system is so broken, he was released on a $5,000 bail, found her as she was getting ready to leave for work one morning and took her life. Now, this moment was extremely heartbreaking. It shook me to my core, especially when it made the mainstream newspapers in our community and in New York. And all of the leaders in our community were silent about it. No one had anything to say. So me and several other survivors in my community came forward and knew that we had to step forward and actually break the silence. And I had to reckon with that moment, because as I read about this young woman's life and I learned more and more about her and I met her family, I knew that I had to also get out of the situation that I was in, because if I didn't, maybe I would be her one day. And that was really the catalytic moment that allowed me to birth Jahaji with several others and to understand that our work really was necessary in our community. We had to come forward and shatter the silence that we as a community, as a people, and my own family had just stayed silent about for so long.
Thank you, Simone. Melanie?
I do not want to go after that. But thank you for sharing. And hi, everyone. My name is Melanie Thompson. I am currently the Chief Outreach and Advocacy Coordinator at the Coalition Against Trafficking in Women International. But similar to Jahaji, what brings me to this work is personal for me. I am a survivor of sex trafficking and have been impacted by many of the systems that we're going to discuss that I feel need to be rewritten, including the criminal justice system. And I realized at a very young age, I started this work when I was 14, but I realized that at a very young age that my voice was actually very critical in my community, especially when you come from a marginalized background. And I think everybody in the room could understand how marginalized communities need more advocates and more resources pulled into them. So coming to this work is really just a testament to how much I've lived through and hopefully how much I help my community members get out of.
Thank you for sharing. Marissa?
Thank you. My name is Marissa Hochstetter. I am a survivor of assault by my OBGYN, including while I was pregnant. And I love the title of this panel, Rewriting the Systems That Fail Women, because I wish I had said I had a plan sort of coming to this work, but I really was failed by a system and decided to use my voice to help rewrite that. I found pretty early on that now I know that I'm one of over 1,000 women who've come forward about the same doctor, but at the time felt very alone. But when I started using my voice, I heard from other survivors who felt that they couldn't speak publicly because of status or access to resources, or they were afraid they would lose their job, or any number of factors, and really asked me to continue speaking for them. And so as I met more and more women who had experienced the same kind of abuse that I had, I felt really compelled to keep using my voice to make space for others. And so that's really what brought me to being a public advocate.
Thank you. Simone, let's start with you. Your organization, Jahaji Sisters, takes a culturally rooted approach to ending gender-based violence in the Indo-Caribbean community. What does healing and liberation look like in that context?
Thank you for asking that. I often say that at Jahaji, we have a secret sauce that we've been, brewing for many, many years. It's our transformational leadership development methodology. It's something that we've been, I feel like Jahaji stands on the lineage of so many strong women of color who have taught us and shaped us into who we are to be able to do this work in our own community. And healing justice has always been like a core tenet to how we do our work. And with the transformational leadership development methodology, we really believe that we want to make space for survivors to reclaim their power and their agency. When you're a survivor, and I can speak for myself, so much of your power is stripped away. And it's like, how do we actually step forward and step into a space with community where we can start healing and releasing so much of this trauma to be able to reclaim that? And so through this method, we bring survivors together into a community space where they are diving deep into their own healing journey and personal change process, where they can actually begin to love themselves again, to begin to feel whole again. We use somatics, we use meditation, many different healing methodologies to support folks on this healing journey. Also understanding that healing is a lifelong journey, y'all. Like, we're not gonna heal today and be all good. Like, we heal and then it starts all over again, because it is something that we will continue to do in our lifetime to become the better version of ourselves that we dream to be. But merged with that is also the political education. It's the way that taking an intersectional approach and understanding the way that we all come to this work understanding at the intersection of so many oppressions. We also want to support Indo-Caribbean survivors to build a gender justice and anti-oppression framework where they're really doing their own deep work of dismantling the suffering and the oppression that lives within us, right? So how do we dismantle the anti-Blackness, dismantle the homophobia, the classism, all the things that will become a barrier if we don't do our own work, to be able to be in solidarity with other communities of color and to be in solidarity with each other to do this work. And then there's also the skill building, because we often have so many survivors who come to us and they're like, you know what? I want to actually learn how to facilitate. I want to learn how to hold space and how to be able to share my story. And so the skill building also becomes a critical piece around supporting folks to actually step in, not only do the healing work and build their gender justice analysis, but also take up space and to become a leader. And really, I feel like everyone is a leader. Everyone has the power to do that, but supporting folks to actually step forward and lead within Jahaji.
Thank you. Melanie, in your role at CatW, you're working to end the sex trade. So I want to start by asking you, what do we mean by the sex trade, and what does it encompass?
Yeah, so the sex trade is an umbrella term that encompasses acts of commercial sexual exploitation. So this would include things like prostitution in all its forms, things that are sexually exploitative, like OnlyFans, pornography. My work is very niche and is very specific to sex trafficking and commercial sexual exploitation. So we deal with folks who have been prostituted on the street, online, and in other severe forms in other countries as well. So I'm very specific to that.
Thank you for that grounding. And with that grounding, I'd like to talk about the cultural underpinnings that allow sex trafficking to thrive.
I did write notes. It's somewhere in the back. I'm just going to do this from memory. Culturally, I think the biggest issue that I'm seeing when we talk about that underpinning, that foundation, is this ideology that sex work is work. And I want to preface everything that I say for the rest of this panel is not to shame or minimize anybody that might be in the room that may have this perspective. However, just in my work alone, what I have seen is that there's this push, right, to have, or culturally, there's a push for everybody to understand that sex work is work and that it's the progressive way of thinking, right? And that the way that we can get to a place of full progression as a state, because New York loves to be progressive, is this idea of sex positivity and that we should be embracing all of this. However, what I find is that it's actually a regressive way of thinking when it comes to helping survivors of sex trafficking. So I think culturally, when we are trying to support this ideology that sex work is a job like any other, what we're doing is now removing the inherent harm from the job itself, right? So, and, I can talk for hours on how prostitution is inherently exploitative and harmful. I won't get into that now. However, what I'm seeing in schools, what I'm seeing in movies, as we know, in music, what I'm also seeing just colloquially in discussion, is this back and forth between folks that's saying like, well, sex work, quote unquote, it's not a term I use, but that sex work can be empowering for some, right? Not everybody is trafficked. Not everybody's been kidnapped. Not everybody has a pimp. And because there's this othering of those who have been forced or pimped out or kidnapped, there's this separation from those who may engage in prostitution in other ways. In that othering, we are now separating harm for some versus others. And when we're thinking about trying to, in a legislative form, fully decriminalize the sex trade, which is what kind of this debate is going back and forth, we kind of remove the harm from the folks who have been harmed by it to only represent a small few who may not have experienced that much harm. So I think culturally, when we're thinking about that foundation, what's causing the sex trade to thrive is this ideology that we can separate those who have been trafficked from those who may have engaged in prostitution a few times without that kind of harm.
Thank you. Now, when we spoke earlier, we talked a little bit about how institutions can exacerbate sex trafficking. Would you share a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I have a long list in my head of individual institutions. We're not going to do that today. We're going to keep it PG. But on a systemic level, so I'm a product of the foster care system post my arrest. Foster care is one of those institutions that exacerbates it. It actually creates an increase in the risk factor for those who are already exploited or harmed, which moves me down to what I refer to as the injustice system or mass incarceration. We know that that's an institution that exacerbates the harms and the risk factors, specifically for Black and Brown individuals primarily, but for all folks impacted by the sex trade, we know that that's an added layer of vulnerability. And I always tell people that you can get into foster care or in jail because you were in the sex trade or sex trafficked, but you can also be sex trafficked because you were arrested or in the foster care system. Same goes for shelters, and that can be anywhere from an intimate partner violence shelter to a youth shelter to other forms of homeless shelters. These are all things that add these layers of vulnerability to folks who are already vulnerable.
Thank you. Marissa, you've called for institutions to be held accountable, not just individuals. What does institutional accountability look like in your work?
Thank you, Mel, for saying that. It's a good follow-on because in my experience, institutions really enable abuse to both happen and be perpetuated. So they definitely have a responsibility. In my case, this doctor practiced for over 25 years and really used his position of privilege and power, sort of shielded by the institution that was well aware of what he was doing. So accountability is difficult, and it looks different for different people. But I will say, in my case, making sure that we are able to hold institutions accountable in addition to the individual perpetrators. So what that looks like, for example, with passing the Adult Survivor Act in New York, there's a bill before the City Council now to allow the Gender Motivated Violence Act to apply to institutions as well as individuals. we need to look for ways to get at that sort of trickier place, because I don't believe that we will make progress on some of the issues around gender-based violence unless we look at the systems that allow this to flourish and perpetuate. So yes, my individual perpetrator is in a federal prison, but to me, that is one part of a bigger story, in that the people at the institution who allowed him to be arrested and come back to work the next Monday and continue abusing people, in fact, still hold their positions. So there's still work to be done, from little things to big things.
Thank you so much. I want to shift a little bit and talk about the power of storytelling, because that's something that was a thread that ran through our conversations. And Simone, you said that storytelling is a tool for healing and for systems change. How does reclaiming one's story shift power, both for the survivor and the community?
Yeah, I mean, in our work, storytelling has been so integral. It's really at the heart of what we do. And, storytelling for us has been a vehicle for survivors to find healing, to feel affirmed, loved, and seen in their experiences of survivorship, and also to change culture in our community, right? So whether that's sitting in circle at a survivor support group and being able to be witness, sharing your storytelling in that space, or standing up on stage at our Lift Up with Love Speak Out, which we do annually in honor of Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and just being able to share your story for the first time there, and to be witnessed by community doing that, and to be affirmed, and to I feel like that space is often where we're really educating our community to understand the issue and to really move their heart and their minds around it. To speaking to an elected official, right? I think back to the summer when we were in DC for the Intersections of Our Lives Advocacy Day, and we were in solidarity with so many women of color, 300, from all across the country, and we were advocating for abortion rights. And two of our Jahajis were actually telling their story in that space. And, just thinking about like the care that goes behind supporting a survivor to also come forward and share their story, like it is not an easy thing to do, y'all. It really isn't. I mean, there's so much like re-triggering and re-traumatization that can happen. So really like understanding that it is also something you can consent to, something you have agency if you do want to go forward and share your story publicly, right? Taking it from more of like the personal community space to being able to do it with an elected official. But we've seen how powerful that is, because folks on the ground being able to speak their truth and to be powerful and to feel so like empowered in doing that actually helps a legislator to understand the issue a little bit more deeply. They can connect to it in a much more human way. And we saw that when we were in DC recently. It had a huge impact to have our Jahaji share their stories around limited access to abortion care, right? And all the other intersections that come into play around being an undocumented immigrant and having to go through that, being a survivor and having to go through that.
Thank you. Marissa, you're quite intentional in using your voice to make space for other survivors to share their stories. How do you do that, and why is that important to you and to the movement?
I learned pretty early on that I had a capacity to speak publicly about my experience. I work in communications. I felt this sort of real sense of conviction that I was telling the truth, and that was what I needed. I have a really supportive family. I work at Smith College, a really feminist organization. My employer was supportive of my personal advocacy work. Not everybody has that. I had a sort of perfect combination of support and professional and training, really, to let me do that. And I recognize that, and I think I said in my opening that I was getting feedback from other people who were minors when they were assaulted, or English was not their first language, or people will come up to me and just say, "I don't know how you do that. I wish I could do that." I do really believe that everyone with the right sort of support, if they want to, should be able to and can, share their story. We definitely share a commonality that individual personal stories, in my experience, have had the most impact and are the best way to connect with people who have the, policymaking ability to make change. But I got strength from people telling me that they appreciated my telling the story and making space for them to do that, whether that meant being able to tell someone in their own family they had never told before, or that they decided to go seek mental health support, or that they wanted to come speak publicly and give testimony, or I would, read their anonymous quote at a press conference or rally or something like that. And so the feedback that I received really encouraged me to keep using my voice to help make space for others. That happens sometimes in very public ways like this, and many times in private ways. Years later, right? We don't always know the impact of something. And so to me, that's the most important thing, is just to keep talking, to keep making space for these conversations, to have the hard conversations, and to hopefully encourage others to do that in whatever way works for them.
Thank you so much. I want to pick up another thread that ran through our conversations, which is coalition building. And Simone, your organization works in solidarity with other BIPOC groups. What does true solidarity look like in this particular political moment? And why is it essential for liberation?
Yeah.
A small question.
I mean, solidarity for us is just baked into like why Jahaji exists. Like when I think about our ancestors that were brought from South Asia to the Caribbean to work as indentured laborers, when they were crossing, they were taken onto those ships and they were coming from different parts of India and spoke different languages and had different faith backgrounds, right? And the only common thread for them was the fact that they were going into this unknown and not understood. But it was like a traumatic uprooting and displacement, right? And what connected them was becoming chosen family on those ships. And they would call each other Jahaji Bai or Jahaji Behen, which meant ship brother and ship sister. And so it's in that spirit of solidarity that we are called Jahaji today. But as we think about, creating change in our own community and really shifting culture in our own community, the one thing that's really, true for us and what we understand is that Indo-Caribbean survivors will never be free until those who are most marginalized in this country are free, right? So that's Black women, that's Black trans women, that's LGBTQ people. Like we have to think about like, what does it mean to really center the folks who are most marginalized and supporting their liberation, because that's what's gonna lead to our own liberation. And I feel like that is really what moves us to be in coalition spaces and to stand in solidarity with other communities of color, especially immigrant communities of color who are fighting for the same things that our community deserves, right? So I think about our work with Make the Road New York, being a part of like the Fund Excluded Workers campaign and really fighting for the Unemployment Bridge program, which creates a safety net for all immigrants who are doing the most vulnerable work of caretaking, of laboring, making sure that if there's ever a crisis that hits and they lose their jobs, that they are able to access like some resources. Thinking about like the REACH campaign that we're a part of, where we're fighting for Asian American history to be taught in New York State schools. Like all of that is part of the way that we really believe that we're standing in solidarity with other communities of color.
Thank you. Melanie, you brought up the issue of the importance of engaging what you called unlikely allies. Where do you see opportunity to do coalition building with unlikely allies in your work?
Yeah, so I think anybody who is a part of a coalition or does advocacy work knows that there can be a lot of disagreements and infighting and maybe standing on opposite sides of perspective. And I think where I've seen a lot of movements and larger coalitions fail is that they're not engaging with the folks that are on the opposite perspective. So I see engaging unlikely allies in two ways. One being that you can focus on points of commonality rather than contention, right? And finding those orgs, those other nonprofits, other groups that might be aligned with you for most other issues, because we all know that these issues are very intersectional. Finding the things that you align on, and then in that point of contention, trying to focus on what you both can agree on. And I say both as in multiple groups, multiple people. Finding the ways that you can work together to try to build something, that's one way to engage unlikely allies that I feel is very underutilized in movement building and coalition spaces. But additionally, because gender-based violence is so intersectional with so many systems of oppression, also trying to engage cross-sector issues. And I think a lot of folks are not taking advantage of that. Oftentimes, I've seen in my work, I work on anti-sex trafficking and prostitution, commercial sexual exploitation in that space. But then there's intimate partner violence, right? And then there's homelessness, and then there's foster care. And all of these things intersect, but oftentimes, advocacy spaces for these individual issues kind of work in silos, even if we have been in a room or a conference together. So I think finding a way to bridge all the sectors together is another way to engage unlikely allies, even though we're actually a lot more likely and aligned than we think. So those are two opportunities that some folks are doing, but can be emphasized on a larger scale.
Great, thank you. Marissa, when working in coalition with others to make change, it can be messy. That was the word that you used when we talked about it, and that really resonated, I think, for all of us. How do you navigate that messiness, and why is it worth engaging in the messy work of coalition building?
Yeah, I mean, I would really just emphasize the examples I think that both of my co-panelists shared. I believe, really, obviously, perfect cannot be the enemy of the good. And sometimes in groups, I think we spend a lot of time on the strategy and the best way forward, and we lose opportunities and moments to just be present, to support others, to have our voice out there. As you can imagine, I know over 1,000 survivors of the same doctor. We don't all agree on politics or a strategy forward or what part of our story we might want to share. That's okay. In fact, that is realistic, and I think makes us stronger in our ability as a group to be advocates for the issues that we care about. We bring different experiences and perspectives to the table, and that is of value. And so to me, sort of embracing the messiness and letting individuals make their own contributions makes us stronger.
Thank you so much. Time flies when you're really going deep. So we have 2 minutes left. And in that time, as a wrap-up question, I'd like each of you to share one thing you're working on to create systemic change around women's safety, and what everyone in this room, can do to support you in that work.
I mean, we all know that we're in a really tough political climate. Our communities are under attack, our organizations are under attack, and it's just been really hard to show up. I'm going to be real. It's been hard to show up and to keep doing this work when every day there's it's just, we're in an unprecedented moment, right? Every day there's new news that can impact your nervous system. And it's how do we stay grounded in this moment? A lot of deep breaths. But it's, for us, we had to pivot and just do a lot of know your rights work. We have so many women and members in our community that have been just holding so much fear and anxiety, not knowing what to expect. When is ICE going to show up at their doors and try to detain them, right? That is a real fear. We've had to pivot and just make our programming more hybrid. It feels like we're back in COVID times. We had to, folks don't actually want to come out and be in person, So how do we make space for the both ands to support the folks that are holding that fear, to make things accessible? I mean, I guess one clear ask is support I know you didn't ask what a clear ask is, but one, we need to stand with immigrants right now. We need to stand with our immigrant siblings in New York City. We don't know what's going to be coming at us. We saw what happened in LA. We saw what happened in Chicago. Is New York City going to be next? A lot of us think it might, you know? How do we actually stand up and protect our immigrant siblings? And support the organizations that are centering immigrants in this moment, organizations that are doing culturally specific work like Jahaji.
Yeah, there's two main ones that come up for me. Some of the things that I'm doing is trying to support legislation that would prevent and hopefully eradicate in the long run sex trafficking in New York City, but also trying to educate the public and the community about these cultural underpinnings that I mentioned earlier as it pertains to prostitution and the sex trade. So I would say some of the biggest supports would be to learn and educate yourselves about the equality model, especially here in New York City and New York State. And I can give you that website later on. But learning about that and really trying to urge and push your legislators to support that. And then additionally, we need funding. I think, as you said, it's a hard time for everybody in the room right now. But just supporting local community-based organizations, nonprofits, and trying to advance and amplify the voices of survivors of all forms of gender-based violence, but in my work specifically, survivors of sex trafficking. Even if you don't have funds to donate to these organizations, you might be able to sponsor or contribute to some of that community education, right? So bringing a panel or a training or things of that nature to help kind of shift that cultural narrative that's already existing around this issue.
Okay, I'll be really quick. I'm going to use my notes. In New York City, I mentioned Intro 1297, which would close a loophole in the Gender Motivated Violence Act, allowing institutions to be held accountable. I believe there's a hearing even this Thursday on that. So that's something very timely. In the state, there's a series of bills under what's called the Survivor Justice Act or Survivor Justice Coalition. Fair access to justice would toll the statute of limitation if people are assaulted when they're in prison. So if you imagine being assaulted in prison and still being subject to the same 1-year statute of limitation or something like that, it's totally it's absurd. So fair access to justice. Speaker Truth Act protects against defamation lawsuits, which we're seeing a huge increase in those. And then there's also some Court of Claims reform around the Child Victims Act and Adult Survivors Act, kind of removing some procedural hurdles that now are being kind of used to bog people down and really works against the point of that legislation. So Survivor Justice Coalition really looking ahead at the legislative session. Thank you.
Thank you. I am so grateful to have spent this time learning from all of you and to be in a world in which you're doing the work you're doing. I'm sure everyone in the room agrees. Thank you.
Thank you, panel. Wonderful job. Important message. Important conversations. The word that I took away from this discussion is courage. Having the courage to speak up, the courage to advocate, the courage to change. We're now going to enter into our poll question that builds off of this particular topic. So let's jump into it. Which system most urgently needs reform to ensure women's safety? It's going up, going down. Criminal justice and policy seems to be in the lead, along with housing and shelter access. Thank you for your participation. Just a few reminders. If you need Wi-Fi access, you can find that on the table alongside the QR code. If you need to run to the ladies' room or the men's room or the gender room, whatever you need to do, it's towards the back, past the elevators, more to your left. Good luck with that. I hope I helped you. And just a friendly reminder, while we're speaking and having panels, if you're going to have a one-on-one conversation, we ask that you please do it in the hall to ensure that we're able to hear the panelists. Sounds good? All right, so here's the deal. We need you to return by 11:20. Everyone say 11:20. At your seats. Enjoy your break. Okay. Sweet. It is so wonderful to see you all connecting with each other, change maker to change maker. You are reconnecting with old friends, meeting new friends, hugs and kisses and laughs. It's really beautiful. It's an empowering space. We just want to remind you that if you'd like to have conversation, please step out of the room and have it in the hallway area, just to create space and respect for our speakers. We are now going to jump into our third panel, but first, we want to make sure we thank our sponsors again, because you matter, okay? So Amplify Her Foundation, we want to say thank you again. Amalgamated Bank, PricewaterhouseCoopers LLP, JP Morgan Chase, Reese Page Jump LLP. Yeah, I was waiting to hear that. Where are you all? Because you all the loudest over there, okay? New York Women's Foundation and Lyft. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting us in this day and in this event. We are now going to talk about the cost of survival. Our next session, The Cost of Survival, Reimagining New York City's Economy for Women, focuses on the economy and how we can redesign it to truly work for women. To begin, we'll hear a testimony from Kellen Calder of New Yorkers United for Childcare. Kellen Calder, yes, I'm going to read your bio, girl. I'm going to give you props first, okay? Oh, was that like hey girl kind of thing? That finger snap? Well, you know, what's the new thing? Tick, 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 tick. Some of y'all like, what is going on? Okay. Kellen Calder is a dedicated advocate for economic justice and childcare equity in New York City. Through her own experience as a working mother facing the high cost and limited availability of quality childcare, she has become a leading voice for policies that support women's economic mobility, fair wages, and access to care. Kellen uses her story to shine a light on the systemic barriers that keep women, especially caregivers, on the margins, and to push for solutions that build a more just and supportive economy for all families. Now it is your turn. The stage is yours. Let's give her an applause. Come on down.
Hello, everyone. Oh, sorry. Hello, everyone. My name is Kellen. Sorry, I gotta lower it. I'm very short. My name is Kellen. I am a parent leader with New Yorkers United for Childcare, a lifelong New Yorker from the Bronx. Thank you. And a mother of a 2-year-old and a 13-year-old in Prospect, Lefferts Garden, Brooklyn. Exactly. Got my family here. So New Yorkers United for Childcare is a nonprofit. It's a new one made up of 10,000 parents and would-be parents citywide who are building political power from the grassroots to support universal childcare in New York for all children 0 to 5. Just some more background. In 2022, New York City had a loss of $23 billion in economic activity, partially from women leaving the workforce partially or completely due to the high cost of childcare. 82% of those missing work for childcare reasons are women. Universal childcare makes it easier for women to build and succeed economically, and this is something that I know firsthand. Because when I was pregnant, nowhere near me in Brooklyn had childcare that I could afford. And when my 4 weeks, 1 month, of paid maternal leave was up, I found myself depending on the kindness of retired neighbors and friends to patchwork care for the first 10 months of my daughter's life. After being on several wait lists for over a year, I finally got childcare in Jersey City, New Jersey. So it was far from my office, and every day I would commute 3 hours. I would cross 2 rivers and 1 state line just to get childcare for my daughter. The childcare centers in New Jersey didn't understand it and were flabbergasted, because why was childcare so inaccessible and expensive in New York City? And they asked me quite reasonably, why didn't I move to Jersey City? And various reasons, but I love being a New Yorker. I grew up here. I want to raise my family here. And it is a tempting offer, but I was a professional in tech. And I can't believe I couldn't find nearby affordable childcare after working so hard to scratch out a career in an industry that was already hard to break into as a Black woman. So I swiftly found myself as living proof that a lack of access to childcare placed me in the center of an affordability crisis, compounded with my lived experience of the gender pay gaps, of having to parent like I had no career and work as if I had no children. The $20,000 a year that I spend annually in tuition, it felt like the final blow. So I always thought about, if I didn't have to pay $20,000 a year for childcare, not even in my home state in New Jersey, where would I have spent that? I would have spent that here in New York City. I would have contributed to charitable causes that I support because I love my community. I love being a New Yorker from the Bronx. I would have saved up for my kids' future college expenses. I would have saved up for future me with a retirement fund. So these questions about why am I still living in New York City, even though I grew up here, I'm proud to pay taxes here. And this is what I get. It feels embarrassing and full of shame. So I love New York City, but I want New York City to love me back, you know? And so families, I'm part of many people who have the same experience that I do, because families with young children are 2 times more likely to leave New York City. And I want my friends with young children to stay, because too often when we see birth announcements coming, it's followed by, and we're moving to, and we are leaving because no one can afford to live here, and because the cost of childcare is too high. So I feel like it shouldn't have to be this way. So even though my children are going to be older than 2, I have to fight for childcare. I have to fight for 2 care, because I'm a New Yorker, and as a New Yorker, we look out for each other. So there are wins, though. So with the power of parents and the partnership of the City Council, last year, New Yorkers United for Childcare was able to protect 3K as well as pre-K from the worst cut that would have devastated many families. And this year, after launching the 2 Care campaign and fighting for free childcare for 2-year-olds, we won a groundbreaking $10 million for free childcare for babies and toddlers. While these are great wins, we know as New Yorkers, we challenge the status quo. As a member of New Yorkers United for Childcare, we believe in the profound power universal childcare can bring to the New York economy. And we can build an economy and support policy that gives dignity to all. So thank you for having me and listening.
Okay. Well, let's continue this conversation around the cost of survival with our next panel, which will be moderated by Jennifer Jones Austin, who is the CEO of FPWA. Please welcome her and our panelists to the stage.
Laugh with me. Let's live in some joy this morning, okay? Now, the first thing I want to say is I'm glad to be here, honored to be here, invited by Women Creating Change to moderate this panel. It's not every day that you get to spend the morning with some friends, some dear friends. All three of these women I've had the pleasure, the blessing, the privilege, the honor of working and serving with, and I've learned a great deal from them. And so this morning, I'm anticipating that the very same is going to happen. You're going to learn a great deal from them. Now, something I need from all of you, because I need you all to give it to them. I feel like I'm in this room and we are behaving the way that we've been trained and conditioned to behave. We are being very gentle, very soft, very polite. This is not the moment right now, women, to be soft and gentle and polite. This is the moment to fight, okay? So you've got to bring your whole selves to these conversations, and you've got to lean in and feel the fire within, because right now they're counting on us to be gentle and soft and polite. We don't have to let that go, but the fight requires some fire. This morning, when listening to MSNBC, hearing them talk about the Gaza deal that has been struck, one of the things that I heard said repeatedly was that only Donald Trump could do it. But listen to me. They said it, though he could do it because he's bullish. And they are, even the Arab nations, are afraid of what he might do. Benjamin Netanyahu, afraid of what he might do. My friends, they need to be afraid of what we might do, okay? So we're going to have a polite conversation, but we're going to do it with some fire. And the first thing that we're going to center on is the North Star. We're here to talk about the true cost of survival, what it looks like by way of policies, by way of programs. What I want you all to appreciate is that when we talk about survival, you need to erase, as I just told the commissioner for the Commission on Gender Equity, erase this notion of just affordability. We keep asking for affordability. New Yorkers who are thriving are not centering on affordability, my friends. They are centering on economic security. As Kellen talked about, what it costs to meet your daily needs and to plan and save for your future, for your children's future. So get this notion of you're fighting for affordability out of your heads. They want you to fight just for affordability, just for enough. It's time to center on economic security for every New Yorker. So we're going to jump in. I have a little fire. You have a little fire? All right, we're going to jump in, and we are joined by three phenomenal women. You can see their names and their affiliations up on the screen. They are much, much more. These are just the titles they hold, but they bring their whole selves to this work. So let's jump in, and I'm going to ask you all to begin with, when we think about women, what is like a point of data that is like a trigger for you? And I'll start off and tell you the data point that triggers me that most people don't talk about is how disproportionately women, as they grow older, live in poverty. Do you hear me? 2/3 of the people who live in poverty are women, and disproportionately higher numbers of women of color. So we so often focus on the in the moment without thinking about the impact of the in the moment on your life in the years to come. Keep that in your minds. 2/3 of the people who live in poverty as adults are women. And then that'll bring you back to why it is today we need to fight. Rose, what's the data point that stands out to you?
Good morning, everyone. Great to see all of you, and I'm honored to be on the stage with such incredible women, as well as those in the audience. I run a poverty institute, which looks at the issue from the perspective of research and policy. Our organization is primarily led by women and women of color by design. which if you've partnered with policy institutes, poverty institutes, oftentimes we are not in the forefront, and my two colleagues are here today. The data point that I am focused on is the rapid rise of unemployment rates for Black women. If you are looking at the labor market, every quarter you are seeing that Black women are losing their jobs. If you are paying attention to the foolishness that is happening in Washington, D.C., you know that 266,000 women, Black women, have lost their jobs. We are in the moment where we are seeing the intentional unraveling of DEI programs. That is by intention. When this is happening to Black women, this is the canary in the coal mine. This is time to start paying attention to what all of these policies, all of these actions by government and other sectors of this country will have on us collectively, on women. So let's pay attention what's happening to Black women. This isn't about furloughs or anything like that, because we do not know with this shutdown who else is about to lose their job. But think about that. When you combine the private and the corporate sector, 300,000 Black women in the span of 6 months, 8 months, have lost their jobs. The other thing I just want to say quickly that I'm thinking about is a report that FPWA just released that I have spent the entire weekend reading, which is focused on a true cost of economic security measure. I hope you guys pull up the report. I hope we talk about it more, because when you look at the data points about the number of New Yorkers who are economically insecure, not like anecdotally, like this is what we say about the Bronx or this is what we say about Harlem, to have stats, it is alarming and requires us to take action.
Thank you, Rose. And just leaning in very quickly, when she talks about Black women, the reason you need to lean in on this is because this is all, as Rose and I have talked about, and Sadi and I have talked about, this is all structural economic deprivation. The aim of all of this is to keep people who have long lived in poverty or near poverty perennially in or near poverty. When Black children, I should say, grow up, disproportionately 1 in 3 Black children live in poverty across this nation compared to less than 1 in 10 white children. If you take away Black jobs, especially among the most educated, Black women are the most educated segment of our society. There's a design here, there's an intentionality, and it will continue to bring down the entire nation. Carlin, data point that jumps out.
I love this question because I'm a data nerd at heart. So my name is Carmen Cohen. I work at the Chinese American Planning Council, CPC, a social services agency. And immediately when you asked this question, the first thing that came to my mind is a data point that I repeat often in my work. And it's that 80% of human services workers who are my colleagues at CPC, who are the people that are contracted by New York City and New York State government to take care of other New Yorkers. So provide childcare, bring meals to seniors, take care of youth after school while their parents are working, help people enroll in public benefits and housing and all of the things that really provide care for New Yorkers. 80% of human services workers are women, particularly women of color, particularly Black women, and particularly immigrant women. And why is that so important? Because these workers are systematically underpaid and undervalued for the work that we do every day. And I see colleagues of mine at an organization that helps people enroll in childcare that cannot afford childcare for their own children. I have colleagues that are helping enroll New Yorkers in SNAP benefits that say, hey, I don't want to take a salary increase because it means I will no longer be able to be on those same benefits. And so when we think about the wages that New Yorkers are receiving, so many of them are in the human services sector. And that means that we are, as you said, systematically depriving women, particularly women of color and immigrant women, of the needed resources to provide some of the most important services that we have every day.
So disturbing. So disturbing. I mean, some of the women who work, I remember when we worked together, Carlin, learning about nonprofit human services workers that were actually living in shelter as they were helping their clients to sign up for critical services and supports. This should not be. Many of them master's educated, paying down student debt, and struggling to make ends meet as they give of themselves to help others. Sadia, you look at a lot of data.
Yes.
What jumps out?
So, yeah, definitely look at a lot of data. I think what resonates for me is what we see in terms of pay inequity, which is certainly relevant across the spectrum around gender and race. But I think about that in our own city workforce, right? So, I too have worked with people in city government who've been housing insecure, right? As a manager, I've had to help people find housing resources. And the majority of our city's workforce are female, right? Over 59% of people. We're the largest employer in New York City. And so when you think about where there's opportunity to tackle pay inequity, certainly across the care sector, certainly within the private sector, but also within government itself. And so some of the work that we've been doing in our office is also focusing on advancing pay equity within the municipal workforce. We're really proud to, and it's taken many years to advance a pay equity study that's going through multiple civil service titles, and not really with just a focus on whether people are being paid equally, but whether we are valuing work appropriately. Right? Are we valuing the jobs that are dominated by women and people of color, or are we undervaluing them because they are dominated by women and people of color? That's implications for the city's workforce, but it also has implications for the city's workforce by extension, right? The number of contractors that we work with, as well as the sectors that we intersect with, as well as can hopefully serve as a model for private employers. And so I think that, there's a lot of data that we see in our day-to-day work. And our office is certainly tasked with working across a number of city agencies and systems. But we also have been focused on the city itself, right? As an employer, as an economic engine, the ways in which we're advancing equity at home.
When I get anxious when they ask me, what is that one policy solution? What is that one particular program? If we did this one thing, what would happen? Because it is, again, this intentional, willful, like this coordinated, concerted effort since the beginning of time to undervalue women and women's work. I mean, it's documented that when women sometimes enter into a certain profession, you'll begin to see these salaries drop in that profession, especially for women of color. So people say to me, well, what is the one thing that we can do? And I'm going to ask you all to think about some of the initiatives that you're working on, or some of the policies that you've seen, and help us to appreciate, what do you say we need to do to advance equity, opportunity, and real meaningful change for women in this moment? I'll begin with, and Rose alluded to it, we've been centering, and Sadia knows this from my New York City racial justice days, I've been centering on a true cost of living that is not based in self-sufficiency or basic needs, but that is based in economic security. Rose talked about it. We've established the first ever national true cost of economic security measure for the nation. We've been talking and engaging with the city around it, because I believe that we need to be centering the North Star for our nation, and for the city needs to be on economic security for everybody. Enough resources to meet your daily needs, to plan and save for your future and for your family's future. And when the measure that has been created nationally using local data tells us in New York City that we're looking at 62% of families being economically insecure, when it tells us that we're looking in the Bronx at 88% of families being economically insecure, I know, honestly, it is childcare, it is housing, but it's much, much more. And so I have to think about for me, it's let's make economic security the base, and then let's build policies and solutions around that. What do you think, Carlin? What do you think, Rose? What do you think, Sadia? Yes, it's childcare. Yes, it's housing. But isn't it like the whole panoply?
Yeah, absolutely. And And I think that you make such an important point here, because in so many ways, when decision makers ask us to say, what is the one policy solution, it's putting this burden on us as advocates and as people that are fighting for economic security for New Yorkers to reduce ourselves to this single issue and a single solution, as if we don't all live multi-issue lives, and as if people in New York are not facing multiple challenges and interlocking oppressions on a daily basis. And so we get stuck in this position of like having to pick the one most important solution that'll make a difference in people's lives, where the reality is, even if we were to get universal free childcare for all, and people still can't afford to stay in their homes and have to leave to other neighborhoods, or people can't afford healthy, nutritious food, or can't afford to save for retirement or their children's education, that one solution is only going to do so much. So I think that it is so critical that we really think about what are the solutions across the board. And if we can't think about getting people to that point where it's past just affordability, because affordability implies just access to being able to afford something, whereas we actually want people to have their economic needs met, like already taken care of, so that we can actually begin to look at even deeper policy solutions. And then that also needs to be on all levels, right? So if it is, we are able to provide these services for women, but not women that don't have citizenship privilege, then that's not going to help New York either. And so it's really thinking about how do we actually bring these things together, fight back against the idea that there's one policy solution, and push for people's holistic needs.
I'm going to come to you, Rosa, in a minute, because I want to make sure we talk about health and economic security. Sadia, so you've been leading the city's charge around equity, and a lot of it centering on women. What are the barriers that you have experienced in advancing this work? What does it look like for you when you push this equity agenda? What are the most critical, most salient elements of it, but also what are the barriers that you encounter?
Sure. I think in my years of working in city government, I've been in government for over a decade at this point. I've almost always have worked with people who are, understand equity, who want to do the best for New Yorkers. And some of the barriers that I've seen folks face and we've faced is really the structural impediments that exist within government, right? Whether it is procurement systems, the lack of data that we collect, right? The ways in which decisions are made, hierarchy within organizations. These are all really structural issues that perpetuate inequities. And so a lot of the work that we've done, over these past 2 years is really work hand in hand with every single city agency to address inequity at a structural level, from how they allocate their resources, where they allocate their resources, how they design programs, how they design RFPs, right? All of the ways in which we function to do our job at government, making sure that we're embedding equity at a systemic level so that our intention can actually be realized. I think that is a constant challenge. And it requires lots of, building goodwill, right? It requires, support, political support otherwise. But it does require really intentional work across all the systems that the city connects with to make sure that we're embedding equity. And that's the work that we've been doing.
Quick follow-up question for you. Are you experiencing it? Maybe you can talk about it, maybe you can't, but are you experiencing in this moment when equity has become a dirty word and it's like, oh, we don't have to do that anymore? Are you experiencing any pushback or people being laxed about it? Like, that was like, the 80s, 90s, like the 2000s narrative. We're beyond that now.
Yeah, I would say this is a great question. When many of the first executive orders started to come down from the federal government, I remember being at a conference and a colleague was like, "Is what you do illegal now?" And I'm like, "No, it's not. It's not illegal.
We made it so.
It's not illegal. It's actually like we are required to do this by law. But also, right? Are you changing the name of your office? Right? Like all of these things were percolating. I think what we've tried to do is separate fact from fiction, right? And make sure that people understand that this work is not only necessary, but it's lawful. It's aligned with our American ideals, our New York City values, and it's critical, particularly in this moment. I think at the agency level, we are seeing agencies still stay with it and partner with us to navigate this difficult environment. There's been a lot of progress that has been made over the past few years. And I think that because of that, right, there's a strong commitment to not see it evaporate. And so while there is certainly a challenge, I think that we've been intentional about being clear about what the city does, and there's been alignment internally.
Excellent. All right, that's got to continue in the next administration. You all make sure if you get to talk to the mayoral hopefuls that you let them know it's got to continue. Rose, you often center on the well-being of individuals and especially women. Very often when we talk about economic security, we don't even pay attention to women's health and the women's well-being. And when Caitlin was talking, she said, I work like I have no children, or I have to work like I have no children. I thought about that, the physical toll on her, but also the mental and emotional toll. Help people to appreciate why health is critical when we talk about healthcare and health well-being.
Thank you, Jennifer. So one of the things I always feel like what we do as women is that we take care of everyone else but ourselves, right? I can't go to therapy because I got to take so-and-so to therapy, or I have to take them. And I know for Black women, there is oftentimes the superwoman complex. For me, I'm a Haitian American. If I was feeling blue or depressed or anything like that, my mom would say, I'll give you something to be depressed about, right? Why are you depressed, right? I think as women, we have not centered our health and well-being as part of not only taking care of self, but being able to take care of family. And the work that we do at McSilver not only focuses on issues like AI, but we also focus on behavioral health across the lifespan, as well as Black maternal health, which is an area that we are really prioritizing. And to work together with Sadea, Jennifer, to really talk about this particular challenge that Black women are confronting, but also working to promote and embrace the concept of mental health as a key aspect of our well-being. We go to our primary care physician, we may go to our OBGYN, we may go to our eye doctor, but what do we do to center our well-being, whether it is seeing a therapist, being part of a group? In the workplace for my mental health, I like to have a kitchen cabinet, right? If the president got one, I can have one too, right?
She's not sharing. She's part of my kitchen cabinet.
Well, and she is definitely part of mine. And I think as women, we bottle so much up and carry so much weight on a day-to-day basis. And we're afraid, we don't want to share, even if we're feeling a particular kind of way, because we are expected to show up in spaces, in the room, in the family, in relationships in a certain way. And I think this importance of your mental health as well as your physical health, to me, is the intersection, but also creating spaces to, in this particular time, because I do agree it's heavy. I know I'm not an anxious person. I'm anxious as hell on a daily basis and need to talk about it, because what I'm seeing on Instagram, on social media feeds, hearing from colleagues is really scary. So for me, I'm centering my my health. For me, it's called Pilates Reformer. That is helping my posture and other things, but my mental well-being. And therapy has also been important. And combining that to talk about all the other things is a kitchen cabinet that I can share, be vulnerable, and to get the support and health that I need to go face another day of doing the work that we do in the trenches.
Said a word. So often when we're doing this work, we center on what we bring to the table, and we're there showing up as best we can. I was recently reminded that we have to also center on this notion of doing good while doing no further harm. And it was my daughter, who now actually works with Chantel at Ancient Dula Song, who said to me that so often we're doing this work and sometimes we're leaving community out. And one of the best things that we can do for community is make sure that their voices are heard, their stories are told, because the stories that are being told about them are being told through a different narrative. You do a lot of work with community, Carmen, and especially immigrant community. And they're being excluded in this moment. There's a lot of talk about what they need and how we need to show for them. And sometimes we're not talking about them. How do we make sure that these women are not being excluded? They're vital.
I think that is so critical in this moment, and it is extra hard in a moment where we are seeing our immigrant community members that we serve at CPC every day disappear into the shadows, right? Like, we are literally having community members that are being disappeared and detained and snatched up by ICE. But we also have community members that are keeping their children home or not going to the food pantry because of fear, right? Like, in one of our youth programs, we do a monthly teen night. Pre-January 20th, we would have 100 kids at that monthly teen night where they could learn, different like academic skills, social behavioral work, mental health. That number has declined to like 40 a month since the new administration, and it's fear. So it becomes this question of, how do we create the conditions to bring people's voices to the center at a moment where we can't actually guarantee their safety in any meaningful way? And to us at CPC, I think there's always been the question of, how do we tie social services to empowerment and civic engagement. And I think at the core of that is the idea of meeting people where they're at and helping them understand that their own lived experiences are the most important thing to inform our policy and budget decisions. And, that can look like, for us, the advocacy and civic engagement trainings and workshops that we do, that then, like, young women will come out of and they'll say, oh, it's actually the job of my elected officials to listen to the issues that I'm having. And they have that light bulb moment of like, oh, I actually have the power to share my story. It's bringing adult literacy students to understand about like how they can engage in the government. I remember this one woman that was actually like convinced to do a advocacy day in Albany with us. And the thing that she talked about is, she was like, the value of adult literacy classes for me has been that I used to be my husband's shadow. And now not only can I tell my story and my experiences, but also I get to have my own life. I have my own friends. I can do things on my own. And to me, that's the power of the combination of providing people with the services and the economic security they need, but also encouraging them to really be at the table and providing those resources. And I think in this moment, we just have to get creative about it.
All right, we're going to get creative. We're going to get really creative in the next minute. Next mayoral administration is about to drop in January. If you were having a conversation with the mayoral hopefuls right now, and we were talking about the challenges that have beset women in this city, not just for the last 2 years, 4 years, 10 years, but for decades. Start to Sadia, Rose, and if we have time, Carmen, what would be your 10-second spiel to the mayor, next mayor?
Sure. I think going back to the true cost of living and economic security, rooting all that we do in dignity for New Yorkers, right? And making sure that the bars that we set, the data we use, the standards that we set are all rooted in dignity.
Excellent. Rose?
So I know I'm going to say this for both of us because we serve on the board of Human Services Action, which is the sister organization of HSC. I would say pay human services workers. Make sure not-for-profits get their contracts and their money on time. respect the sector, understand that women by and large, women of color by and large, are doing this work, show the respect that we deserve as an industry.
Amen. Carlin, she covered it. Did we cover it? Fired up, ready to go? Let's go. Thank you all. Thank you.
I feel like I just left church, okay? There was a lot said right here on this panel. Great job. Thank you so much. I want to summarize a little bit about what I heard. So I heard show respect to our workers, our women workers, right? Then I thought about what Jennifer said about how important it is to bring your whole self to the table. Stop getting caught up in the socialization and the program of being nice and quiet. And by doing that, that's how we get our respect, right? Being vocal, being strong, advocating. But around that, I also heard if we don't take care of ourselves and our well-being, none of that works. Would you agree? So 3 pointers. You deserve to be well. Take care of yourself. Speak up, your voice matters. And get your respect and advocate. Would you agree? All right, beautiful. Thank you. So we have a poll question. Let's jump into it. What's the biggest barrier to women's economic security in New York City? Well, there we go. Show me the money, huh? All right. And affordable childcare comes in second. Yeah, important issues. All right, we're going to jump into our next panel. First, let me do a check-in. How are you all feeling? You good? Excellent. Our next conversation builds directly on the last, focusing on repowering participation, women shaping democracy in New York City. Please welcome moderator Nye Whitaker, founder and chief strategist of Project NYNE, and the panelists. Will you join us, please?
I like the little intermission music.
Hello, hello. Mic check, mic check. She knows. So good afternoon, everybody. I think we're just a little after 12. Welcome, sisters. My name is Nye Whitaker, and it's actually Project 9, LLC. Play on words. I once ran for office and lost by 9 votes. So 9 is my new favorite number. It's also a play on my name. And yes, it is Nye after New York, the greatest state and the city in the world. So I want to thank you all for being here with us this afternoon and being in here with us in community today. I believe that our sisterhood is our superpower. So here we're going to talk about reshaping and repowering our democracy and the importance of participating. So I'm actually going to let each of the ladies introduce themselves, but I am lucky enough that I actually know each one of them. These are my sisters on the stage. So we're going to talk a little bit about our origin stories to get us started and what brings us to this work. And I'm actually going to start at the far end and work my way back this way. So if you could please, I know they see your beautiful names and titles on the screen, but if you could introduce yourself, and Sasha, since I know you have a great story to tell, if you could tell us a little bit about your work leading the New York State Equal Rights Amendments passage, and what about your personal experience informed and influenced your work?
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon.
Are we all here?
Can we try one more time? Good afternoon. Thank you. We're the
energy crowd.
We're the bridge to lunch.
That's
also,
it.
so,
That's what it is,
yeah.
right?
It's great to see you all. Thanks to Nye for always convening us in powerful and impactful spaces. My name is Tasha Ahuja. I have done many things over my career, but as Nye referenced, most recently in 2024, when we showed up to the polls here in New York State, we did many things. We voted from the top of the ticket to the back of the ballot. And thanks to all of you who vote in New York, we passed some of the most protective and expansive constitutional protections in the country by passing Prop 1 in New York State, the New York State Equal Rights Amendment. So thank you all for knocking on doors, for making phone calls, for being part of our tremendous coalition. Much of my foundational work has been in reproductive health, rights, and justice. I know many of you through that work. And here in New York, we had a tremendous opportunity in response to the overturn of Roe v. Wade to expand state constitutional protections. I'll be very brief on Prop 1. I know we'll get into it a little bit, but last year there were 10 measures on ballots across the country to codify and protect reproductive health and reproductive rights. Here in New York, we did something much more expansive and much more inclusive. We said that nobody in New York State should be discriminated against because of who they are. We added protections to our state constitution, inclusive of the full scope of pregnancy experience, abortion care, pregnancy care, maternal health, and ensured that whether you're LGBT, a person with a disability, an older adult in New York State, your rights will be protected no matter what happens at the federal level. Our state will stand up and protect and defend you. So lots more about my work and my history, but that's a little bit of my orientations today.
And I think that was really bold, right? To think about how we could be inclusive in a moment when people were getting very narrow and very focused. It was through your leadership and those of so many on the coalition that said we need to expand and also protect those who may be fearful or discriminated against because of their immigration status.
That's right. And I think in a moment where we're being asked to make ourselves small, I feel like the last panel really spoke to this. We're being asked to not talk about equity, not talk about who we are. We're so focused on how not to lose that we forget how we actually want to go win. And so through Prop 1 and through an expansive approach to protecting our rights and our freedoms, a number of other states, 5 in counting, are looking at their ballots for 2026 and 2028 and looking at identical equal rights amendments to say our side has to have a proactive strategy. We can't just have our back up against the wall fighting off defensive fights, but actually ensuring that blue states and purple states can do more protective things to expand protections for more people.
Thank you. And what is your origin story? What made you get excited about doing such a hefty project?
My origin story to this work, it was not directly in repro. My dad drove a yellow taxi in New York City. I'm a child of the 9/11 generation, and I was really politicized by my family's experiencing discrimination in a moment in New York City where, because of who we were and how we identified and my father's labor, the extent to which the city would potentially police and surveil his existence. So I started working when I was 17 at the New York Taxi Workers Alliance, who many of you may know and love, handing out flyers at JFK, telling old men to join the labor union. And I was like, I'm learning a lot here. This is so great. But most importantly, I started to see myself. And I saw versions of myself. And I said, when we can come together and bring folks together to organize, the big fish and the little fish sort of cartoon that we've seen, we can really make an impact. So my grounding and my orientation is through the labor movement. I've had the privilege to work in lots of movements and also know that our work is so deeply connected.
Thank you so much. Luba, when I met you, you were running for office. And my grandmother has this saying, sometimes you have to lose to win. So at your race, you didn't win your seat, but you won money. So can you talk to us about how your experience as a mother running for office moved you to fight for the ability for candidates to have access to their funds in a new way?
Yeah, absolutely. Can I start before that? Because I was sitting over there when the question was, what really holds women back economically in New York? And I was behind the pillar, so I couldn't see the presentation. And I out loud said, ooh, childcare. I know the answer. And then I looked and it was the second. But it got me thinking because I was listening to, I think it was Kellen who was telling her story about trying to access childcare in New York and having to go to Jersey. And I made it 1 year in New York City as a mom before I moved to Long Island. And as I was listening to Kellen, I was thinking that was my story. I couldn't get off any childcare wait lists. I was a director of a research institute at New York University at the time. I was a grad student at NYU, and I could not get access to childcare. could not even figure out how to afford it if I had made it off the wait list. But I moved back out to Long Island because that's where my mom was and that's where my childcare was. And I now have 3 babies, and running for Congress was the last thing I thought I would do. I had 2 at the time. They were 1 and 3. I had 2 toddlers. I was nursing, and Peter King had been there since I was 12. And I had a little bit of a nervous breakdown after the 2016 election, and I ran for Congress. It was the least planned thing I think I've ever done. And I got into that campaign again with no childcare. My mom was still teaching at the time. Thankfully, she is retired now, but she would come home at 3:30 every day, and I would be out literally giving speeches with a baby strapped to my chest and a toddler by my side. And I made it about 6 months into the campaign before I said, this is not sustainable. I cannot do this. And there's a reason we have more millionaires in Congress than moms. And there's a reason that our policies are failing women and children. And it's that lacked lived experience sitting at the decision-making table. And I said to my campaign manager, I said, do you think we could ask the Federal Election Commission if we can use some of the money that we're raising for this campaign on childcare? And she supported me, but every other person said it was political suicide. And they called me crazy, and they said I would be attacked for being a mom and a woman and for having the audacity to ask such a question. And we put this request in anyway. And shockingly, it was a bipartisan unanimous decision. I went down to DC, thank you, and they literally moved me up to actually speak first. And I had 2 kids running around, and they didn't ask me questions. I was kind of disappointed, honestly. I thought they were going to grill me.
We're ready for the fight.
I was ready. I was really ready for the fight. I got to go back last year and argue about salaries, but they said yes. And it changed the way that candidates at the federal level run for office. And it sounds like this really small structural change, but it genuinely has the ability to completely transform the political landscape. And I know that we're going to talk more about this. I don't want to talk too long now, but it launched the idea of Vote Mama. After my campaign, when I lost, I cried for a day. And then the next day I thought, well, what am I going to do? My kids used to run around screaming Vote Mama all the time, and I had $10,000 left in my campaign account. And I started a PAC first, and then a foundation, and then a lobby. And we now are working to change what it looks like to be a mom while you're running for office, but then while you're serving in office. Thank you.
And so how many states have adopted this piece of legislation now?
So we've now worked to pass campaign funds for childcare for state and local candidates. We got it approved at the federal level. Now you actually have to go state by state. We were at 40 states. We were at 40, we were at 39 because Indiana decided to void every decision made by their ethics committee. So campaign funds for childcare got swept up in that, and we lost Indiana. But we are at 39, and we are continuing the fight to get all 50.
Thank you so much. Goes to show you what you can do. Sometimes you've got to lose to win. Grace, my sister. I met Grace when I was helping to start a charter school in Harlem. And Grace, many of you may recall, was on New York One. You used to turn on your TV. Anybody have New York One here? Okay. It's got to be Spectrum, Time Warner Cable. If you've got Verizon, it's not on. I literally move into apartment buildings and I ask them, do you have New York One? That's all I want to know. And then they get my check. But you used the power of storytelling and investigative journalism and kind of really broke down very complex policies that were shaping New York and our democracy to make them accessible for the layperson. And now you're in nonprofit management. So can you talk a little about the journey and the importance of kind of transforming complex issues and making them accessible to voters?
Sure. Thank you, Nye. And thank you to Luba and Sasha. It's so wonderful to be here with you all on this panel. I was in journalism for 17 years, almost all of that time at New York One, covering city, state, and some national politics for them. And in many ways, there's a lot of overlap and similarity to the work that I'm doing today as the executive director of Citizens Union, which is New York City's oldest good government group. And before that, I spent the last few years as the founding executive director of the Five Borough Institute, which was a new public policy think tank founded in 2022 as the city was coming out of the pandemic to really focus on developing smart, actionable public policy solutions to tackle big challenges facing the city. And as a journalist, I, was often at City Hall with a microphone in hand, sometimes a camera, asking questions of our government officials and elected officials, really thinking of myself in many ways as a representative of New Yorkers. It was an incredible privilege to be able to question the mayor, question commissioners and city council members. And really, I was doing that to better understand how and why they were making the decisions that they were making. And then ultimately, I took that information and turned it around and tried to share it with the public in a way that connected to their lives. Because what we know for those of us who have either worked in government or spent a lot of time around government is that often people in government sort of speak their own language. It's a language filled with acronyms, a lot of sort of bureaucratic, insidery language. Legislation can be hard to digest if you're a layperson. But really, all of the decisions that are being made, not just at City Hall or in Albany and in Washington, all of these decisions have an impact on people's lives. And so I really thought of myself as both a translator, someone who could go into government, digest the information being given to me, and then translate it into a way that would connect with everyday people. And also as a representative of the public who could ask questions to make sure that people understood sort of, again, why decisions were being made and how they would affect New Yorkers' lives. And in my work at Citizens Union and with the Five Borough Institute, which is continuing its work under Citizens Union's umbrella, which is really exciting, we have tried to make all of our policy research and reports as accessible as possible, right? We don't want to sort of, the research is incredibly important. We want it to be very in-depth, accurate, illuminating, but fundamentally we want to make sure that we can sort of hand it off to people in government and they can take it and run with it. And we can break down complex problems in a way that really resonates with the folks who have the levers of power and can make the changes that we need.
So I'm going to stay with you for one moment because many of us believe that the government's broken and people have lost a lot of trust in our democratic institutions. What would you say to give this room and others hope? And what do you think are some of the ways in which we can restore that trust between, the voters and our government and elected officials?
So a lot of people think government is broken. We did a big citywide polling project earlier this year with a number of partners, including Brooklyn Org. I see Jocelyn in the back, Dr. Rainey, who was a great partner on that project. And not surprisingly, New Yorkers told us that they have little faith in government's ability to actually tackle the big challenges that they see that they themselves are facing and the city is facing. Some heartening trends that we have seen in this election cycle in particular is voter turnout is still far, far too low in local elections in New York, but we did see a really positive increase in voter turnout in the Democratic primary in New York City. A lot of first-time voters, a lot of young voters who are registering. That's fantastic. In November, when I'm sure this room is going to the polls, but get your friends and neighbors to also go to the polls and vote. In November, on the back of your ballot are 6 ballot proposals, and number 6 is one that we've been really focused on at Citizens Union, and that is a proposal to move the timing of our local elections so that they line up with presidential contests. So what we know is that voter turnout in New York City has been steadily declining in our local elections since 1989. And in 2021, we hit a record low. Just 23% of registered voters came out to vote in the mayor's race. We see 3 times as many New Yorkers coming out to vote when the White House is on the ballot. Many other cities and states have made this change. It has been a very simple way to boost voter engagement. We know that when more people vote, more people feel connected to choosing their elected officials. We have a more representative democracy and an electorate that is more representative of the city. And this reform will save the city money, which you often can't say. But so I'd encourage all of you to take a look at ballot proposal number 6.
Thank you so much for that. Remember, you've got to flip over your ballot. And so I'm going to ask this next question because I want to stay here on the topic of the importance of voting and using your voice. Sasha, the importance of creating, and I know this was talked about a little bit earlier, but this kind of cross-sector movement. A lot of times, a group starts and they kind of work in these silos, and that's happened a lot. New York is a blue beacon, but on any given day, you see all the different groups that are here in the room. Their question was talked about earlier about how everybody's working on like specific policies. They're one policy that they're trying to advance. But what was great about the New York State Equal Rights Amendment was there were so many different groups working with one voice. And if you could talk about the importance of kind of cross-sector movement building and coalition building.
Sure. So I'm glad that Grace talked about ballot questions because it's top of mind. Remarkably, very few people have run ballot campaigns, and all of a sudden people are like, how do you run a ballot campaign in New York? So,
and you call Sasha.
You can call me and I'll tell you things to do and not to do. When we brought together an initial team to drive the work to pass an equal rights amendment in New York, process-wise, as folks may know, to pass a statewide ballot measure, we here in New York State can only adopt a legislatively referred ballot measure. So you may have heard in other states, folks are out there collecting signatures for their ballot measures, a citizen-initiated effort. We don't have that ability in New York. So we need to pass a piece of legislation twice consecutively over 2 sessions. Really sort of in the weeds, folks who do work in Albany sort of have their hands on that process. And then you need to communicate to voters, everyday people, that they need to do a thing, not just vote for candidates, but usually flip their ballot and vote yes or no on a ballot proposal. You heard a little bit about the expansiveness of the New York Equal Rights Amendment, adding a whole host of constitutional protections for New Yorkers, which gave us the ability to build a coalition that spoke to the real lives of the people impacted by Prop 1. And so I knew here in New York, we don't have a great track record on politically progressive ballot measures. Folks may remember in 2021, we lost voting rights ballot measures because we just didn't run a campaign. We're like, it'll be fine. And then we lost. That's how that works. And so we knew we needed to bring a coalition together that was going to speak to the lives of everyday people with messengers from community and partners who don't often work together. It was so important that we had labor unions at the table, civil rights organizations like the NAACP, the New York Civil Liberties Union, who was doing a lot of the work to get this over the finish line in the legislature, organizations advocating for people with disabilities, older adults, young people. It provided us an opportunity to build a coalition with, some likely partners and then some folks that really didn't often have the opportunity to work together. I'll never forget one conversation we had with the teachers union to come to the table on this ballot measure. And, on the issue of reproductive rights, our labor friends have come a tremendous way and have really been able to stand up, especially in response to the overturn of Roe, to defend and support and protect reproductive freedom. The teachers union, I remember, said to us, they're like, it's not even the repro rights. It's that we're sick and tired of school districts passing these book bans. And we want to, and our teachers are up in arms all across the state. And we want to make sure we're at the table so that local school districts can't discriminate against LGBT kids to not ensure that their books are in school libraries. And so we had an opportunity to have a wider conversation, break some of the silos that are so often making it challenging to advance work in our movement, and create a campaign where every New Yorker could see themselves and every New Yorker had a stake in winning. And ultimately it worked. We won by 24 points, won in a ton of counties also, remarkably, and this was sort of a big story of 2024, a ton of counties that went for Trump. A ton of counties where people elected legislators who were not necessarily going to stand up for freedom and protection, and then at the same time flip their ballot and vote yes on Prop 1. So the inquiry continues on some lessons from ballot measures all across the country in the wake of a rollback in federal protections and a reminder that ballot measures are really complicated and sometimes people can do 2 things at once.
Thank you for that. And you also brought faith-based organizations to the table, of which people thought that wasn't going to be possible. So very important that we think about, as we move forward, what are all the voices that need to be at the table? I always say, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu, and our rights and our freedoms are on the menu and on the ballot. Luba, I'm going to go back to you because there's another important issue that's a follow-up to the previous conversation or the last panel, which was on healthcare. I hope you don't mind, but your son was going through some challenging healthcare needs while you were running for office, which made the importance of thinking about how your family, because people don't think about this. How does running for office or being involved in this politics, we all do this movement building work, impact your families when you step up and say, I'm going to be a leader to preserve and expand access to our democracy, or should I say democratize our democracy? So can you talk a little bit about not just childcare, but also healthcare and what it means to have those support systems?
Yeah. So 2 months after I launched my congressional campaign, my 1-year-old slipped and fell on a remote control car, and he broke his femur, which is the hardest bone that you can break in your body. And to be very honest, I can't even believe I've never said this publicly, but I had child services call on me because I was crying too hard in the hospital. And then literally as he was in the operating room, give me a second here.
It's okay. It's okay.
Literally as he was in the operating room, I went out, I was crying and talking to my husband and just thinking, that's it, I'm going to quit this campaign because I'm 2 months in and I now have a baby in a body cast. And the woman came out and literally as my child was under anesthesia, started to talk to me about what my insurance was going to cover, what my insurance wasn't going to cover. I now needed a special car seat, literally started to go through this list of things that when you're in that head state, you can't think about. And I thought, that's it, I'm quitting. And then she kept talking and I said, why on earth would I quit? Because literally, this was the conversation that so many people are having across the country. And half of Americans who are in bankruptcy are there because of medical bills. And I said to my husband, I was like, well, this is why we need Medicare for all. And she said, well, if you had Medicare, this would be one call and it would be easy. And in that moment, I said, screw this. I'm going to continue this campaign. And I took my baby home in a body cast. And I continued this campaign. And I literally was nursing a baby in a body cast with a toddler running around and putting hair clips in my hair and making phone calls and doing call time. And he healed. And then 2 weeks before I won the primary, he slipped on a slip and slide and he broke his leg again. And at that point, they tested him for something called osteogenesis imperfecta. And he had it. It's brittle bone disease. You break bones easily. And so I learned that literally a week before the primary. And during my campaign, throughout the rest of that campaign, I would have my insurance company on one cell phone, my doctor, the surgeon, on the other cell phone, and I would be arguing back and forth about codes while I was trying to actually run a congressional campaign because my insurance company was refusing to pay for the 2-night stay in the hospital because they said it could have been done as an outpatient procedure. It didn't matter that the surgeon said no. He was having his leg set, his thigh bone, the biggest, strongest bone in the body. So that was the argument that I was having. And the day that he was tested for OI, I was a complete mess. And Elizabeth Warren happened to call me to congratulate me on winning the primary. And she asked me how I was doing. And I started to cry, and I answered the question honestly. And she gave me the mom pep talk that I needed in that moment. And she said, we moms, when we run out of milk, we make breakfast with orange juice. And she told me about her Aunt Bee, and she ended up becoming a very big support system for me during that campaign. And Nicholas is now doing great. And I continued with the campaign because I really, really wanted to talk about the issues that are facing Americans every day. I had a platform that I could talk about this. And I'll tell you, I didn't actually talk about his diagnosis for years publicly. Nobody knew. But I talked about the fact that he broke his leg and that my insurance company was fighting with me. And I got attacked by leaders of my own party for talking about my son, for using my child as a political prop. And that hurt a lot because, you know what? That's what we need to talk about. We need to not hide the issues that we're all fighting with because so many parents are fighting with insurance companies. And I was lucky that I had the privilege of sitting in my office and having the time because the moms who were working, 9 to 5, 9 to 8, the insurance companies close. They're not open on the weekend. And most people don't have an hour, 2 hours a day. You get a 15-minute break. How are you going to fight with your insurance company? And that's why so many Americans are in bankruptcy because of healthcare bills.
And now your effort to get more moms, particularly moms of young children, into elected office. How's that going?
It's going great. I have to say, on our PAC side, we've now supported over 600 moms running from school board to Senate. We are now breaking the barriers. We are breaking the barriers that moms face. We're working on campaign funds for childcare, campaign funds for security, because now when you run for office, your life is now at risk. We are working on proxy voting, All of these structural changes that make it easier for moms to run and serve, nobody actually thinks about them. If you haven't run for office, you don't know what it's like. And most people don't realize it's the longest job interview you'll ever have. Especially if you're running for federal office, it's up to 2 years, no salary, 18 hours a day. And that's why we have all of these millionaires in office. But then when you look at our policies, we have the worst maternal mortality rate in the industrialized world. The only industrialized country without paid family leave. Childcare is more expensive than college in the majority of our states. And you look at who our leaders are. We just released a report that shows that there are only 39 moms of minor children serving in Congress. That is 7.2%. 7.2%. It's a really it's easy to understand why our policies are the way they are, because legislators legislate on lived experience. And if we actually want to change these policies, we have to change the policymakers. But the only way to do that is to change our political system.
Amen. I often say that the upcoming election is going to be won in the streets and not in the tweets. Social media is a great way of telling stories, but I also think that the importance of one-on-one conversations, as we all know, is really the game changer. What conversation are you listening to, watching for as we move into November's mayoral election? I'm going to start with you, Grace, and then I'll go over to Sasha and then to Luba. What's the one topic, and I know you guys just had a great report that has lots of topics, but what's one topic that you're kind of listening to the discussions on that you think is going to be important for our city as we move into our new mayoralship?
Childcare. Number one in New York. And on Thursday, which is rapidly approaching, the Five Borough Institute at Citizens Union, we are hosting a big childcare summit at Etsy's headquarters in Dumbo, which is really focused on bringing business leaders across New York City into the childcare conversation. It has been incredibly heartening to see, childcare has become such a dominant issue in this mayor's race, which is both a positive thing because there is so much attention finally being put on it, but also the reason there is so much attention being put on it is because we have reached this crisis moment around childcare in the city, which, Luba talked about her experience not being able to find childcare. The city controller, Brad Lander, put out a report earlier this year that said that a family in New York City needs to make more than $300,000 a year to be able to afford childcare for one child. The cost is staggering. It is in many cases far more than a college education. And that's when you can get access to care. There are not enough licensed childcare seats in the city. And so that's a conversation we are both having at Five Borough, engaging with business leaders in particular on, because we're really talking and thinking about childcare as economic infrastructure. We want to sort of expand the conversation so that it's not just sort of families with young children that are out there on their own, although their stories, obviously, New Yorkers United for Childcare doing amazing work to amplify the voices of parents who are on the front lines of this fight. But there are real economic consequences for our city if we don't get this right. So that's a conversation we are both having and watching and engaging in. And we'll keep at it. Yes.
I'm going to go to you, Sasha. What's one particular policy or issue or topic that you're kind of listening for to see where we move next on?
I am really focused on, and many of you in your organizations are thinking about, the question of when we see an escalation of federal enforcement, when we see a federal escalation of enforcement in New York, how we will stand with all of us, how we will present a united front to this administration, that we will stand together. There's lots of preparation work happening. I was like, where are you? Our panel's next. I was on a call talking about planning work that's happening. I hope many of you will be marching on Saturday at the No Kings gatherings, whether here in New York City or all across the country. There are over almost 3,000 events that are happening for folks to stand up and say no to the Trump administration and all of what's happening. We're seeing what's happening in Chicago. We're seeing what's happening in Portland. We're seeing what's happening in cities all across the country. And we need to be ready in New York, not just to fight back, but to also define what it means for New Yorkers to stand together and stand with one another. In a moment when there's so much division and so many things that we feel like are dividing us, actually we have an opportunity to present a more united front and a message to say, New Yorkers will not back down. We will never, ever hold back. We will always stand with each other. So I'm eager for us to stand together and defend our city.
Ooh, do we need to hear that today? Thank you, Sasha. Luba, what are you focused on? And I'm going to ask, since we use childcare, for you to focus on something else.
Well, I was going to say childcare. I think you asked a question a few minutes ago about how you get people to trust government.
Mm-hmm.
And in a moment when we're literally dealing with fascism, to see what is happening, I mean, I don't know how to answer that question, but I was thinking about it. Government really is just all of us.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the reality of it. I think the one thing that I really learned when I ran was that I used to think all of our Congress members were these really smart people who understood policy and knew what they were doing. And then I started to run and I started to debate somebody who had been in office since I was a child, and I realized they really don't. And they, you know, as long as you can read and you can talk to your neighbors and you can understand and you can have empathy, then you're already a better elected a leader than most people in our country. And that's what I'm watching in this mayoral election. I'm watching people get excited about a candidate. I'm watching people meet him in the streets and talk to him and talk about the issues. So I don't think there is one particular issue. It's the fact that I feel like he's building trust again with people in the government, because people are actually having conversations about how all of these issues are affecting their lives, and they're getting to communicate and they're getting to talk about it. And we've watched so much corruption and so many politicians who are, you know, the big donor, let's say the right thing, do the right thing, be afraid to be who they are and be authentic people. That's the thing that I'm most excited about, is the authenticity, and that people are actually engaging and maybe rebuilding a little bit of that trust with government again.
Awesome. Thank you. So we've got 5 minutes left. So I'm going to try to do a little bit of a rapid fire just for fun and to wake everybody else up in the room. So a little New York moment, just to kind of a levity. What's your favorite go-to breakfast? Order.
Oh, favorite go-to breakfast order. Oh man. I mean, this is a high pressure situation, but I'll tell you what.
There are no wrong answers.
So I will say favorite go-to breakfast order, I'll give a nod to the great Russ and Daughters, would be everything bagel with scallion cream cheese, and then Russ and Daughters lox.
Oh, sounds good. Luba.
The vegan burrito at Gregory's Coffee.
Sasha.
Come on, bacon, egg, and cheese on a roll.
Okay, thank you. It's almost lunchtime, so, you know, I had to lean into the fact that everybody's thinking about food and we're the last panel before they get to it. But getting back to kind of more specifically, this is really heavy stuff, right? And we have to take care of ourselves. And so I do want to make sure that we talk a little bit about, even though we do this work with intention, what do you do to take care of yourself when outside this room, we might be in a safe space right now, there is an onslaught coming for women of color, immigrant women, every woman, women of birthing ages, everybody. So what's one thing that you do to take care of yourself and to take a moment to kind of, as Nancy Pelosi likes to say, we have to recreate so we can recreate the world as we would like to see it. So what's one thing you do, Luba?
I hang out with my babies.
You love your babies so much. I'm amazed your daughter's not here with you. Usually her daughter's right behind her.
They had their flu shots yesterday, so they're tired.
Okay. Sasha, one thing you do?
It is so important to stay connected to one another. My experience of the pandemic has been, we've gotten so used to just being alone or in smaller groups. And I love the city. I love being out and about. I love seeing hopefully all of you and communing. If the pandemic taught me anything, so we can't take those moments for granted. So being in community with my people, it's just so important, and I will never take it for granted.
I say we have to get off Zoom and get back in the rooms, which is what we're doing here today. What's one thing that you're doing?
So I'll add to Sasha's point. I think I love my neighborhood. I walk out my door of my building, and I love just talking to neighbors on the street. I have a dog, so even just taking a lap around the block and running into neighbors and feeling this really strong sense of community. New York is such an incredible place and is really a network of neighborhoods, and we have these like really deep ties in neighborhoods across the city, and it feels like a small town. So I cherish those moments, and those really fill me up.
I am such a quintessential New Yorker, as I say. I'm a big fan of the staycation. So I'm like revisiting all the places in New York that I feel like I haven't been to since I was a kid, like Statue of Liberty and museums. And so want to encourage everybody to make sure we pause and take a moment to take care of ourselves. So we have 3 minutes left. And I want to ask each of you, what is one action, right? Michelle Obama said we all have to do something, and some people are feeling very paralyzed right now, that their voice doesn't matter, their vote doesn't matter, and they're just gonna like shut down and turn off the TV and curl up on their couch under their weighted blanket. And I think this is a time to call people in and to step up and to take action. And so what's one thing? It can be small, it can be big, but what's one thing you're asking people to do right now to take action? Luba, I'll start with you.
I would find a candidate. It doesn't have to be a mom, but if it is, even better. I would find a candidate who inspires you. There are so many incredible candidates that are running across the country right now. Find somebody who speaks to you, who gets you excited and fired up when you listen to them, and go volunteer. Knock on doors, make phone calls, give them a few dollars, throw a fundraiser, do something, because honestly, the only thing giving me hope right now is the fact that I get up and do this work every day and go and fight for the 118 moms that we are supporting across the country. But that gives me the energy to keep going in the state of all of this. So go find one person who inspires you and go volunteer for them.
Great. Sasha, what's one thing people can do right now?
So Luba said to connect with a candidate, connect with an organization, whether it's your local library, your Boys and Girls Club in your neighborhood, your Indivisible group, your local chapter of, the Working Families Party, whatever it may be, connect with an institution and follow what they do. Show up to their thing. Connecting to an institution will help us to be connected to one another. And there's so much work to do out there.
And what would you say, Grace?
I feel confident that everyone or nearly everyone in this room is planning to vote in November, but we know that we all are outliers in New York City when it comes to that. So I would say not only that you go vote, but check in with someone who may not have a plan to vote. And if there is a child, either one of your own or somebody else's that you can bring with you, bring them, introduce them to voting and the power of showing up at the polls. Less than 1 in 4 New Yorkers voted in our last mayoral general election. So we need to change that, and we need to, again, reach out to people. You may be surprised. I'm still in shock learning that a friend of mine has never voted in New York City. So you may be surprised by people in your network who you might assume are voting, but they are not and need a nudge.
And I'm going to ask everybody to just take a moment in their day to talk to someone that you don't know, to say hello, particularly to a woman, a member of the LGBTQIA+ community, a young person that you see at an event, in the subway, at your local bagel place, and just say hello and strike up a conversation. Say they look nice. Say, hope you have a good day. Just a word of encouragement. I think that it's important that we not only build community, but that we see one another. And so I'm going to ask everybody to do one thing. I want you to turn to the person next to you and say, wait. I'm going to tell you what to say. Turn to the person. If there's not anybody next to you, you can just kind of look across lovingly. I just want you to say, I see you. Can you guys all repeat after me again? I see you. One more time. I see you. All right. Thank you, everybody. This is the end of our amazing panel. I want to thank Grace. I want to thank Luba. I want to thank Sasha. Please make sure that you get out and vote. Our humanity, our sanity, and our lives are on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Beautiful. Let's give them an applause. Wonderful job. Thank you so much. Quite a bit of good nuggets. My friends, settle down for just a few minutes. We're going to have lunch, but if you would be so kind and keep your voices down as we wrap up this segment. The theme for me, I don't know about you, was definitely about community and bringing people together. So I'm just going to quote some of the panelists. Risk being called crazy. I love that, okay? Think outside the box, be a free thinker, and take risk and do whatever's necessary to make change. I also heard sometimes you have to lose to what? That's right. Sometimes you have to lose to win. And I also want to say thank you to Luba. I think we live in the same town because she talked about Gregory Coffee. I'm in Lynbrook. Is that a fact? All right? Because Gregory Coffee is my spot. Thank you for your vulnerability. The truth is we all experience something. We come to work every day, we put our suits on, we put our clothes on, and we perform and we do what we have to do. But the truth is many of us are experiencing different challenges at home with our children, trying to navigate this system. And so vulnerability is okay, especially when you have community and we're working together and we have someone we can lean on to support us. So just keep those key nuggets in mind. Let's jump to our poll question. What's the biggest barrier keeping women from full civic participation? Well. Time and caregiving responsibilities. Come on. Yes. Yeah. Political gatekeeping and bias. Thank you so much for your participation in the poll. You've been doing wonderful with it. But now it's time to eat. Everybody, are you hungry? I know I am. So I hear there's some sandwiches and salads and hot dishes. Please go enjoy yourself. But most importantly, connect with each other and return at 1:35. Enjoy your lunch. I'll give you about 30 more seconds to get settled. Ooh, doesn't that sound nice? So I have a question for you. There are typically 4 ingredients to an amazing conference. First one is the venue. Isn't this beautiful? Natural light coming in, a beautiful space. The second one is the guest speakers. Did we kill it? Guest speakers. The third one is you all, everyone participating. Would you agree? Then give yourselves a hand. Now, what do you think is the fourth one? What? Say it again. Say it louder. They did a great job with the food. I'm just saying. Okay, I truly enjoyed my salad with the pear and the feta cheese and the snacks. You know, I cheated today. You know, conferences give you reason to have 4 cups of coffee and lots of snacks. So that sounds like we're all having a great time, aren't we? Beautiful. Are you ready for the next round of panelists and guest speakers? If you are, let me hear you say yes. One more time, yes. Now, I know I'm supposed to be professional, but that's so boring. So, you know. Okay. All right, let's get to it. First, though, really important. Follow us on social media. Like and post your pitches. All right, okay? So the hashtag is State of NYC Woman. Do this, get involved, spread the word, brag about how amazing this conference is, talk about the venue, tell them about how good the food was, let them know about the speakers and how great all these change makers in the room are, okay? Sounds good? State of NYC Woman. All right. So now, to open up our afternoon, we welcome Council Member Carmen de la Rosa. Yes, hey. A tireless advocate for equity and opportunity in New York City. Councilmember Carmen de la Rosa serves as the New York City Council member for District 10, representing Washington Heights, Inwood, and Marble Hill. As chair of the Committee on Civil Service and Labor and co-chair of the Women's Caucus, She is a leading advocate for workers' rights, pay equity, and gender justice. A longtime champion for immigrant and women's communities, Councilmember De La Rosa has advanced legislation expanding paid leave, protecting essential workers, and promoting economic opportunity for all New Yorkers. Let's welcome her to the stage. Give her an applause. Sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. So it's always cathartic when I hear the resume and the bio being read out loud. I have to say that I'm Carmen de la Rosa, the daughter of Carmen de la Rosa, the original. I am the daughter of a bodeguero, a grocery store owner from the Bronx, and a mom who was a home health aide with DC 37. And those are my roots. And that is the woman that I am. I am the woman that I am today because of them. I'm proud to represent District 10 in Upper Manhattan, and I'm the first woman to do so. Thank you. I want to thank Women Creating Change and all of the coalition partners for allowing us to have this platform to speak to the power of women. I chair the Committee of Civil Service and Labor. I'm the co-chair of the Women's Caucus, and I'm also the co-vice chair of the Progressive Caucus. I keep myself busy, y'all. I want to thank each and every one of you for taking the time. It is so important that we put the empowerment of women at the forefront of the spaces we occupy so that we can share our experiences and uplift one another. To the leaders, the change makers, the women who lift us all, we are here today because there are women who paved the way, who refused to whisper, made a choice to lead and act, and claim equity as a birthright. This legacy compels us. Our modern commitment to economic justice, workers' rights, immigrants' rights, and full gender equity is not a pause in the struggle, but a powerful next phase of an unfinished march. Our history is not a footnote. It is an unshakable foundation. The march began in 1848 when visionaries at the Seneca Falls Convention drew the line in the sand, daring to demand equality. 72 years of relentless advocacy later, the 19th Amendment in 1920 finally delivered essential tools, the right to vote. That victory was monumental, yet it immediately taught us that political access was merely the first necessary step towards true liberation. We had the right to vote, not all of us in the we, though. We know that Black women did not gain the full access to the voting ballot until the Voting Rights Act of 1965. So the struggle has been long and it has been hard. We moved the dial on workers' rights and economic justice in 1933 when Frances Perkins, the nation's first cabinet member, was appointed Secretary of Labor. She wasn't just a symbol, she was a fierce champion who laid the groundwork for protections and ultimately produced the Equal Pay Act of 1963. While the law promises equitable wages for the same work, we know that that promise remains stubbornly unfinished, demanding our continued action today. The legal system has become a battlefield for justice. We know that all too well this week, today, when we see our Attorney General being targeted for using the rule of law in the way that it was meant to be used. And we stand with Tish today and every single day. I saw her last night, and I have to say, if you want a boost of energy, Google Tish James and have her words lead you to move your body and move your souls. She does it for me every single time. The first major breakthrough came in 1971 when Reed versus Reed, led by the relentless Ruth Bader Ginsburg, finally began to chip away at institutional sex-based discrimination. This opened the door to securing bodily autonomy itself. In quick succession, the courts protected health privacy in 1972, followed by the essential protections of women's rights in Roe v. Wade in 1973. These fundamental rights, the very heart of gender equity, are now being challenged, reminding us that victory is not permanent. The march into leadership accelerated, shattering glass ceilings in the highest echelons of government. On the judicial front, crucial for gender equity, we saw Sandra Day O'Connor become the first woman on the Supreme Court in 1981. And in 2005, when Condoleezza Rice became the first Black Secretary of State. And I have to shout out one of my sheroes. Oh my God, why am I forgetting her name? Oh my God, I'm having a moment, but the first Puerto Rican woman, Sonia Sotomayor, who became the Supreme Court judge, and she's a first, and she's a trailblazer for our communities. You know, we have those senior moments sometimes. The rise in female leadership translated directly into life-changing policy. In 1994, leaders fought to pass Gender Equity Education Act and the Transformative Violence Against Women Act. Furthermore, the Affordable Care Act delivered massive wins for economic justice and women's health, providing vital services like birth control without copays or deductibles. The histories first continue to be written. After over 370 years, New York City, y'all, has its first Women Majority Council elected in 2021. With the first Black female speaker leading an all-women leadership team in Adrienne Adams, passing pay equity laws in the greatest city in the world, and advancing access to childcare, and turning our attention towards women's health and the disparities that continue to exist. We've built momentum, but I have to tell you, we cannot mistake history for victory. While we acknowledge the undeniable steps forward, we must also recognize the difficulty that we face right now, the challenges to our rights that will intensify in the coming months. We feel them now, and we know that there is more to come. Our responsibility is now to use our hard-won seats, our voices, our collective power, our narratives, our experiences, to focus on policy reforms, to hold the line for those who can't show up to the lines, to define the next chapter in this movement. The path ahead demands courage. And I know it's hard when you get up at 6 a.m, take the kids to school at 7, and run around the world for 14 hours straight. But it demands more than just remembering the firsts. It demands that we make room for the seconds, the thirds, and the hundreds to follow. Let us not simply admire the leaders of the past, but become the acting and leading force of equitable policy reform that the next generation will study and that the next generation needs to see right now. You know, I'm a woman of faith, and I believe that none of us carry a burden that is too heavy. If it wasn't a burden for us to carry, we wouldn't be carrying it. We are the leaders that this moment demands of us. And this unfinished march awaits our steps. It awaits for us to wake up and take purposeful steps towards the world that we know we can create for ourselves, for our daughters, for the students in this room, for the young leaders in our communities. And it is important that the spaces that we hold, we understand that we are in those spaces because we belong in those spaces, and our stories have a place in those spaces. So it's an honor to be here with you today. I look forward to moving this city forward with all of you together. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen, for your passion and fire. We appreciate it. And now we are honored to hear from Ms. Keechant Sewell. So a little bit about Keechant, who is the former New York City Police Commissioner, making history as the first woman to lead the NYPD, y'all. With over 25 years of law enforcement experience, she has been a trailblazer in advancing accountability, equity, and community trust in public safety. Commissioner Sewell, who is recognized for her leadership, integrity, and commitment to creating safer, more just communities across New York City. Today, Keechant is the Senior Vice President of Security and Guest Experience for the New York Mets organization. Would you please join me in welcoming Ms. Keechant Sewell?
Thank you for that very kind introduction. Can everyone hear me? At times, my responsibilities involve a bit of travel. That in and of itself is not unusual or particularly unique. But oftentimes, those conveyances are rolling or flying petri dishes. So I will ask you in advance to forgive my sniffles and bear with me as I once again appear to be losing my voice. And even though we didn't make the postseason after back-to-back meetings over the last 2 weeks, I ended up just having to finish my remarks in the car on the way over here. So hopefully I have successfully lowered everyone's expectations for what I'm going to say here today. Good afternoon. Thank you, Women Creating Change, for this invitation. I sincerely appreciate this opportunity to speak with you today. At what is just over 100 decibels, most buses and trucks sound alarms when they are backing up. It was mandated by OSHA sometime in the 1970s because driver visibility was limited. And it is even more relevant today because, as we know, pedestrians walk around with their head down in their phones, don't really pay attention when they're walking, and people are often distracted while they're driving. And recently, more times than I can count, I've been hearing a very similar sound. It started low, but is getting louder and more piercing by the day, as the drivers of narratives, influencers of opinion, and shifters of focus attempt to reverse, roll back, and roll over the positions, power, and inclusion of women. I have been fortunate in my opportunities. After serving in the predominantly male-dominated career of law enforcement, I had hoped, as I believe we all do here, to leave behind a map, to send down an elevator, to pass a baton, to light the way, to have made it even one day better for anyone who is different. After challenging for over a quarter of a century stereotypes, beliefs, and procedures designed for failure, I did my part and I moved on, only to join the all-male Major League Baseball. But upon close review, these fields of fight are not at all that dissimilar. Law enforcement and sports organizations make decisions, choices, and commit to actions that are heavily scrutinized, executed in harsh lighting, met with healthy skepticism, and given hard looks. Exactly what women have faced in the workplace since time began. Yet there are those who will say we don't understand or we don't belong. Both of these professions experience crushing disappointments and tremendous triumphs. Sometimes unexpected wins followed by disastrous losses. Exactly what women have faced in everyday life since time began. Yet there are those who will say we don't understand or that we belong someplace else. I am convinced that as that backing, beeping gets louder and more accepted and expected, that it is simply not enough to join an organization, take the entrance ramp to the field of fight, and then downshift to neutral. We must confront the failings of the glass ceilings, the glass cliffs, the slights, and the qualifiers disguised as harmless modifiers. Now, I am fascinated by words. But in certain instances, I do have problems with numbers. And admittedly, at times in complex equations, if my life depended on it, I could not solve for X. But I am both troubled and intrigued when a person's gender is used as an adjective before their job, hobby, or position. You see, the feminine modifier is consistently chosen in everyday language because I believe that the writer or speaker believes that the gender and its real or perceived attributes is a significant part of the facts. It is used to explain or convey a perceived inability and therefore a liability. Woman cop loses gun during struggle. A vulnerability. Female firefighter attacked by subject. It's used to point out or highlight her surprising and uncommon strength or valor. Woman strap hanger single-handedly takes down mugger. A lack of ability for the position she holds. Female pilot crashes helicopter. Unless we are describing trailblazing firsts or using unique identifiers to clarify a difference between like actors, I submit to you that these unnecessary adjectives are simply color commentary. They are superfluous qualifiers, ripe for retirement in our speech, in the news, and in our workplaces. Not to be used to describe who we work with, who we work for, or the people we serve in our communities. Not for those whose platforms are not as large, or for those whose voices may be hoarse or not loud enough to drown out that incessant beeping. It was getting better for a little while. I was starting to hear it less and less, but now that alarm is sounding again, as some try to take the legitimacy of women in leadership in reverse. The use of those modifiers is trying to tell you something. They are making a noise at 100 decibels, trying to assist you in recognizing that this person in this role is unusual, unexpected, or unqualified. That she is fragile, she can't hold her own, and people should be slightly amused by her antics or simply outraged that she is even here. As the use of these qualifiers gets normalized, the beeping becomes increasingly audible and impactful for the next generation. As I admitted, I sometimes have problems with numbers. But I can tell you what I do know. Women make up only about 25% of US STEM workforce participants. Multiply that by at least 2, and you have the number of women who are victims of violent crime. Women make up about 28% of Congress, and about 81% of women report experiencing some type of sexual harassment or sexual assault in their lifetimes. Fewer than 25% of cyber, physical, and private security positions are held by women. Globally, 55% of female homicides are committed by intimate partners or family members, and fewer than 13% of sworn officers are women. Yes, I have a problem with those numbers. When women are in the driving seat of position, representation, influence, and change, we can protect, strengthen, empower, and be there for those who are beside us and follow us, who have historically been ignored, repeatedly talked over, abused, and underestimated by default. Those who are victimized and need us and our experiences the most. This conference, and each of you in this room here, muffles that alarm. I encourage you at every high-pitched sounding opportunity to drive forward, around obstacles, atop mountains, to face the harsh lights, the heightened scrutiny, the healthy skepticism, and the hard looks. To support each other, whether directing traffic or directing policy. To lead, effect change, and change minds, so we can keep our hard-won travels from being dismissed, qualified, put in the rearview mirror, erased, backed up, or run over. Women creating change, please, I beg you, keep your heads up. This is not the time for distraction. We cannot afford to stop paying attention or remembering the truckloads of adversity that we faced and the busloads of advancement that have historically and intentionally passed us by. As a collective in this room, in our streets and in our organizations, our visibility cannot be limited. As a collective, we must focus on the field of the fight. We don't have the luxury of idling or parking or just waiting for the noise to stop. Get in the way. Stop the shift. Do not yield, because there are women right now who, because of that sound, are experiencing crushing disappointments. Too few tremendous triumphs and far too many devastating losses. We must reinforce our dedication. We must give them and each other hope and be the example for a relentless drive forward toward equity and excellence. It's okay if you sometimes have to pull over, check the map, and reset the GPS, but get right back on the road. We cannot be led to believe that we don't understand or we don't belong with colorful language and dog whistles that diminish who you are and what you do. Our four sisters steer through miles of shadows to shine the way for us. They are in history books, on monuments and memorial walls, and they have passed the keys to you, all of you here who inspire me. We have to do it to normalize women in these positions. We have to do it because we get to decide how we are defined and in what petri dishes we travel to stop our progress from going south. Councilmember De La Rosa, we can't afford to whisper. We have to do it so that a first is never the last. And I do it so that the women alongside and after me can sit in my seat, require no adjectives, and need no modifier. They are simply qualified without the qualifier. And so that they only need to fix the mirrors and recalibrate the seat to take the wheel and not just the ride. The state of the women in this city, in this country, and by extension of our sheer will and commitment in the world demands that we arrest that beeping. We cannot go back because we are the X that solves the problem. Thank you for this invitation.
Well, I'm speechless for the first time in a long time. I don't even, that's my pen. That's my favorite pen. Yeah. Wonderful message. Thank you. The thing that resonated with me is we have to have a problem with the numbers, y'all. Okay? So thank you for that. Woo. All right. Well, we should move on to our panel, shouldn't we? Okay. All right, we about to talk about money, movement, and momentum. So let's turn to the question of sustaining this movement with the conversation about how we invest in women's equity for the long term. Money, movement, and momentum. The future of funding women equity in New York City will be moderated by our very own Sharon Sewell Fairman. Would you please give her a huge applause? My friend, my sister. I'm going to put you on the spot because I love you. You do great work, and thank you for being you. All right, one more time. Let's welcome her along with the panelists. Come on.
Good afternoon, everyone. That Keechant is hard to follow, but we're definitely going to try. We are talking about money, movement, momentum. And I am delighted to have some dynamic leaders in the philanthropic space with me. I'm not going to ask them to introduce themselves. The bio is in, you have the bio, but when I do ask you the questions, please feel free to say a little about yourself. I am so delighted, and I'm excited to be able to have this conversation. As someone who is constantly chasing the money on behalf of my mission, I am glad to have this conversation so that you all can have some takeaways as well. So with that, I'm going to jump right into it. We're going to welcome Camille Abrams Amigawali, Senior Vice President of Programs and Strategic Learning from the New York Foundation. And Camille, I'm going to start. As we were talking, we are constantly in crisis, it seems. From COVID to something else. We're constantly in crisis. So as an organization, as a funder committed to advancing gender equity, how do you see philanthropy evolving to move from just responding to crisis, but instead building sustained long-term investment for women-led change?
So thank you for having me again. Just want to say my name, Camille Amigawali.
Sorry about that.
No worries, no worries. With the New York Women's Foundation. Let's not forget the women in that. And I want to say that one of the things that philanthropy needs to continue to do is to continue to be in partnership with organizations like Women Creating Change. I think in this moment when it feels like a never-ending crisis, it's the recognition that this is this new world that we're all in. And so it's important for spaces like this to be created, for us to be in community, for us to have close proximity to one another, for philanthropy to hear from community that has close proximity to the issues and challenges that you're seeking to solve as the first step in that. But most importantly, it's also continue to give general operating support, multi-year grants whenever possible, supporting leaders, particularly women leaders who often are leading the smallest of the small organizations with the wellness support that they need to get through, to get to the next day, to be able to then pour into the cups of their staff and the people in their community, supporting that as well, but also recognizing that we need to support what's next. And we'll talk a little bit about that, but that may include funding partnerships, collaborations, mergers, things like that, that are what's needed for the future.
Thank you for that. And don't we love general operating support? We could use more of it, right? That's right. That's right. Thank you, Camille. I'm going to turn to Laura. The Amplify Her Foundation has prioritized supporting women leaders across New York City. What do you see as the biggest challenges for smaller organizations? What they face in accessing funding. Because at times, as we know, in a small organization, often one person is doing multiple jobs. And so I'd love to hear from you a little bit about how do you support smaller organization? What's the biggest challenge?
Sure. Well, first I want to say thank you. So much of my philanthropic practice is inspired by the women on this panel and the organizations that they lead. And so Amplify Her is, I think, the newest organization on the block. We were founded about 3 years ago. And so a lot of our best practices and the way we do philanthropy is really modeled off of the work that you all have done. So we stand on your shoulders. There are numerous challenges that smaller organizations face in accessing funding. And I think I just want to qualify funding here. I think we're talking about institutional funding because many of these organizations are funded by donors in their communities who are, as individuals who are supporting their work. I think this kind of goes back to something Camille said. It's really about visibility. So that's number one. Donors are likely not living in the communities where the work is happening. They're likely not proximate to those communities, and therefore the work is not visible. We know of so many organizations, incredible work happening around New York City, that leaders that no one's ever heard of. And so I would say for smaller organizations, increasing your visibility is really important. Obviously, being here today is one strong step in that direction. Being present in places where funders are is a really important thing to do. The second thing I would say is communications and storytelling infrastructure. I just want to call out Kellen's powerful testimony earlier. That is the kind of story that moves funders. Hearing about childcare from that personal perspective will go so much further than a grant proposal ever could. I should say that we also fund New Yorkers United for Childcare, so I'll qualify that. And it really was that powerful storytelling. So get really good at talking about who you are, what you do, what makes you unique, and what impact you're having. And the best way to do that is through a website. So I will say that that is your first introduction to funders. They will look at your website before any single conversation ever takes place. So make sure that your website is really reflecting the amazing work that you're doing in your community. And I would say the last greatest challenge I'd say is just relationships. People who are working and struggling to do the work are not finding the time to network, but that is the most important thing you can be doing as an executive director of a small nonprofit. Every meal that you have throughout the day, have it with somebody else. Make sure every breakfast, lunch, and dinner, you're going out there and you're meeting with someone. That is the most important thing you can be doing for your organization, and try to find others to do the other bits and pieces of the work. So that's what I would say: visibility, comms infrastructure, and relationships.
Thank you, Laura. And often as nonprofit leaders, we don't like to talk about ourselves. We don't like to talk about share our lived experience, but it's very, very important to share that lived experience. And that's what I'm hearing from you, Laura, in addition to networking and increasing visibility. So I'm going to turn to Jennifer, and then I'm going to go to Joycelyn. So Jennifer, the North Star Fund has led the way in entrusting grant making to community-led committees through the participatory process. And I know when we met and we were preparing for this conversation, you said, hey, we want to be able to give members of the community, they're the decision makers. They should be able to have a voice in the process. How does this practice disrupt the traditional funder-grantee power dynamics? Talk to us a little bit about that, because I myself have sat with a few funders and felt like, oh, the big brother is in the room. So, but I learned over time to be able to, that I know more about my business and the community than the funder does.
I appreciate the question, Sharon. Thank you for having me here. Hello, everyone. I'm Jen Ching with North Star Fund. It's great to see so many new and familiar faces. North Star Fund was actually founded at a time not too dissimilar from now. We were a cross-class group of New Yorkers who came together after the municipal crisis of the late 1970s, after the Vietnam War, and in the beginnings of great austerity and retribution against the city by the federal government. And what those folks did is they came together and they said, you know what, some of us have access to wealth, some of us do not. We don't want to recreate another foundation. This is a city that was built on Gilded Age philanthropy. We believe that there's a different way for us to use resources. There are two principles that have been our guiding sort of beacons since our founding almost 50 years ago. The first is that we only support and seed grassroots organizing that is homegrown in New York City and now throughout New York State, and particularly in the Hudson Valley. But the second is that we share power. And we don't just share decision-making power. Actually, we are at any given point in time an operating group of committees of community organizers who largely volunteer their time and set not only our grant-making decisions, but really our financial strategy. They work with us to govern the fund, and they work with us around our fundraising strategies. We are not an endowed foundation. We never have been. We are out here hustling alongside, with all, and in support of many organizations like all of you, really understanding that philanthropy is actually part of the challenge of capitalism. And in a city as accelerated like New York, philanthropy is an even bigger part of the problem, right? Because we talk a lot about the cost of living in New York City. We talk a lot about the cost of doing business, but we don't often talk about the cost of actually making real and durable social change. And it is just as expensive, if not even more so. Many of us face a much deeper pocketed opposition. We have to battle on many fronts at the same time. And so for many years, North Star Fund has been a training ground for folks, not just around what emerging organizing is, but through our called participatory, we like to think of it as a community ownership model. We're also training people to be more comfortable to talk about money, how you raise money, the ethics and the politics of raising money, and as Camille and others have said, how we move money more responsibly into the hands of communities.
Thank you, Jennifer. It's important to have the community participate in that process, and thank you for leading that charge. Joycelyn, Brooklyn Org has been deeply rooted in community-led solutions. I know that you have been a champion. I've been, talking with you, and I've also talked to many of your grantees who are just fully, deeply rooted in making sure that Brooklyn residents thrive. From what you're seeing on the ground, how are women-led movements shifting power in real time? And what gives you hope? And how's that showing up across Brooklyn?
Yeah, so my name is Jocelyn Rainey. I'm the president and CEO of Brooklyn Org. Brooklyn Org is focused on Brooklyn. We're focused on racial justice. We are deeply committed to community-led fundraising. And my colleagues here have said a lot of things that we believe are true. We believe in small nonprofits. We started our first micro grant program this year in order to fund those small, tried and true community-based organizations that are doing work that really help communities to thrive. And we weren't doing that in the past. We know how important that is. Our VP of programs is here. Sabrina could raise her hand. If you have any interest in learning more about our work, please talk to Sabrina. She knows far more than I do. I just get to sit on the stage. And we also, all of our funding is general operating. And I'm extremely proud of that. And our application process is not cumbersome because we know how important it is for folks to get the funding. We also truly believe that we thought about flipping our conversation, and I love this story about narratives are important. We're doing the work, and I know so many nonprofits are like, you're a one man or one woman show, and it's really hard to think about yourself leaving. You have your budget to worry about. Like you said earlier, I'm always thinking about when I'm sitting with someone, how do I get your dollars to us so we can do more, right? Like that's what we do, but being clear about what you do and why is really, really important. And I say that to say that we have flipped the way that we talk about our work from thinking about the sector and the work that all of you do that's so important, but flipping it to thinking about what's happening in community and being able to say that's why the sector is important. That's why it's important to pay them correctly. Without the sector, the things that you're struggling with that you see in your community cannot be corrected, right? So we flip the way that we talk about this work so that the human, the donor, can see why it's important to support work that's being done. What we're seeing on the ground as far as women-led organizations is, the work that's happening is so important to community, because what we're hearing is that, someone said earlier, there were 300 Black women that lost their jobs during this administration. The majority of women, Black women, are the breadwinners and sometimes the heads of households. So that means that families are being destabilized in real and significant ways. And so we recognize how important it is to understand what's happening so that we can support these organizations that are supporting women, that are making sure that services are getting to the community. So what we're seeing in real time is that destabilization of women is destabilizing communities, and we know what happens when communities get destabilized. So there's just so many organizations that are doing work. I don't want to pick out one or two, but when we think about what we do on our end is thinking about how do we give them platforms in order to talk about their work. We've done maternal wealth briefings, health briefings for our nonprofits that are doing that work to help communities understand what does it mean for Black women and why it's important to support maternal health. We've also support organizations that are helping families to make sure that they get food, because we know from our People's Pulse poll that Grace talked about earlier that over 31% of New Yorkers are struggling with food insecurity right now. And we also know that 60% of all New Yorkers, that includes us, are struggling with affordability. So anything that hits women is going to be 10 times worse for communities than what happens with other demographics across the city.
Thank you, Jocelyn. I apologize for butchering your names. Names is important. It was selected for a reason, so I appreciate the correction. So thank you for that. Let me just shift back to Camille, and then to Jennifer, and then back to you, Jocelyn, and then to Laura. As a funder, you sit at the intersection of community needs and institutional priorities. What's the most complex part of that role? And how do you navigate the tension between community trust, internal accountability, and long-term impact when deciding where resources go? I know that on the outside, we look to you, but you're also navigating internal, all of you are navigating internal structures, boards. So talk to us a little bit about that balance.
So similar to the women on this panel, I think there's very much a shared history of this idea and this sense of folks from different walks of life deciding that it's time to do things collectively and collaboratively together. I think the origin story of the New York Women's Foundation, which is almost 40 years old, is women from community and women of means getting together to decide that they want to advance social change, gender justice, racial justice in this city together. And so since the inception of the foundation, participatory grant making has been at the core of what we do. Folks, again, a cross-cultural alliance that we often refer to it as, come together to work as a team, to be in community, to understand community. There are folks who are from community, part of those processes, so that everyone understands what's happening, how do we understand what the community needs are, and also for folks, a part of our institution, to be right there on the ground to understand where the common ground is and what we should be prioritizing now. I think participatory processes have been a great tool, and they have evolved over the years to be able to find that nexus of where that comes together. But to your point, it requires also, I think, living your values, right? And so, again, bringing folks from community within the staff, in leadership, on the boards. These are things that I think are important to continue to keep close proximity to community. When we think about where the solutions are, they're right where the problems can be found, right? The folks who are there in those communities know what needs to change, and what they're looking for are the resources, the support, the buy-in, and the amplification of the stories that they're telling to be able to grow the resources that are necessary to do that work. I think that's important. So those are things that I think we do to balance, and there are often tensions there, but I think that that's been a helpful tool for us.
So you hear that your voice matters. Bringing your lived experience to the table matters, and it can and will attract funding. I'm going to turn to Jennifer. Jennifer, how should we reimagine risk in funding, institutional funding, that is, especially when supporting communities historically excluded, especially supporting communities that have been historically excluded from philanthropy?
You know, you take any group of people, we're up here all talking about sort of participatory models, meaning involving residents, organizers, people who have been directly impacted by an injustice, right, to chart a different solution. But it's not an automatic thing, right? If you give any group of people, I don't care what class or background they're from, access to a pot of money, money is a very potent drug. And people will have the tendency to hoard, to be conservative, to be skeptical of individuals or organizations trying to access money, right? So what then redefines our ability to think about risk? Well, I think transparency, having clear values and linking those values transparently to your work of understanding the history of the money that you receive, right? The discipline of how you are going to release the money, the power that you hold, and that to write that relationship is a political education process. I urge all of you, we are all for community funds of different kinds and have communities, like we have spaces for people to be involved in our work. And I really think that's a great way for fundraisers, for donors of all shapes and sizes to really learn more about your money stories and your relationship with money, because that really is what will unwind the sort of imbalance within philanthropy right now. We are living in a time that is a reflection of philanthropy's unwillingness to reckon with its own analysis of risk. We have for multiple generations, let's just even say here in New York City, assumed that we could have incremental progress of different kinds. Big ideas were shunned. The idea that you should and could and must dismantle various structures that keep people poor, these have not actually been popular ideas, right? And we have all grown up in nonprofit organizations that have sort of taught us to be in some ways less ambitious with the problems that we saw right in front of our face. And now we are facing an opposition that has in just a few short months torn down almost every norm of our democracy. So let the lesson of this time be a re-understanding of risk for all of us. Be bolder in what you ask for in terms of the money and the programs that you are pitching. Force the New York City philanthropy sector to be accountable to you and how we are rethinking our own understanding of risk. North Star Fund has for many decades been the sort of unwanted auntie at the Thanksgiving table, because we are there to really support the biggest frontline risk takers in social justice. But I ask you now, are they really the risk takers? Right? When ICE is in our communities, taking children out of schools and pushing parents into vans in front of all of us, don't we want people who are willing to take the risk and defend each and all of us? So I think the recalibration of risk, this is the time. And I hope that the sector can be in collaboration with philanthropy to change things.
Thank you. That deserves an applause. Shifting to Jocelyn. I am excited to hear that the majority of your funding, if not all your funding, is general operating. And one of the things you wanted to make a point around is, again, we're coming from a workforce background as well, workforce development background, is investing in capacity building, investing in infrastructure. So how do funders move beyond program support? And we're not diminishing program support in any way, because it's important for service delivery to the people who need it most. But what I've seen over the years is that, as we heard from the panel this morning, women go above and beyond. We take care of everyone. And this happens in nonprofit as well. And so how do funders go beyond just program support to invest in the infrastructure, in leadership pipelines, in civic power, for women to be able to advocate for themselves and to advocate on behalf of the community they serve?
Thank you for that question. So When I came on board, coming from a workforce development background, and actually being able to walk the walk at the Brooklyn Navy Yard and be able to connect people in my direct community in Brooklyn to work, I realized how important it is to be extremely connected to community and to listen. There are so many things that we just don't know. You know, I'm a Black girl, grew up in Flatbush, was not afraid, you know, raised my kids in Bed-Stuy. Like, I know Brooklyn, and there's still so much I don't know. Right? So I came in with that mindset of how do I learn? And, you know, Brooklyn Community Foundation, before it became Brooklyn Org, before I came on board, was already committed to racial justice and Brooklyn and participatory grant making. But I knew that when I came on board, I didn't want to just continue the status quo. Brooklyn Org, and I say this out loud all the time, has about $100 million in assets. That's about $3 a person. There are 3 million people in Brooklyn. Brooklyn would be the third largest city if it was a city. That means that we don't have a lot of money in order to do that check writing. And so to me, it was like, how are we going to do more? How are we going to cast a wider net with what we have? And that really came from us starting listening tours when I started 4 years ago and going into community, being very intentional about going into the small businesses, hosting community there. And that doesn't mean the nonprofits who were there as well, but also religious leaders and parents and principals and other stakeholders in the community, to hear from them what's happening in their community and help that to guide us as my team work with our participatory grant making advisory committee in order to help to kind of decide where do our resources go. But what we also heard during that time is that there were so many nonprofits that didn't know that there was someone else doing similar work down the road. They didn't know that they didn't have to start a food pantry to serve their community, that there was someone 2 blocks down that had a food pantry, and how could they collaborate. We also learned that there were principals that were sending their kids to Broadway shows, which was, it was so important to me because I think exposure to the arts and culture really has a lot to do with outcomes in the labor market, right? So it was like all these things that we learned. And from that learning, and we do this every year now, we thought we were going to just do 10 communities, but now we've done 30. And so every year we do 10. And then at the end of that year culminates in a town hall type of meeting for us to share that information. With all of that, we've learned that it was also important to support nonprofits with capacity building, giving them opportunities to get together. So we have groups of executive leaders, development folks, VPs of programs, women, to get together and talk about what's happening in their day-to-day. I know that when I was leading an organization, that's where I found the most support amongst my peers, right? So we wanted to create that, and we do that, and we call them salons. We've created opportunities for coaching from long-term CEOs. We've created opportunities for our nonprofits to have access to elected leaders in order to talk to them. So we're thinking about it from the perspective of how can we do more to help our nonprofits in order to help them to maybe be able to unleash more funding that might not come from us. So there's grant writing. So there's ways for us to support our nonprofit leaders. And the majority of nonprofits small nonprofits are led by women. And so we've done a lot of work around giving them platforms and opportunities to be able to secure more funding, to get more support. And at the end of the day, what we say is, if they win, we win. If there's a panel and one of our nonprofits leads with $30,000, we're winning too from that, and that has happened several times. So that's how we're trying to think about this work, because foundations are not going to be able to close the gap that the government is creating right now. So we have to create other opportunities and other ways to support them. And we have a really robust capacity building program that's helping us to do that.
Well, we just thank you for investing, right? And I really like what you said about when they win, we win. That means it's not only individual, it is collective. And so that investment is very necessary. I'm gonna, the clock is winding down, but I'm gonna turn to Laura. Amplify Her describe itself as a smaller funder. And yet you've outsized impact, supporting women-led movements across New York. How do you balance many needs? The many needs you see in the field, right? And how do you decide where your dollars can make the greatest impact, right? Because I know that there's so many in this room, so many people who would love to get funding, but you also go through a lens to be able to say, it's not that everyone doesn't deserve funding, but how do we also look at what is the greatest impact?
Thank you for that. Yeah, so it's probably one of the hardest aspects of being a grants director or program officer. But when I came to Amplify Her Foundation, so just a little background, the organization's 3 years old. It's a private grant-making organization with the mission to support women and girls from underserved communities to become transformative change makers, which is a really big mission. And we grant about $1 million a year locally here in New York City. And when I came on board, the founder and myself, I think we recognized that as two privileged white women, it didn't make sense for us to decide on how to allocate that $1 million each year. And so I followed suit of my colleagues here, and we created a participatory grant making model, which we call the Leadership Network. We have some members of the Leadership Network here with us today. And the Leadership Network is 20 women currently, all volunteers, women from different industries, different races, representing different boroughs across New York City, who volunteer their time to decide how we allocate our funding. And they decide 100% of where that $1 million goes each year. They attend site visits, they review grant proposals, all of it. And that was just one way of making my job a lot easier, but also making sure that the decision-making table was open. And again, to what everyone else has said, women that are closest to the problems are also closest to the solutions. And we recognized that we were not proximate and therefore needed to open up that space. The second thing I'll say is that when we first launched the foundation, the first thing we did was commission a research report. And I think that's something we share with WCC is that appreciation and the recognition of the importance of data. And we knew we wanted to fund women's leadership, but we didn't quite know where to put those resources. And so the question, what did we do? Where do women think we should put this money? And so we surveyed 1,000 women across New York City to ask them, what are the greatest challenges you have on your leadership journey? Where are you in need of additional support? And they provided us with the answers. And that research report was the sort of foundation for our initial grant-making strategy. So I think just as my colleagues here, it's really about, going to community and finding out what they need and listening.
Thank you for that. The clock is not our friend. We can talk about this forever, but I wanted to I wanted to ask you to share with the group, what is one thing that they could do in terms of accessing funding, in terms of sustainability, in terms of supporting civic power? What's one takeaway you would suggest?
So there are many suggestions, but the thing that came to mind for me is holding philanthropy accountable. So again, I think what was raised here, that there are 3 out of 4 of us are public foundations, and so every dollar we raise goes to community. And I think there are other larger foundations that need to be at the table alongside us, utilizing some of the same practices that we use to make sure that those dollars get to the ground quickly. So I think part of it is holding us accountable, but also supporting us and mobilizing philanthropy to do more and move more money in community.
Jennifer.
I think we all are due to shift our mind frame. We are not fundraisers. We are not serving donors. We are resource organizers, and we are also people organizers. So I think really thinking about yourself in that frame, your organizations, will lead to strategies that I think also can bring more money through the door, like more collective fundraising, resource organizing in partnership alongside peer organizations and not in silos or in competition with. As Kil said, there's so much that we do to isolate ourselves from each other, both on philanthropy and on the fundraising side. And we by collectively kind of tearing down those walls, I think we can bring more dollars into the door.
I wanted to say partnership is power, so I won't say that now, but that's exactly what I was going to say. Was the same thing about partnership, but I will also say that's really important to, have a story directory, like know your stories, know what the folks who are participating in your programs, what they're dealing with, what's happening, and be prepared to be able to always tell those stories, because I think it's so important that so many people who are donors, are supporters, do not understand why the work exists, and it's so important to be able to talk about your why.
So all of that, and I think that I would only add perhaps reframing to think of yourself not as a singular organization, but as part of a larger ecosystem. I think that's where we can really move to build power, is when we start to recognize that all of the funders on this panel are funding the ecosystem to support gender equity in New York City. And we're doing that by supporting individual organizations, but we are looking at this room as an ecosystem. And so see where you fit within that ecosystem. What are the unique talents and the unique attributes that you bring to the table? And really lean into that and get clear about who you are, what you do, and the impact that you're having within the ecosystem.
Well, I want to say thank you to these dynamic funders who invest in women and women-led organization. And as you heard, transparency, your values, right? Making sure you tell your story, your lived experience, and collective impact. Use your voice, connect with someone, and be able to tell your story. I want to say thank you so very much. We appreciate your investment, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you, panelists. Thank you. Right. Great job. How are we doing, everyone? Good, good. Some really great takeaways. I just want to share a few with you. Talk about your why. Partnership is key. Be bolder in your ask. How about that? That was a good one. Be bolder in your ask. Tell stories and go to the community for what you need. Really great tips and strategies in terms of money and momentum. All right, so let's jump into our poll question. Which funding model would you most like to see more of? Multi-year unrestricted grants is in the lead. Public-private partnerships is following closely. Okay. Great, thank you so much for your participation. We are now going to take a brief break, so make sure you connect with each other and please return back at 3:10. Thank you. We have a very powerful speaker coming to the stage. I want to make sure she has your attention. So please grab your seats. By the way, as a reminder, the QR code is on the table for you to participate in the poll, as well as the Wi-Fi information. Remember earlier I made a joke about a Lyft discount? Guess what? Y'all gonna get a Lyft discount, okay? So there is a $20 coupon, $20 off available for you if you take a Lyft. The code for the Lyft discount is State of NY Woman. The code is State of NY Woman, WOMEN, and that is for a $20 off discount with Lyft. Thank you, Lyft. We appreciate your generosity. Now, here's some more fun and goodies available for you. Did you know there's going to be wine later? What a great way to unwind from all of this great information sharing. So we invite you to hang out and stay with us and enjoy some snacks and some wine. I'm not promoting drinking at all. I just want to make that clear. And non-alcoholic drinks. Apple cider will be available. All right, let's get this party started. So we are going to continue our conversation on the topic of Start Where We Learn, Building Pathways for Early Civic Education. And we have a powerful testimony to get started with Jessica Huang of Youth Invincibles. Jessica Huang is a youth advocate and community organizer dedicated to amplifying the voices of young New Yorkers in education, health, and civic life. She works to ensure that youth are not only heard, but actively shaping the policies that impact their futures. Jessica represents the next generation of leadership, driving equity, inclusion, and civic engagement across New York City. Will you please join me in welcoming Jessica Huang?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jessica Huang, and I'm currently a student at the CUNY School of Public Health, pursuing my master's degree in public health with a concentration in health policy and management. I would like to begin by sharing 3 aspects of my identity. I grew up going to New York City public schools. I completed my undergraduate at St. Francis College, where I just graduated this past May, and I'm a patient not too far away from here at NYU Lingo. These 3 aspects of my identity have shaped my understanding of advocacy and how I approach civic engagement. From an early age, I learned that advocacy takes different forms, and in public school, that meant speaking up for myself in the most minute moments. I still remember that time in high school where I fought for the simple right to use the bathroom not on someone else's schedule, but on my own. And in those profound moments where I had to sort of make the connection that being a student is more than your grades and more than my straight A's that everyone used to see in high school, I began to realize that advocacy begins with recognizing your own needs and believing they matter. Then I moved on to college, and I must admit that college was a bit of a difficult transition period because first of all, there is no manual for living life with a disability, and then all of a sudden, I was told this at the age of 16, but at the age of 18, your parents, as long as you are capable, are supposed to stop making your educational and medical decisions. When I started at St. Francis College, I wouldn't say I was the first student to ever attend the school in a wheelchair, but because of staff turnover and various reasons, no one knew really how to take care of me. So I had to be really intentional about how I approach young adult life and being in college. And again, in the beginning, I was just focused on getting academically acclimated and all of that. But because I am a big believer that my education and healthcare, they intersect. Once I got academically settled, I kind of said to myself, what is something that I can do to improve my educational experience and keep in mind that my physical needs are still important? So at that time, they started talking to me at NYU that it's time for you to manage basically school and your healthcare kind of outside of the medical setting a little bit more, so you don't have to come here that often. That didn't end up being true, but that's besides the point. In my junior year, I got to a good enough point physically. I said I want to use my walker to walk across campus in a way that gives me freedom and purpose. So I went to the school. I said, the only thing I am missing is a chair so that I don't have to lug my wheelchair and walk it around all day, just so I walk around campus safely. So then we had some conversations. They got me that chair, but then I quickly realized, because I'm getting up and walking around all day, I can better concentrate in school. Again, it is further confirmed that I am more than my diagnosis, I am more than a student, and I'm more than a patient. I'm all of those things at once, and I'm a human. And so, I so at I didn't know throughout college what I was gonna do with my psychology degree. If you asked me at this point last year, I would have still said I want to pursue a master's degree in social work with a policy concentration. And because I've been going through the academic and the medical transition at the same time, and all of these things intersect, I have decided to pursue my master's in public health to make these transition periods a little, again, more human-centered and less about, okay, let's cut you off at age 21. So something that I have done as a patient at NYU is that they take very good care of me, but I say that I'm the architect of my care. I'm very lucky to still be under the care of the specialized children's team, not too far away from here. And it is my goal to make this type of, like, the care that they give us in this transitional period a little more goal directed. And my message to all of you is that basically advocacy does not have to take one form. Something that I forgot to say is that just this past May, with their help, I was able to walk across the stage on my graduation and receive my diploma. So that, in a way, that's one form of advocacy, putting myself out there and realizing that me doing this is going to show others that it's possible and creating a ripple effect. Another form of advocacy is the fact that I simply go to NYU and I ask them the questions that people never ask, not for myself, but for those that come after me. And that's where I want to end it.
Jessica makes me want to say, and what's your excuse? And what's your excuse? And what's your excuse? And you need to stop making excuses. And why you keep making that excuse? Right? Very empowering. Jessica, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Well, we are going to move into our next panel and have a discussion with Laree Daniel Favors, who is the executive director at the Center for Law and Social Justice at Medgar Evers College. And she'll be moderating Start Where We Learn, Building Pathways for Early Civic Education. Would you please welcome me in joining her along with the panelists? Thank you.
Can we give a huge round of applause for my fellow NYU graduate, please? Wonderful job. And I now get the honor of being in conversation with you amazing women, and I am extremely excited about that. But before I begin, where is our fearless leader? Can we all, this woman right here standing up, looking at her phone, handling stuff, applaud for her. Applause for her. How many of you all know being an executive director is not the easiest of things to do in this day and age? But we are here to talk about civic engagement as it pertains to education. And I think this is so important, especially in light of the testimony that we just heard. And when we consider that civic engagement is often something steeped in experiential learning, right? I was just yesterday at a forum where candidates were basically confessing or stating their desires and goals and dreams for how they want to lead in the municipality where they were located. And it was very experiential. Had you not ever experienced that, it would be difficult for you to understand how local leadership is directly connected to the lives that we're living. And when we're talking about Black women, for example, who from 1619 till 1964 could be killed for trying to have this conversation, we realize just how important education, civics, and the capacity to gain experiential knowledge therein, how important that is, especially in a day like today. So let's get into this conversation. We have with us some amazing people, and I'm sure you all know their names as well, but I want to make sure that we acknowledge them as we get into it. Denora Gachatu, CEO of Do Something, Jenna Rayal, Director of Civics for All, New York City Public Schools, and Lisa Nishimura. How'd I do? I worked on it. New York Engagement Coordinator for Young Invincibles. And Denora, the work that you are doing is so significant. And I've seen you in so many spaces, and the way that you impact young people is absolutely phenomenal. Can you talk to us about what you have learned from actually engaging with millions of young people about what actually works? Because there's a whole lot of people who think we know what's going to move the young people. You're actually doing it. Talk to us about what's working for your organization.
Talking in my living room. Sorry, I need a microphone to talk to everyone. Hi, everyone. Good to see you. I'm Denora Gatacho. I'm the CEO of DoSomething.org. We are the hub for youth-centered leadership and service. We say our mission is to fuel young people to change the world. And by young people, we mean the 8 million young people that we've impacted over the last 32 years. They are in every area code in the United States and 189 countries. They come to us passionate, but very curious, sometimes even skeptical about what they can do. And so I want to pause for 1 second, just again to give Jessica some energy and love, because the journey that she was on is what we are trying to foster with young people around the globe. Young people are curious, but they're also incredibly skeptical. What we hear our members say, and we talk about 13 to 25-year-olds are Do Something members. They come to us and they say, I want to do something. Literally, the number one way they get to us is by Googling, what do I do? How do I do something? I became CEO of Do Something 4.5 years ago. And what I told our co-founder, Andrew Shue, was that Andrew Shue, yes, that one. I would never change the name, because every day you all wake up and you say, what do I do? How do I do something? And that's what young people are thinking about every single day. And then they're faced with, do I actually have the power, the knowledge, the skills? And as Jessica talked about, the sense of agency to actually do something. And that's the work that we're doing at Do Something. So we're a digital powered platform. We get young people as they come to us, and we help them go on this journey from that sense of civic curiosity, the what can I do, to the civic commitment. We're doing that through programming and campaigns and community, but also online, to get young people to understand they do have that ability, that sense of agency to do something. We hear young people say time and time again that they don't believe, especially in New York City. So I'm gonna give us a stat that's gonna be really shocking. 58% of New York City members of Do Something told us they don't actually have the confidence to know that they can do something in their community, in comparison to 74% of young people their age nationwide. So there's a gap there, just in a big city like this, 8.5 million people here, and a majority of young people believe that they can't actually do something. They don't have the power. And Jenna's gonna tell you a lot more about what's happening in classrooms to do that work. But we're getting young people outside of the classroom, right? They're coming to us curious to think, what is it that I can do? And so our work is to meet them where they are. We hear them say they care passionately about, and this part breaks my heart, both as a mother, but also as a leader. The number one issue that I've heard young people say they are concerned about doing something about in the last 4.5 years is their mental health and well-being. Young people say time and again, I wanna know what can I do to take care of myself and my peers. Well, we help them do something about that. We are not a mental health provider, so I'm never gonna purport that, but we've partnered with those who have subject matter expertise to to train over 10,000 young people to be mental health first responders. So when they see something, they need to say something to their peers, to their trusted adults, to whoever can help them on behalf of themselves and on behalf of their peers. They also say that they care passionately about making sure their voices are heard from government decision makers and leaders in their school community in particular. 87% of our members said they don't believe that us adults, are putting young people in the conversations or at the tables where they can actually make a difference in changing their community. And so our work is to train them, to give them the skills they need to know that they can do something. And then the last thing they say they care passionately about is climate and sustainability. They want to do what they can to help make their planet safe for all of us to continue to live in. That work takes time and effort. So it's not just about any person who clicks on our website is all of a sudden an activist. You actually have to educate young people, right? Respectfully, they have invented the earth. We need to educate them about the issues that matter and then give them those skills that help them be prepared to get out and lead. And then what we see, and this is the last thing I'll say, is that multiplier effect. Once we have an impact on one young person, they have an impact on 3 of their peers to get them to go do something else. So that peer-to-peer multiplier effect of like, yes, I saw the celebrity or I saw the PSA or I saw my educator. No, I saw my peer. I saw my peer have an impact in their community and I want to join that call to action.
So Jenna, I'm going to come to you in just a second, but Denora, I want to just ask, when it comes to, because you mentioned students from the ages of 13 to 25, I have a 12-year-old and I think this is a miraculous thing that you're able to accomplish. What is it about that age group that serves for you as an entry point to civic engagement?
So, right, think about the mind of a 13-year-old. I have both 13-year-old and 14-year-old daughters, so everybody keep me on their prayer list because I could do nothing right none of the time, but I keep trying. They are inward thinking, right? And at that age of 13, they're beginning to telescope out. So the world isn't just about them and themselves and all of their things. They begin to see the sense of community and that there's a world that's bigger than them. They're not going to see the whole world like the 25-year-old's going to see, but they'll see their school, they see their block, they see their friend group, as they call it, right? And they're thinking about what impacts do those things have on them and their lives. And then they're starting to get, like I said, curious, like what can I do to have an impact? And with young people at that end of the spectrum, as we talk about them, so those are middle schoolers and early high schoolers, it's about the simple acts, right? It's about the volunteerism. It's the one thing that you can do that fuels your ability to do something bigger. So we're not going to necessarily say to a 13-year-old, go launch an advocacy campaign. I mean, I do in my house because I'm me, but most 13-year-olds, it's like, well, why don't we start with volunteerism? Like if you are concerned about trash or the cleanliness of your community, let's talk about how you can clean up your community, right? We're hosting a bunch of street sweeps around the city in partnership with borough president's offices and other community leaders. Think there, start there, something small, and then talk about how that ladders up into additional funding that you need to eradicate the issue or advocacy you want to do. And so we start then with just that kind of piquing their curiosity and helping them with that small bite-sized easier action they can take to get engaged. The 25-year-olds, the older, the young adults, they think about advocacy and they think about their theory of change much differently. And so we're engaging with them differently.
I love that. Jenna, I want to now talk about the Civics for All initiative. I also have an 18-year-old, and I wish that he were getting more or had gotten more out of the civics education that a lot of people were very excited about. Sometimes there's a disconnect between what the program is purporting and what the students are receiving. Help us to level set. What is the Civics for All curriculum? Where is it currently accessible, and what are the goals of the program?
Yeah, absolutely. So Civics for All started in 2018. Mayor de Blasio announced his 10-point plan to increase access to democracy for New Yorkers. And of those 10 points, one of them was in the wording of the plan, we will start teaching civics in New York City public schools. And at the time, I was on the central office social studies team in New York City public schools. And you can imagine how that went over with the central office social studies. We were like, start teaching civics. But that also, we had to get humble, right? And we had to take a look at what is it that we're doing in schools that would make it so that the perception is that we're not teaching civics in New York City public schools? And the reality was, when we really looked at what we were doing, is we were teaching social studies. That is a legal requirement. We are required to teach social studies in our schools. And that's everyone's favorite civic thing. Like, my kid doesn't know the 3 branches of government. That's the civics point, right? And that's important. That's social studies, and that's foundational. And we were doing, if we did say so ourselves, like a good job of teaching social studies in schools. What we weren't doing was helping our young people understand, this is how the system works. This is how it impacts me. And this is how I can impact it. And so from there, Civics for All was born. And it was, how do we create something that is a companion to what should be being done in classrooms from kindergarten to 12th grade in social studies that helps students to see themselves in that? I recently gave an example on a panel that I was on about math. I was a good math student in school. I can tell you a squared plus b squared equals c squared. I have not used that in over 25 years. I don't know what it means anymore, right? Our students can know the three branches of government, but if we're not making it real for them, that's not going to mean anything into adulthood. And so what we're doing at Civics for All is first, we're trying to eliminate the civic empowerment gap to the extent possible in our school system, recognizing that for a lot of our young people, there are always going to be hurdles outside of the school system that they need to overcome and that we as a society need to contribute to eliminating for them. But within the school system, we want to eliminate that civic empowerment gap. And what that means is ensuring that every single student from kindergarten to 12th grade in New York City public schools has access to high quality civics education. That can look a lot of different ways. We have 4 ways that we're measuring that. One is through access to our curriculum, to a teacher presenting the Civics for All lessons to you that are grounded in students' lived experience in their communities. So not just the 3 branches of government that they're getting in social studies, but what are the assets in your community? How do we access those assets? What are the things that we would like to contribute to our communities? What are the things that are missing from our community? So that's step 1. 2 is democratic processes and involvement in democratic processes. We do that in most of our schools through our participatory budgeting program, where we give schools funding where the students decide, how do I spend this funding to improve quality of life in the school community? What we say with that is that you wouldn't put a student on stage to perform a ballet if they had never practiced it. We can't send students out into the world to participate in democracy without having practiced it. As much as I love a mock election, they're gonna happen all over schools in a couple of weeks. The students didn't actually vote for the mayor. They had the mock election, but there was no impact there, right? When they participate in something like participatory budgeting or a real life democracy experience, their vote counts for something that they can see happen. The third piece of that is public speaking and self-advocacy. And so we do that mainly through Project Soapbox, which is a program that we do in coordination with an organization called MICFA Challenge. They're a civics education organization. But we also encourage schools to find other ways to help students tap into their voice. And the fourth piece of that is that every single student engages in a civic action project at least once per grade band, K to 2, 3 to 5, 6 to 8, 9 to 12. And so that has been rolling out in phases. Obviously, Mayor de Blasio announced this in 2018. The program went to schools in the fall of 2019. I'm sure you can imagine it picked up so much speed in March of 2020. It was doing wonderfully. And at that point, we sent everybody home. And our focus was no longer on civics as much as it was on survival and helping parents become the teachers of their students. And so, we've had some hiccups along the way. But in New York City, there are 45 school districts. There are 45 superintendents. Of those 45, 32 of them have opted all of the schools in their district into providing these 4 entry points of access. Now, that doesn't mean that if you have a student in one of these schools, you're going to go home and they're going to tell you about all of the things that they're doing for all 4 points of access, right? We're rolling this out over time, but what we're really starting to see is this momentum, that these 32 superintendents have said that even though civics is not a requirement that I am meant to teach my students, social studies is, this is important enough to me that my students are being given these tools, that my students have access. The rest of the superintendents, it does not mean that they are not engaging their students in civics. We are rolling that work out there too. It's just they're in the last phase. So we're going to get there soon. That's where we are right now.
I'd want to just stick with this for a moment. We're nonpartisan, right? I just want to make sure I know where I'm at. Okay, let me put on my other hat. So, in light of what is currently happening, have you noticed either an uptick in interest in these sorts of programs? Is it basically the same? Are students, in your understanding, connecting real-world situations, see how nonpartisan I'm being, Sharon, real-world situations to their current lived experiences? When my kids are coming home, they're asking about, is ICE going to come to the school? What do I need to do? There are questions that they're asking. I'm wondering, are you seeing that them grappling with current realities as reflected in the curriculum and in the engagement that your educators are having with them in the classroom?
We are, absolutely. We're seeing that in students, and I will be frank about my role. My role is very teacher-facing. And what we're seeing are teachers really hungry for the professional learning and the support from us as to how can they support their students in getting a better understanding of the world around them and their place in it. And in this particular moment, like responding to their fears, responding to their desire to do something, right? And we recognize that work is not happening entirely within the school system. And that's where we tap on some of our external partners. We engage with Do Something, we engage with Mikva Challenge, we engage with Generation Citizen, other programs that we know we can point young people to so that they are not just feeling inside of the classroom, like that is their only access point, but that there are things they can do and they can connect to networks outside of school who can support them as well.
And I was just going to say, if I could add to that, because we are youth facing, we've had 50,000 new members come to our platform since the beginning of this year and say, what can I do? Right. And so some of the challenges like, oh, well, what's, again, this curiosity, what's accessible to them? And then how do we get them on the journey and stay on the journey, right? So young people will do a thing, they feel good. They're like, oh my gosh, I did something. And it's like, how do we keep them doing something, right? And help them build up what I like to call that civic muscle so that they're continuing to do something. And then we see that on the other side from educators who are like, oh, wait, I know, one, we offer volunteer credits. So a lot of young people need volunteer credits in order to graduate. So we're offering volunteer credits for some of our programs that allow young people to get some of the incentives or rewards for the work they're doing. We also offer scholarships, right? So young people are eligible to earn a scholarship for doing something. And so that also has generated, in a time where there are fewer resources, young people's interest in like, how am I going to pay for college? How am I going to have, affordability here, or even a sense of economic mobility? And so that also has been an incentive. So I think the hunger and demand is definitely there.
I love that. And our educators, because one of the challenges that educators often have is if a student is bringing into the classroom real world questions and wants to have a real world dialogue, in some spaces, that teacher is now in real world trouble. So how are we working to support our educators to make sure that they are able to have honest dialogue that is civically empowering in a way that will not have them in the rubber room?
Absolutely. A lot of our professional learning, that phrase. It's been a while since I've heard it.
Wow.
A lot of our professional learning, particularly over the last few years, has been geared towards meeting the moment and hard history. And so hard history, we always use it in quotes because the reality is like all history is hard history if you're really thinking about it appropriately. But what we want to make sure our teachers are equipped to do and our students are equipped to do is engage in civil discourse, right? We are not in this situation as a country, and I will, like you, choose my words carefully, because everyone had adequate civic education, right? And so first off, it's a teachable moment for our young people that if we ensure, when we think about New York City public schools, just so I can get a sense of scale here, right now, 1 in 300 Americans are sitting in our New York City public schools as students, right? So the impact that we can have when we think about giving them an adequate, appropriate, high quality civics education that the generations before them have not always had access to, and if we're being frank, intentionally so, right? So there's that. There's the piece that we're trying to ensure that as these 1 in 300 Americans age, that they have access to and the information they need. But also in this moment, that civil discourse is something that our young people are prepared for and our adults are prepared to support them in doing, and that they're not afraid of it. Realistically, if a teacher is teaching civics right, they are not teaching children what to think, they're teaching them how to think. And so we ensure that both that's the public perception and understanding, and sometimes that's difficult to get people to understand when we talk about civics, but also that teachers understand that that is a safe thing to do. That is your job as an educator, is to push your students to think critically. And so our role is to give them the tools to do that.
Thank you for that. Lisa, I saw your face do a thing that my face did when you and Jenna, you said you were good at math, and I think we shared a moment there. But I want, if you could, talk with us about the fact that, there are a lot of young people who want to do something. They are perhaps taking the curriculum that is allowing them access to basic knowledge and what civics looks like, but they don't necessarily, to your point, Denora, actually know where to start to apply that. Maybe they're a part of Denora's group, but maybe they're not. And so my question for you is, what are some of the practical entry points that you have seen, whether it's programs or mentorships or campaigns? What are some of the programs that you've seen that are actually good at activating civic engagement for young people?
Yeah. Oh. Am I on? Oh, okay, perfect. Hi, everyone. Well, first, I would like to say to Denora's point and everyone else on the panel, we are trying to meet young people where they're at. I think for Young Invincibles, we work with a wide age range from 18 years old to all the way up to 34 years old. And I'd like to say that it's kind of unique to have an organization that works with such a wide age range. And it's also a generational gap there as well. So working with different generations of folks and being able to talk with them, share spaces with them, create those spaces with folks. But I would like to say that, there are various entry points. Advocacy can look different to different people, right? It looks various ways. So like, for example, right, you can have someone enter into the civic engagement space or advocacy space by going to a workshop on advocacy, right? That could be one entry point. You can have someone who wants to have a more shorter commitment, but they still want to commit a bit more into like civic engagement and want to learn more about civic engagement. So in that case, with YI, we actually have a 12-week program called our Young Advocates program. So that is open to ages 18 to 34 years old. And that's really a paid leadership development program. So folks get paid like hands-on training on what advocacy looks like. What is advocacy? What is policy? How does a bill get passed? What is relational organizing? What does organizing look like? What are the foundations of organizing, right? So these are all different ways that folks can learn about civic engagement and advocacy. But also there's another program that we have that is a bit longer, which is our Youth Advisory Board. And our Youth Advisory Board is a year-long program, but it's 4 times a year. So for folks who are not able to commit to the Young Advocates program, for example, maybe they have a lot more experience, they are working professionals, because a lot of the folks that we may work with, right, we live in a capitalist society where folks need to survive, right? They have their basic needs, but they still want to be involved, they still want to be engaged. And that's another entry point for folks who are not able to commit to a 12-week program to be able to be involved, right? And being able to inform on our policies, right? Because a lot of the work that we do is, yes, we amplify a lot of young adult voices, but also having them give their inputs on what our priorities are for our region, right? So what are our priorities for New York State? Right? What is it something that we can talk to assembly member senators about? Also, when it comes to, Governor Hochul, right? Like, what are some priorities that we should be talking to Governor Hochul about and her team, right? And collaborating in that way. So those are different entry points for our folks to get involved. But I think also the most important thing here that Denora had mentioned is empowering our young adult base, right? Letting them know that they have a voice in this process, right? Our mission statement is to get folks involved in the political process. And the best way that we do that at YI is really amplifying their voices, their stories, because they are the experts in their own experiences. And that doesn't necessarily mean that like they have to know all the jargon that comes into a policy proposal, right? They can simply share their story, whether that's sharing their story to elected officials, whether that's sharing their story to the media, right? Or writing an op-ed, right? Writing a blog post. We have plenty of blog posts, op-eds, media hits that we've had with our young adult base, right? Jess is also one of those folks who was a part of our Young Advocates program, right? And moved on to the National Youth Advisory Board and formed on the federal policy. So there's many different entry points. And I think the most important thing here to understand is that advocacy can look various different ways for various different people. You just got to meet people where they're at.
I want to stick with you if we can, because as you're talking, I'm thinking about, you'd mentioned survival, and survival looks very different, I think, to young people now than it did when I was in that same 13 to 35-year-old age group. Although I'm still, we're still there. But when I'm thinking about survival right now, phrases like mutual aid becoming way more popular now than they have been at any point, at least in my lifetime. And when we're thinking about civic engagement, we have to think about when we're centering the experiences of the least of these, those who have been traditionally marginalized and excluded from society. We'll take it to folks in my ancestry as people of African descent coming here, gaining the right to vote vis-a-vis the 15th Amendment was not about wanting a piece of Americana, apple pie, and fireworks on the 4th of July. There was a recognition that if the sheriff is an elected position, and that sheriff also happens to be the Grand Master of the Ku Klux Klan, we got to get him out of there, right? If the tax assessor who's going to devalue our homes such that the bank is able to come in and remove them, then we are going to have to be able to vote for someone who can appoint a tax assessor who is not going to treat all Black inhabited housing as if it were subpar and able to be taken over. So survival means different. Oh, okay. Survival. Saying that to say survival means different things. And when we're talking about civics and survival, for some of us, it is an intellectual exercise that is in some way connected to our day-to-day experience, but can be somewhat removed if you have access to wealth, for example. Those of our community members who are struggling, dealing with real life issues before the current national situation became to be what it was, are dealing with ideas of how they are going to make $1 out of 15 cents. And then we ask them to go vote. We ask them to, and then we say, don't just vote. You got to go to the city council meeting. You got to go to this. You got to go to that. Make sure you're calling your electeds. How are you able to, with Young Invincibles, simultaneously empower them with the knowledge that they're going to need about how the chess pieces are moved on the board, while being able to then think about how those moves are going to directly impact their capacity to survive? And I'm thinking a lot of folks right now in that population very concerned with affordability. That's one of the things that we saw driving outcomes in the most recent election. Talk to us about how Young Invincibles is able to make that connection, civic engagement and actual survival for those who are thinking about mutual aid in ways that we haven't seen before.
That's a really good question. I think that we talk about survival a lot, and at our organization, we talk about how a lot of our young adults right now are struggling, like really struggling when it comes to just being able to make those ends meet, right? Because right now, a lot of young folks are talking about the job market, right? Workforce development. That's something that we actually work on at YI. We work on a myriad of issues like higher education, healthcare, workforce development, right? And then civic engagement is a piece in all of this. But it's really important to let folks know, like, all of these issues are intertwined at the end of the day, right? If you can't have your basic needs met, how can you expect to go to college, right? Also, if you are facing with student debt, you may face with like wage garnishments or having to repay your student loan debt, right? And then also having to, if you are struggling with finding a job, what happens then? And then if you're struggling with your healthcare and having access to healthcare, like all of these different pieces are really important for folks to know, like, hey, these are all connected. This is a part of a larger system. And if we are not affecting change in the policy spaces that we need to, if we are not able to have your voice in like city council meetings, right, committee meetings, right, or if they're not able to testify in person, like maybe virtually they can testify, right? It doesn't have to be in person, right? If there are opportunities like that, or even sharing their experience with the media, right? Because all of that, even storytelling, is narrative shift. Right? Like the most common example that I can think of, because I remember having a conversation with a legislator, I will not name who, but we talked about student debt. And we talked about how important it is for young adults to be able to have access to college, right? Have access to higher education, because that is a way for them to move up socioeconomically. Right. And I know a lot of folks saying like, well, college, like it's not worth it right now, but it is, right? It is worth having an education, having those spaces where you can have the civic engagement dialogues, right, with folks and share knowledge, share space, share experiences. So there is an aspect to that that's important. But I remember this legislator saying, almost as if saying that folks need to pick themselves up by their bootstraps. That mentality of like, well, kind of combating why, we shouldn't have like basic needs, like resources on campuses. But a lot of college students are facing basic needs insecurity, housing insecurity, food insecurity, right? Having mental health, right? Having mental health crises. And it's really important that like, for this legislator to understand that these are systemic issues that are going on as a result of policies that were passed that were not passed by this current generation and recent generations, right? And so it's really important for folks to understand, hey, this is a part of a larger system and your voice is needed to affect change. It's not that it's null and void, right? There are ways that you can advocate while you're also surviving under the system.
I think it's so important that you highlighted the fact that these issues of economic distress are not something that exists outside of lived experience. For example, at Medgar Evers College, Dr. Walik Boone has spearheaded Transition Academy, which is a program for college students who are facing food insecurity, housing insecurity. And when I was a college freshman working 3 jobs with no outside support and getting evicted from my dorm room and had to have friends buy me groceries and sneak them up to my door because I was too proud to take it, those sorts of structural disruptions of the accepted norms of poverty, I think, are extraordinarily important. So thank you so much for bringing that home. Denora, when we're talking about political engagement, at times you're going to be disappointed. I am consistently a disappointed New York City voter. let me move on. And I remember that when we were in the conversation preparing for this discussion, one of the things I noted was that it would be tragic if after seeing record numbers of young people coming out for the primary and then come out again for what will hopefully be record turnout for the general, if that palpable sense of disappointment that some folks felt after 2008, people who did not have a lot of civic engagement knowledge kind of thought that once we had President Barack Obama in office, he would be able to snap those melanated fingers and solve problems, the likes of which we have never seen. And there was intense disappointment. And I remember engaging with a young person who was saying, my cousin is locked up in XYZ state penitentiary, and he hasn't done anything about that. I said, well, he's the president of the federal government. You got to go local. This is a state situation you're talking about. But they did not. There was such anger and animosity build up due to a lack of information and knowledge. And we all know that our people suffer for a lack of knowledge. How does Do Something rebuild trust in political systems for young people who came out and vote and maybe didn't know that there was like 364 other days of things that we have to do, and perhaps they are disillusioned about elections? I've heard a lot of people say, my votes don't count. What do you say to people who maybe tried a little bit to engage in civics and then got a little burned or didn't see the outcome that they wanted and now feel a sense of disillusionment?
Well, first of all, I want to, that's a phrase I'm going to carry with me, to snap my melanated fingers. In my house, I'm going to be like, I snapped my melanated fingers. Why didn't y'all listen, teenagers? And roll my eyes. No, jokes aside. I think that's the reality, is that for too long, we've also put too much, and don't attack me for this, I'm saying something provocative. We've put too much emphasis on the act of voting itself. And so as Jenna noted, let's talk about the systemic generational dismantling of our education system and civics education in particular. And so let's remember, public schools in particular were founded with the notion of educating young people who went to those buildings, about how to participate in democracy, because democracy is a complex political system that if we gave a quiz right now, no shade to anybody in this room, many of us might struggle with, how does this actually work? And so if you've dismantled the system and told everybody to go look over here at STEM or something else, no shade to STEM, important work too, then of course people aren't going to be prepared to participate. And then what we say is, oh, by the way, the ruse is go vote. If you go vote, everything's going to be solved magically. But we didn't actually educate you about what happens beyond that. And so the work that Jenna's doing in the classroom, the work that we are doing with our young people on the platform, the work that is happening across the board is really about how do we reinstitute those notions of civic engagement to a digital native generation, right? So young people are not just waiting for information to happen to them in classrooms. They can go get it themselves. Literally, I think I'm like this protective mother who's like got all these parental controls on the phone and all the things. And my kids are still asking me tough questions about societal issues. One, they're learning it at school, but two, they have literally computers in the palm of their hands. Right? And they've also learned how to go around what I thought I snapped my melanated fingers and did to prevent them from Googling things, right? And so the reality is, if we have not educated a digital native generation for how to participate in a 21st century democracy, then we fail. A majority of people on this planet are millennials and Gen Z, and they make up a majority of our electorate. And if we haven't convinced them not only about the civic knowledge piece, right? Because we're going to work hard to get that reinstituted, notwithstanding best efforts to thwart us. But they also need civic skills. So they need to know, what are they supposed to do? It's great if you have knowledge. If you don't know what to do, then you're still sitting there mad that the president of the United States didn't get your cousin out of jail. If you don't have a sense of civic identity, let's all remember, each one of us shows up in a different way as a civic leader. So I may be the person who's motivated by being at the protest. Jenna may be the person who's going to write the op-ed, right? And we have to then think about what Lisa's role is or what Lurie's role is. But each of us are taught to believe that our role is the same, just participate. Well, participation has to look differently for every young person. And then we need that sense of agency. And that sense of agency of what can I do? I feel like I've done something, has to start with what matters to young people. Respectfully, they are very self-involved generation, respectfully to them. And so they're thinking, first and foremost, what's in it for me? And then I'll think about what's in it for all of us. And some of it, as I talked about already, is developmentally appropriate, especially at the younger end of the scale. But you layer in technology and social media, it's not cool necessarily to be an advocate or to be civically engaged. And so we've got to build in that sense of civic identity and civic agency so that they can then perpetuate that with their peers. And so in this moment, it isn't. We often talk to young people about what are they showing up for? We have a whole program we run around showing up for what. It starts first and foremost with what matters to you, and then it ladders into how do I get to the ballot box. It doesn't start with just going to the ballot box. Because if they think immediately that democracy is like this thing that they do, like, and it's just going to happen magically, as opposed to a full contact sport, I like to say. You have to participate in the full contact sport that is democracy regularly. You don't have to believe that the minute you walk out the ballot box, magically we coronated leaders, because still in the United States, it's a nonpartisan statement, we don't coronate leaders. So if you want to have your voice heard, you actually have to know what to do, you have to practice doing it, and then you have to keep doing that thing.
The fact that we have to say that's a nonpartisan statement, child, I'm just saying the times we are in, they are a-changing. Jenna, let's talk about how we measure success. I'm moving on because I got a habit of saying things. Let's talk about how we measure success, right? You all are investing in this program. Do Something is doing this work. Young Invincibles are preparing the young people. We just had a State of Young Black Voters conference at the Center for Law and Social Justice at the college. Everyone is trying to do what they can to make sure this next generation is prepared. How do we measure what success looks like?
I'm going to talk about success in the immediate because I think things are too urgent right now for us to think about what success looks like, down the road. In any given moment, success for us in schools is student perception. And we heard this from Denora before. If students believe they have the tools to do the thing, they will do the thing. And so it's ensuring that our young people feel prepared and empowered, and that they don't feel like there is a gold ticket to civic empowerment and civic engagement that they don't have yet. And that's why we share the sentiment of we need to de-emphasize voting as the gold standard of civic engagement. Yes, it is important. Obviously, we want everyone who votes to vote. We've registered 90,000 voters in the last 5 years. I'm very proud of that. But that does not mean anything if they don't, A, show up and vote. So first, we can register them all we want. If they don't understand, if they don't have the voter education coupled with that, they're not going to show up and do something with it. I love saying do something when I'm sitting next to Denora. But more importantly, that they feel that it is their place to engage in their community, that they feel like they know what it means to engage with their community, they understand their place in the system, and that the system expects and needs them to participate in it. So there are lots of ways we can measure success. There are all these metrics of what students know and what students do 10 years, 20 years, 30 years down the line. But right now, we need the young people to feel as though they know and they have the tools that they need to engage right now.
I love that. Lisa, final question for you. What about peer networks, youth-led organizing? What role do these elements of our society play in ensuring that people in the generation that Young Invincibles is targeting they're not just being invited to an episodic burst of, I got a fit of the civics and I'm going to do this thing and then I'm going to retreat back into my very non-civically engaged world. How do we put them on a pathway that is sustainable and really puts them on a lifelong path towards engagement, as opposed to just doing this quick little flash mob situation here and then going back to business as usual?
I think it's really interesting that we're having this conversation, especially with the upcoming election going on. And I feel like maybe folks share the same sentiments, and Jenna was kind of alluding to this. Civic engagement is not just voting, right? There has to be more to your involvement as a civic participant to not just vote, but also just continue that conversation. And at YI, there's so many different entry points that folks can take, but also it's really important for folks to know that peer-led networks, organizations like YI, like all the folks on this panel who, really allow young adults or youth to really lead this movement, lead this change, right? It serves as a sense of community, a sense of camaraderie among folks, because again, if certain things are not going the way that we plan when it comes to the election season, right? And hopefully there's a good turnout for this election season, of course, but if things don't go, the way that they had expect them to, or we had expect them to, where are they going to turn to, right? Immediately folks can feel demoralized, right? There is no other pathway forward. And it's really important to have these peer-led networks so folks feel like there is a sense of community, but also we like to say at YI, train the trainer, right? So a lot of the young adults that we work with, right, they talk to other young adults. They talk to their peers, whether that's on campuses or they're working, right, at their job. they also have the skills and the knowledge, the foundational tools to be able to advocate beyond just voting, right? It's not just voting, it's actually really being involved in your community. That's why we teach organizing, right? A lot of organizing is having conversations, right? So have conversations with your neighbors, have conversations with your coworkers, right? Organize, learn how organizing works, right? If there's an issue at your job, how can you organize? We've seen so many organizing happening all across the country when it comes to like Starbucks, right? And the conditions that Starbucks workers are working under. And so now you see how Starbucks has been responding to that. So there's various ways that folks can really stay involved. And that's why it's really important to have these peer-led networks, because also folks feel like, okay, I can, even if this thing had happened, like I can still continue to, build a movement, be a part of the change and not feel demoralized. And also, these serve as incubators for inspiration for our young adult bases. So yeah, like I feel like this really hits home for me, because I really want folks to feel inspired and not feel demoralized, especially in the state of the country that we're in right now.
So I will leave us all with this comment. We have a variety of programs that we use at CLSJ. We are a law center, yes, but we recognize that freedom for Black people is not coming through the courts. And so we also incorporate a variety of educational opportunities, public policy and whatnot. And we have book clubs and film series, because we are targeting for our Future, Our Vote campaign, non-voters between the ages of 17 and 40 years old from the Pan-African communities here in New York City. We had a young sister who came to a book club event, and I thought she was going to be very pleasant and nice. And she was pleasantly lighting us up, because she had questions and she was pushing on, and she said, and this is why we don't vote. And you guys always telling us to come out. And I said, well, hold on now, sis, hold on. We ain't one of them organizations that's going to say, go vote or die. Like, that's not how we roll. And I tried to explain it to her, and she was very animated. And I was like, all right, well, obviously that wasn't a success. And, feeling kind of bad about it, packed up and went home. The next month at the film series, this young sister came to the film series, and I was like, well, wait a minute. You told me the last time you was done with us. And then, of course, I said it much nicer than that. And then she came to some more events, and we weren't scramming, we weren't shoving vote down her throat. We were talking about engagement, many of the things that you just mentioned. And she came to the debate party that we had earlier in Brooklyn this year. And she was taking notes. And then she had questions afterwards. And the questions were much nicer. They were like, well, because when that person said this, I thought that meant XYZ. What did you think that meant? And so we got to have a wonderful conversation. When I tell you this sister registered to vote and voted, in addition to then going out and being a part of her community and engaging and educating, it was literally that pathway. And had we written her off, which would have been just a trashy thing to do, but had we written her off and sort of dismissed her capacity to be a vibrant and engaging and powerful part of the community, we would have missed her. And so often civic engagement is not necessarily coming from young people in ways that we recognize being civically engaged, but they care, they are passionate, and they are righteously angry and wanting to find ways to get engaged. And if we can point them in the right direction, child, the liberation that they will be able to bring to this city is amazing. And young people, millennials and younger, if y'all voted in your numbers, you could run New York City for generations to come. So figure out how to make that happen, in addition to everything that we shared here. Thank you all so much for this panel. If you could please give them a round of applause. We are going to now turn our attention back to our Madam Moderator, who's going to lead us into the next program.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you for a very rich conversation. I have youth in my home, 12 and 16, and I need those prayers too. I totally understand. Of all the coaching conversations I have, I'm definitely going to take this one back home and start having that type of conversation in my house around civic engagement. So thank you. All right, my friends, we are about to enter into our final panel of the day. And this one is about the systems, policies, and leadership models that will shape the next generation of women's power in New York City. Please welcome moderator Denise Miranda, who is the commissioner of the New York State Division of Human Rights, and she is going to have a discussion around the future we build, policy, power, and the next generation of women's leadership. Welcome.
Okay, come on now, ladies. We're the last ones up. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, I know we're the last panel of the day, but they are talking about policy and power and leadership, and you should all be extremely excited about this group that we have here. Waiting for one more person. There we go. Hi, Susan. So, are we awake? Come on now. We're getting there. We're getting there. I know that lunch was really fantastic, and most of us are probably on that sugar crash after those cookies, but come on, hang in there with me. So, everyone here sees the names and the bios of this amazing group of women, but we're going to start with a little icebreaker, and I want all of you to share your first job, your first W-2 job. I think it's important for everyone in the room to realize we all didn't start here. I started in the dressing room of Mandy's. If you know, if you're a certain age, you know what Mandy's, right? Thank you. Thank you for the over 50 in the room. In the dressing room at Mandy's.
I will not count my many years of babysitting and nannying, but my first W-2 job was I was an ice cream scooper at a family camp near my home.
Okay.
My husband's first job, he couldn't eat ice cream for a whole other year.
For years.
Mine was conducting the Adult Education Center choir in Cambridge, Massachusetts. My earlier life.
Commissioner, what a fantastic question. Thank you. I was a summer camp counselor at the Jewish Community Center, and I got Camp Counselor of the Year.
Anyone heard of the best supermarket in the world, Wegmans? I was a cashier at Wegmans.
Thank you, ladies. Again, where we start isn't where we finish. And for the young folks in this room, I think it's really important to understand that there is a world of opportunity out there. Sometimes it starts in a dressing room or with an ice cream or at Wegmans. So let's get into this conversation. Andrea, you've worked in global cities and worked on issues of climate resilience as well as gender equity. What lessons have you learned from your international travels that you think can be applied here in New York?
Great question. Thank you. So just a bit of background, I work for Bloomberg Associates, which is the pro bono consulting arm of Bloomberg Philanthropies. We work with cities around the world on a range of priority projects to those cities, whether it's a sustainability project, urban planning, communications, municipal transparency and efficiency, all sorts of different types of projects. So I've seen a lot of great examples of this in the cities I've worked in. I'll highlight two. One, for example, is the city of Guadalajara. Mayor Veronica Delgadillo Garcia was the first woman to be elected mayor of the city of Guadalajara, and she ran on a campaign of really infusing empathy and care into the way that city government functions.
Imagine that.
What a concept.
I know.
So this looks a lot of different ways in kind of her current administration. It not only means centering inclusion and representation in her organizational structure, it also means promoting programs that support caregivers and women-led households. It means prioritizing changes to the built environment that improve conditions for the most marginalized communities, improvements to lighting, improvements to sidewalks, public space. She even does a weekly walking town hall where she goes to different neighborhoods throughout the city with her department heads and engages directly with residents to talk about the good, the bad, and hear about their needs firsthand. So I think what's really striking about the work that Mayor Garcia is doing is you can really feel the empathy and care in every aspect of the way that she is governing. So that's one amazing example I would highlight. Also, the City of London is really working to leverage data more effectively to make decisions and target investments for communities that really need it. So we worked with the City of London, the Greater London Authority, to develop a series of climate risk maps that look at different hotspots of risk across the City of London. And it's not just looking at environmental data. These maps are also looking at demographic data, social vulnerability data, thinking about what communities, what people are most significantly impacted by climate hazards. So we created these maps and have been working with local boroughs to leverage that data and use it to engage with their communities, to talk about climate risk and to talk about, what that means for them, what their needs are in their communities, and using that information to guide the creation of local plans and local policy is crucial. So I would say kind of a combination of inclusive governance, as well as a kind of a responsible approach towards leveraging both quantitative and qualitative data are great ways that I see cities around the world kind of chipping away at how to embed women's perspectives and experiences into the programs they're shaping and just how city government works.
So what I hear is that we can learn something in Guadalajara. We would cross the border and take some lessons from a strong woman.
Certainly.
Absolutely. And Susan, you're no stranger to women-led organizations internationally as well. What are some of the opportunities you see for intersectionality that can exist here in New York City?
So much work going on caring cities in Latin America in particular. I can't wait to talk to you, Andrea, about it. But yes, Commissioner, can I call you Denise?
You can call me Denise. I insist on it.
I've learned from all 34 of our women-led partner organizations over Women Strong's 10 years. And before that, I learned from the women leaders in the 11 sub-Saharan cities where I led Colombia's Millennium Cities Initiative. And my first and last takeaway, and the reason I founded Women Strong, frankly, is to listen to women, because they always know what they and their families and communities need in order to thrive. And we need to listen to them and take heed of what they say. And then our job is to leverage the partnerships and the technical and financial resources that can enable them to put those solutions into practice. So there's two other things that go along with that. The second one is connecting them to women like them who are doing similar things so that they can learn from and share with each other and to build that sense of solidarity and shared purpose. And then the third is to help strengthen them in the way they say they need, not the way somebody else says they need. And so that might mean something as simple as lending them a venue for an event, or lending them a technical expertise to put together a database, or fine-tune their monitoring evaluation, or leveraging the partnerships. In New York, that would mean, going to the anchor institutions, the universities, the hospitals, the parks and library systems. It could mean state, national, and international organizations that are aligned with similar things, to foundations, obviously, to corporations that can help them, to local electeds, to civil servants, to anybody who can help them. That goes to, unions, co-ops, community boards, just so that they can have the sort of expertise and resources, again, in order to put their solutions into practice.
Thank you. So we've gone around the world and we've taken some international lessons, but now we're going to bring it on home with our deputy mayor. We're going to talk about what we can do at City Hall. So what does it look like to build a City Hall that is truly inclusive and includes co-governance? And I know you and I know a little bit about government, both on the state and the city level. So interested in sharing your perspective with this room.
Sure. So thank you for the opportunity to answer the question and just share my thoughts. I have often said that working in this particular administration, for a variety of reasons, has been the most incredible experience of my life. Not the least of which being that I've had the opportunity to work with not only such a diverse group of leaders, but a diverse group of women leaders. And in a way that is not just women have been sort of relegated to positions that are normally for us, but put into positions very particularly that are the most important positions in the administration. So when this administration started January 1st, 2022, 5 out of the 6 deputy mayors were women. Not women from the nonprofit sector, women who had run multiple city agencies, women who were responsible for operations, which has DOT, DOB, DEP, right? Some of the most operational agencies that keep our city moving, that were responsible for health and human services, right? So all of our medical agencies, our homeless system, et cetera, as well as strategic initiatives, which is all of the other important things, right? Figuring out how we are paying nonprofits, being focused on early childhood education. So things that touched sort of every component of a New Yorker's life. And it was entrusted rightly into the hands of women. And I think that they did an exceptional job. And those who are here continue to do an exceptional job. And we've brought in new leaders, some of them also women who have also done an exceptional job. And I think what I liked about it was really all about qualifications, right? It was really all about who is the person who actually knows what they're talking about, who's going to get in the room. And it has transformed the way that we have led this government. We talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. We talk about what it's supposed to mean. But to actually sit in the cow, for those of you who don't know, it's like a Knights of the Round Table room in City Hall with this a literal round table that cannot be moved. And you sit there and you sort of look at each other, and we would sit there and talk about our lived experiences. What was it like for us? What is it like for our children? What is it like for our grandparents as they've moved through the world, tried to get education, tried to avail themselves of government services? Actually design policies that are supposed to reflect what that experience has been, the things that we want to change. And we were supported, quite frankly, by a leader who said, go do it, right? And in addition to that, may have asked additional questions about us not going far enough. Right. So that to me has been transformative. It's been the only time in my professional career where I have felt that supported in us being able to sit down and infuse that into the work that we have done. And then we've done tangible things, right? We have Women Forward NYC, which was a $43 million investment as we think about workforce participation. Women.NYC, which is connecting women to the fastest growing tech environment. So green economy, technology, as well as the life sciences. It provides mentorship, all sorts of additional support. There's New York City, Her Future, which empowers young women and girls to think about civic education, what their role will be, how they could be the next individuals in the future. And then DCAS, which is one of my organizations, right? We're focused on the hiring for the largest municipal government in the city at 350,000 people and figuring out how we can make sure that equity and inclusion is infused in how we look at candidates, how we think about promotion, how we have folks thinking about succession plans and agencies, which is something we often don't think about in government, but we know both on the state side, Denise, as well as on the city line, we have a ton of folks that are retirement eligible, right? And so really thinking creatively about how we can make sure that the right qualified individuals who look and feel like the population of New York City are actually positioned well to move forward.
Not that we're retirement eligible or anywhere near that, right? Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And so let's talk a little bit about AI, emerging technology, and civil rights and democracy, something that I'm particularly interested in as we see the world of AI growing and that intersectionality really being an important part of the conversation, not just for those of us who've been doing this for a long time, but also as a tool for reaching out to young people. And I guess my question would be, how do we ensure that women of color and other vulnerable, marginalized communities are not excluded from that access?
Yeah, thank you so much, Denise. When we think about, technology is woven into our everyday life, right? I always say the technology train is coming. How do we make sure that communities at the margins are able to choose their seat on said train? And the reality is, if we're not at the table building the technology products, oftentimes we're not thought about in the design, right? So this is something we've seen historically when we think about the manufacturing industry from the perspective of the automotive industry. Years ago, historically, crash dummies that were used typically mirrored the quote unquote average male. It was like 5'10", 180 pounds. But this test dummy was not created in the likeness of a woman. It didn't account for the build, the stature, the differences in musculature. And as a result, there was an increase in accidents, women being impacted more than men being impacted, and more women dying than men. The way we look at it now today, I think about it from the perspective of facial recognition, technology, and biometric data. There will be a day that our faces are scanned to make assessments on our creditworthiness, on the ability to get a loan. It's not just TSA scanning, right? That's something that we're doing now. It's not just fingerprint scanning your child at Six Flags Astroworld or Six Flags wherever you are to gain entry into a theme park, but it may impact our housing, our employment, and our credit. And if we know that facial recognition technology has a margin of error between women and men, with the greater margin being for women, and then increase that for women of color, right? And these assessments are being used to determine whether or not you can get a loan or a job, who's holding the systems accountable? So I think how do we ensure fairness for women and women of color? We mandate civil rights audits. We embed the Civil Rights Act of 1964, but make it fit the digital economy. We embed it into the framework of how we build AI tools. We hold government, city government, and federal government accountable for the ways that AI tools are being built, especially when it relates to public services like housing, healthcare, and employment. I think a second thing that we can do is mandate who builds the technology. A couple years ago, I think in 2018, the Congressional Black Caucus issued a letter to the top 10 big tech companies. And they said, yes, we know your engineers are building things, but who are your lawyers that are counseling on the products, right? And I'm a product lawyer by trade. And they were mandating tech companies. And at the time, I was in a big tech company, but they were mandating that more lawyers of color are putting the safeguards around these products before they go to launch. Because we know that when products are built within companies, they have to go through an internal review, oftentimes with a lawyer assigned to it. So that's an example. How do we mandate who is designing and building said products? And then third, how do we make sure we invest in the pipeline that is to come? So when I was at Facebook, then Facebook, now Meta, I created a scholarship program called the Project Height. I named it after civil rights leader Dorothy Height, are people familiar with Dorothy Height? Okay, thank you. I mean, is everything, right? Just a giant civil rights leader. I mean, there were so many women who were doing the thing during the civil rights movement, who were like the invisible women. And Dorothy Height was one of those people, right? So we named the scholarship after her. We partnered with the Dorothy Height Foundation and the National Council of Negro Women, where Dorothy Height was the president for over 40 years. And, we created a scholarship, $270,000 for 27 students. Not only did we give them each $10,000, but I created a curriculum for them so that they would have knowledge and access to information about what it's like to build in a tech company, right? Our chief technology officer, who was incredibly busy, he took the time to meet with those students for an hour to teach them about his work, what he does, and allow them to ask questions. So it is investing in the next generation as well. And it wasn't just technical students, it was also non-technical. We're not all going to be technical. We don't need to all be technical, right? But building this in a way that is equitable requires multiple disciplines.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Susan, let me ask you a question. From your perspective, what are the biggest barriers holding back systemic change, whether capital and or siloed institutions? And how can we have philanthropy and government work together to deal with those challenges?
Land is one. Sorry. Land is a big problem. Whenever you have the idea, that vacant property, that could be a community garden or a housing co-op or maybe even a community land trust if it's a big lot. All of a sudden, these liens pop up. The minute someone has filed paperwork on it, these ancient liens of some property owner or landowner who's got a grievance and wants to call back a few dollars, and you can't use that thing, and it's slowed down. The protection of private property and developers' interests also impedes sort of pro-public good action in the form of NIMBYism, where anything you might want to do, oh my goodness, they're coming to the neighborhood, and then there's this sense of we can't use this land for that, and property values might go down and all that kind of stuff. But I do want to talk about silos and government silos, and I think that the deputy mayor may have some experience with this, because to address women's needs and the needs of whole communities and populations, we really must take a whole of government approach. And that means shattering the walls between departments and agencies and between the public sector and the private and philanthropic one, but I'll get to that. So that means the people in urban planning have to be working with those in health and public works and schools and public transit and water and sanitation and the sports facilities and parks and libraries, because otherwise it's not going to get done. People's needs, guess what, don't come in silos. And to meet their needs, you have to have services, and services are at their essence intersectional. In New York, they're mostly intercultural, and most services do require the acknowledgement and recognition of our human rights, which cut across silos. So in another Mexican city, in a very poor and underserved part of Mexico City called Iztapalapa, they understand this. And the mayor there and the whole city hall reorganized to break down these barriers and in order to facilitate the singular holistic focus on meeting people's needs. And they've done this through a series of activities in these big, beautiful community centers called utopias, where there are health services and sports facilities and facilities for carers, caregivers, and legal support where you need it, all different kinds of things, solving a particularly local water problem. And they've done this through community consultation and by departments working together. Now, I was just there, that project is being scaled up across Mexico City because the mayor of that little part of town is now the governor of all of Mexico City. So we'll see how that breaking down of bureaucratic towers of sort of power and expertise translates to the national capital, where there's so many politics and private sector interests and impacts on national and international markets at stake.
I don't know if it's lost on anyone, but it is really rich that there are some amazing lessons to be learned in Mexico. And yet we're living in a time, right, where one would think that there isn't real value for the people, the ideas, and the thoughts and the leaders that are there. So thank you for sharing those insights. And of course, we're talking about urban planning. So I'm curious as to your perspective, Andrea, regarding environmental justice as well as women's justice, gender justice in urban planning and how that plays out.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that they are intrinsically intertwined because climate inequities and gender inequities overlap. The people who are often walking children to school or navigating uneven sidewalks or inaccessible transit hubs with strollers, or people waiting in the peak hours of sun but off-peak hours for transit for a bus, or people giving either informal or formal care to elders, to family, to friends, to children. Those people are often women. And that doesn't even get into the intersectionality of it all. But if you're adding climate hazards on top of that, extreme heat, flooding, that's a lot of strain on people who already shoulder these responsibilities for their families and their communities. So I think if we are not proactively incorporating their experiences and perspectives into how we plan and fund our infrastructure investments, we're risking reinforcing inequity. And those people's experiences should be treated as a data point that is as crucial and as critical as how we often treat qualitative data. And their experiences and perspectives also need to be incorporated into policy, into the way that we even structure the projects and the way that we approach our work in city government. And I would say that they're not just participants in an engagement process, but they should be co-designers of the solutions that we are creating, not designing for people, but with people.
That was going to be my question. How do we bring those voices to the table, right? And I think, you're touching on this, and Susan, you are as well. But how do we ensure that those voices are actually at the table?
I think a lot of it is meeting people where they're at. I raised this example of the mayor of Guadalajara, doing these walking town halls. And I think part of the beauty of that, not everyone can get to a community center to have their voices heard. Not many people know that these events are going on. Meeting people where they're at, making yourself uncomfortable, putting yourself as leaders in the community into positions where you're meeting people physically where they're at, but also linguistically where they're at. I think city government needs to go out of their way to put themselves in those positions and in front of the people that are most marginalized. And I think you see a lot of cities that are too afraid to put themselves in those positions, leaders that are too scared to get that face-to-face criticism, much less week to week.
Right.
So I think getting uncomfortable and rethinking the way that we design our systems and the way that we go about engaging with people, that's crucial.
Thank you. Susan, in terms of engagement.
Yeah, whether you're talking about long-term community development or a seasonal public art project or effective disaster response, people, the foundations, the funds, the agencies, the electeds need to engage women from before the beginning of the process. And if they don't know who they are, you say, well, how do we get them to the table? You know, the policymakers need to go out and find out who they are. Who are the effective women leaders in each community on each issue, and get them to the table, compensate them for being at the table for as long as they're there, hear their needs, hear their vision of what's needed, put that down on paper, go back to them to check the citing, to confirm the proper citing of any proposed project, to make sure it's safe and appropriate and meets communities' needs, and then involve them wholly in the design, the planning, the programming, the build out, and the after action review so that they can fix the things that didn't get fixed. It's absolutely essential. This is happening all over New York. We've seen it in Chelsea with Christine Berthet in the Department of Transportation on community planning. We've seen it in Harlem, and We Act for Environmental Justice does this a lot on community planning and health-related planning, and then up in Bradhurst with HECI and community planning for the build-out and the Superfund site up there. So it can happen. It does happen. We need to make it happen much more and to integrate the public and private sectors with it.
Thank you for highlighting that important point about compensating women, because it is so essential that people realize the value of those voices and those perspectives, and they're worthy of compensation. And very often we believe that just offering you a seat at the table should be sufficient. And our time, right, and our ideas and our experience are worthy of compensation. So thank you for bringing that up.
They are the experts. They're the local experts, and they need transportation to get there, and they need a snack. They need childcare. Exactly.
So Camille, you spoke about many of the highlights in your experience at City Hall and the achievements of working with, you know, an extremely diverse, brilliant, dynamic group of women, part of the mayor's administration. But can you talk to us a little bit about some of the barriers and the challenges that you've experienced during these past 3.5 years?
You want to limit that?
No.
There's
and
so
it's
much material.
It's a safe space. It's just us. So, you know, pretend we're having a cocktail.
So it's interesting, right? I have a don't really give a shit attitude towards many things. And so I'm not a person who sees a lot of barriers. I refuse to see a lot of barriers. I fully expect that I'm going to be usually the only in the room, right? The only woman of color, the only immigrant, for those of you who are not aware, I was born in Trinidad and Tobago. And then you encounter a room full of people. I have no idea what their perspective is going to be. And quite frankly, I don't care. I'm going into that room to say what I think, to raise the voices of the people that I think are not being represented in the conversation. And I think what was so refreshing to me about this particular administration is I was working with a lot of badass other women who didn't give a shit either. And quite frankly, we were all there challenging, pushing each other, as well as pushing others. I think it starts from the small to the large, right? And some of it has already been touched on, and I want to pull on another through line that I've heard here. So first of all, putting a pin in this and going back to a point that you made, Denise, about the international lessons, right? It shouldn't be a surprise to us that we can learn things from other societies. But I think as we sit here in the United States, it's very easy to think that we're the hottest shit ever. And quite frankly, when you go other places, you learn you are in fact not. That there are tons of people that have been doing tons of things for a long time, and that there is an arrogance that we can experience, that when we go to other cultures, it can be humbling. And so it's something that we should learn from. Even our current political climate, right? There are tons of other countries that have gone through experiences like this, and we should not be ashamed. We should not be afraid to do it. I had the opportunity to go to Paris through a Bloomberg program to talk about migration. And it was incredible because there were mayors and deputy mayors there from countries across the globe. And fundamentally, we were all dealing with the same issues. So it's something that we should be paying attention to. And silos, not just between agencies, not just between private, public, philanthropy, but between countries, is something that we should be really leaning into and paying attention to. The barriers, small and large, typically come from the same things you would expect. Who is the person in the room? Who is actually invited to have the conversation? When you're thinking about budgeting, is it a room full of white guys that are sitting there thinking about how much they want to spend or what they want to prioritize? We can sit here in City Hall and have a perspective on these great policies that we think are going to impact our communities. But then when it comes back to us after the budget team has approved it and it looks completely different from the priorities that we've outlined, that's a challenge. And so we need to be at the table in every single step of the process, in budgeting, in procurement, in the legal analysis, in the policy development, in the communication shop, right? And where you see breakdowns, where you don't have diversity threaded through all of those things, you will find that you bump into challenges, right? So if you extrapolate backwards, it should be obvious, but it's not. There are quite a few people that don't have the bravery. Quite frankly, some of us women don't support each other. We say we do, but we don't actually support each other the way that we should. And we are intimidated by things that look or feel different or that feel threatening. And so I think that, we've had ups and downs, but we've been very fortunate as an administration to be able to sort of continue to drive those things forward. And I think a big part of it is because we are willing to have hard and difficult conversations, and because it's not just the deputy mayors. I mean, the amount of diverse commissioners across the entire city has been significant. And so there was a period of time where there was a lot of chatter about the city falling apart, which quite frankly enraged me because the city was not, right? It has been run very well. The trash has been picked up. Things have been collected. People have gone. They've gotten their licenses, all the things, right? All of those things are happening because fundamentally the 350,000 strong administration of New York City, which is incredibly diverse and has been probably most diverse under this administration, they show up every day for New Yorkers.
You spoke about the experience of being at the table, but I'm all too familiar, as you are, with the conversations that occur when the coffers are being opened, right? And what that room looks like. So oftentimes we're at those tables and it is very diverse. But when it comes down to the spending, to the budgetary allocation and what the priorities are, you look at those rooms and they do not look like this. And those are the rooms that we need to be in. And if we're not in those rooms, then we need to hold them accountable for the decisions that end up being our responsibility to roll out and communicate, right, to the public and to the community.
And that's when you kick down doors.
That's right.
Which we've done. I mean, there have been a couple of topics that we felt very strongly on. Quite frankly, a decision had been made. We gathered in somebody's office and we were like, yeah, that's not going to happen. And we went and we fought for it and it worked. And I mean, I think there's a combination of reasons why that happened, but we have to believe in our own strength. And we have to believe the same way that other people will go sort of, there's the meeting after the meeting after the meeting, right? We know that those things happen. And so we need to be in that last meeting.
That's right. So Julie, talking about civil rights, talk to us about a digital civil rights framework and what that looks like. And I think the other thing I'm curious, and I'm sure others in this room, especially your background in AI and technology, a lesson for us to take away when we leave here, a word of caution or a word of advice. But certainly let's talk first about the digital rights, the civil rights framework within the digital world.
Yeah, so I think a digital civil rights framework, to me, like putting on my legal hat at its base, should be taking the current existing Civil Rights Act of 1964, all the Civil Rights all the civil rights laws that exist, both federally, statute-wise, or even down to the city level, and augmenting that for the digital economy, right? And I'm going to keep saying this over and over, HEC, 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 housing, employment, and credit. These are going to be the three areas that pose the greatest risk when we think about economic opportunity: housing, employment, and credit. So to me, I think a digital civil rights framework looks like, from a data perspective, any person in the city of New York, independent of your zip code, independent of where you live, your digital literacy, you having a bare understanding of your data, how it's being used, how it's being collected, and what you can do to push against it, right? I think one of the recommendations that the coalition has made, we recently met with legislators in the state of Illinois, but mandating some sort of algorithmic accountability around any sort of tools that are used for housing, employment, and credit in the state of Illinois. Now, I will say the state of Illinois is a pretty good model, primarily because they've been more consumer friendly. They were the first state to push back against biometric data in 2017 with their BIPA statutes. I believe New York has created something similar or analogous to that as well. So one is going to be mandating algorithmic accountability. I think when we think about inclusive product design within the coalition, some of the core things we think about are the machine learning model inputs that are being implemented into those models. So for example, has anyone ever heard of BISG, BISG? Anyone familiar with that? No one. Wow. Okay. This is called the Bayesian Improved Surname Geocoding. Many people use it to make assessments of whether it's a bank, whether it's branches of government. They use it to make assessments. And it could, let's say in a loan application, right? Let's say you're applying for a loan. Let's hear from the audience. I need to hear some zip codes. I need a Brooklyn zip code. 11226. And tell me a little bit about that area. Flatbush. Okay, cool. One of my closest friends is from East Flatbush, so that's amazing. So 11226, East Flatbush. All right. Tell me a last name of someone that might live in East Flatbush. Just a random person. Daly. All right. 11226 Daly. All right. Does anybody have a zip code maybe on Park Avenue? What is it? 10128. And tell me a last name of someone that might live on Park Avenue. Lyman. All right. So what the creditor is going to do is they're going to pull Mr. or Mrs. Lyman's last name. That's the surname. And then they're going to pull the zip code, 101228, right? And they're going to put that in the machine learning model. Now, on its face, it appears neutral, right? And now we have our East Flatbush zip code, which was 11226, along with the last name of Daly, okay? So on its face, these things look neutral, right? These are just zip codes and last names. However, once these things go into the model, bias comes into play in the outcome, right? Again, it's not intended in the input, right? These are signals that appear neutral on its face, but because of the last names or the area in which we find ourselves in, a creditworthiness maybe of Mr. or Mrs. Lyman might be, they might get an APR rate of 2%, but maybe Mr. or Mrs. Daly in the East Flatbush zip code may get an assessment APR rate of 12%. This is something that has happened. This is something that, I won't say the name, but a big bank has had to pay out hundreds and thousands of dollars for because of using this model. So I think the digital literacy piece is just understanding that at its base. So it's two things. One, it's making sure that we are educated from a bare perspective, from like a fundamental level on these machine learning models and their signals? That's one. And then two, how do we hold creditors, loan officers, loan agencies, folks who are making these credit-worthy assessments accountable to make sure that their models are not having disparate impact or disparate treatment, right? Which is what we know coming from the Civil Rights Act of 1964. But how do we augment it to fit the digital economy?
And that's real and that's happening. And I will say that, at the Division of Human Rights, we're exploring some of those areas, right, where we're actually seeing real implications for artificial intelligence in the space of real estate appraisals, right? That's a big one. Also, renting, discrimination, depending on your zip code, the likelihood of you having a voucher, right? Which means that we're not going to call you back. We're not necessarily going to ask you, but we know that if you're coming, if you're a tenant and you're looking for a home and you're coming from a particular zip code where there may be a higher level of poverty, there is a greater likelihood of you having some sort of subsidy. And so instead, we're going to pull from a different zip code where the chances are particularly lower, right? And that is discrimination. There's no two ways about it. And we're seeing this and really trying to explore the ways in which we can make sure that those protections are codified, right, within the civil rights framework, because technology can be great, but it can also be extremely harmful. And I think that's what you're really touching on. So if there's one piece of advice you want to give us out here in terms of technology, AI, I don't know what it is. Like, don't use biometrics, don't share your face. Give us something to take home. It's something I can share with my daughter, who's probably like violating every single rule right now and probably has all of our information in the public sphere. But in all seriousness, many of us are sort of on the fringe of that learning cusp, right? And the lessons that we need to walk away from are the tangible lessons of today. So just give us some piece of advice that you can share with this room in terms of protecting our civil rights and protecting our privacy.
Yeah, this may be a little diametrically opposed to protecting. Don't run from it. I want to encourage you to start playing with it and start vibe coding. I don't know if folks are familiar with the word vibe coding. That means just playing around with the technology to understand it. I'll give you a couple of apps to download and play with. This is not an ad. Nobody is paying me. This is just stuff that I use
this
myself.
Is my question.
Yeah, this is stuff I use myself. I know we all know ChatGPT, and I've got great friends that are working there, but there's an app called Lovable. Download Lovable. Lovable is an app that you can just play around with, and you can create your own app with Lovable. Hey, Lovable, like, I have too many shoes in my closet. Help me create an app that can help me categorize my shoes or think through where I can give away my shoes. I don't know. That's probably not a good problem to solve, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you can play around with, I want to increase my protein caloric intake. Can you help me think through meals around this, right? Lovable will help you create any kind of app that you want to create when you're trying to solve a problem. So my advice is to start playing with the technology. And then a second piece is, this work is intergenerational. Like, we need to have everybody from every generation involved. I loved hearing the young woman from YI talk about her generation being at the forefront of this work. I sit at the feet of my elders to learn from them, and then I listen to the Gen Zers on my team so I can understand what their concerns are too. So I think we need to make more of our conversations intergenerational.
So thank you, Julie. And I know that I saw you writing it down, and I'm taking notes as well. So I think it's something that we can all apply, irrespective of our work. I want to say thank you to all of you for participating in today's panel. I've got a big flashing red 0 there. So that means that we have run out of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Denise.
What a great conversation. We appreciate you and what you contributed. Lots of good stuff. Here's a pop quiz. What does HEC mean? What does it stand for? Excellent, excellent. I don't see, complete the sentence. Let's see if you remember. Starts with a B. I probably could be more clever than that, but it's late. Help me out here. I don't see what? I knock down doors. I don't see. Oh, y'all put this in there. Very good. Let's say that louder. I don't see barriers. Beautiful, beautiful. Get in front of people and meet people where they. Excellent. Very good. Very good. All right. I see Christy over there like, move this along, girl. Okay. Poll question. What's the greatest opportunity for the next generation of women leaders? What do we see? Building cross-movement coalitions. All right. Beautiful. Thank you so much for your participation. Can you believe we're at the end of our agenda? We did it, y'all. Give yourselves a hand clap. Yes. Not just yourself, though. Let's give a round of applause to today's speakers, moderators, panelists, keynote speakers. Come on. They did an excellent job. Beautiful. We have just one more important message as we wrap up for the day, and then we're going to head to our networking reception, which will be right here. Okay, beautiful. Thank you so much. So, for our closing remarks, we would love to welcome Denise M. Miranda Esquire, who is the Commissioner of the New York State Division of Human Rights. Yes, I'm like, I said that name before, right? Okay. All right. And she is going to make remarks on behalf of the New York Governor, Kathy Hochul, followed by parting words from Sharon Sewell Fairman, who is the President and CEO of Women Creating Change. So let's welcome them.
See, as women, we always have multiple jobs, right? Facilitate, do some closing remarks. That's what we do. So good afternoon, everyone. Let me start in the words of the great feminist Beyonce Giselle Knowles Carter. How we are smart enough to make these millions, strong enough to bear these children, then get back to business because who runs the world? Who runs the world? All right, thank you. I want to say that this has been an incredibly powerful day. And I want to begin by thanking Sharon Sewell Fairman and the amazing team at Women Creating Change for their unwavering commitment to equity and justice and for bringing all of us here together this afternoon. As I look out at everyone here, I see the expertise, I see the passion, I see the experience all of you bring to this room. It is a privilege to be surrounded by so many talented, thoughtful young women. And it is an honor to be here on behalf of our extraordinary Governor, Kathy Hochul, someone who has made it extremely clear that advancing gender equity in New York is not just a nice idea, but it's a principle of government. It is a mandate. As you already know, I'm Denise Miranda, and I'm the Commissioner for the New York State Division of Human Rights. Thank you. But before I talk about my role as the Commissioner and a member of the Governor's Cabinet, I want to say I'm also an Afro-Latina born and raised in the Bronx, specifically a mother, a wife, and the daughter of two Puerto Rican parents born on the island. I know there's a big Brooklyn influence here, but I just got to make sure I shout out the Bronx. My journey, like many of yours, has been about navigating spaces, sometimes as first, often as one of only a few. And it's not always a walk in the park. I know what it's like to hear no, and I know what it's like to feel like you don't belong. I'm sure many of us have had the experience. You walk into a room in a meeting and you look around and then you text your friend, your significant other, and you say, can you believe that I am the only blank one in this room? To have to fight twice as hard to be heard. I know what it's like for people to assume I am anyone other than the boss. To be confused, to be the court interpreter instead of the lead attorney. But I also know the joy of success, the power of a room full of women ready to roll up their sleeves and make change happen. And today I know that we're all gathered here in the spirit of action. As my team often hears me say, let's look into the light and move in the spirit of yes. And that is so important because this year's conference comes at a pivotal moment for our city, our state, and our country. We are at a crossroads where the preservation of democracy, the survival of our fundamental civil rights, and the future shape of our society hang in the balance, demanding urgent attention and decisive action from every single person in this room. On one hand, women are leading movements. We're launching successful businesses. We are winning elections, and we are changing the world for the better. But on the other hand, we continue to battle a persistent pay gap. We still make up too small a fraction of leadership in boardrooms and at different levels of government. The responsibility of caregiving falls disproportionately on us. Domestic and gender-based violence and harassment remain far too common. A trend of glamorizing the subjugation of women to the home and family sphere, cloaked as tradition, is permeating some of our mainstream culture. And last but not least, we are living through a shocking and rapid erosion of reproductive freedom and other civil rights protections in this country. But this is when we get to say we are lucky to live in New York. Because here in New York, we have a leader in Governor Hochul who fights for women day in and day out. A leader who, as the first woman to serve as the chief executive of our state, is no stranger to breaking barriers and creating change. Our governor has made nation-leading investments to protect reproductive rights and the doctors who provide it. She has secured billions of dollars in child care assistance for families across New York, and that was a recurring theme we heard here today. She has fought to close the gender pay gap and expand opportunities for women in business. She has delivered tens of millions of dollars to strengthen the state's response to domestic violence. She made it her priority to enshrine Proposition 1, also known as the Equal Rights Amendment to the state's constitution list of protected classes. And since taking office, she has more than doubled the funding for my agency, the Division of Human Rights, allowing us to undertake crucial efforts to improve and modernize the way that we work and that we serve you so that we can be stronger and more prepared to defend your civil rights here in New York. So yes, it's a good time to be a New Yorker. And I feel that even more deeply today after being here. Every panel, every conversation, every lived experience that has come into this room has helped deepen our understanding of all the challenges that we face. But I hope that it's done more than that. I hope today has lit a fire within all of us, inspiring each of us to continue this work with the confidence that we can make real change lasting in our communities. Personally, I've been inspired by all the women here today who are not waiting or asking for permission or an invitation to make change. Women who are organizing, building, mentoring, and dreaming. Women who know we just can't sit around and wait for the future because we have to shape it ourselves. As a woman who's dedicated her career to advancing civil rights and protecting vulnerable communities, I've seen that when women truly have a seat at the table and a hand in shaping our futures, our decisions and our policies reflect real lived experiences, and every single person in our community benefits from it. I am proud that the Division of Human Rights is not led by just one woman, but an experienced, tenacious, and empowering group of diverse women who reflect the people of our great state and who wake up every single day ready to serve you. If there's one thing that I'm taking away from today, it's that there's a reason to be hopeful for our future. But that hopefulness cannot be a passive state of mind. Hope requires discipline. Hope is a daily choice to face challenges head on with the belief in the challenge and the knowledge that we can rise to the moment and overcome them. I hope that what everyone has heard today has inspired the kind of hopefulness that drives meaningful action. I hope you feel empowered to make a difference. I hope you will refuse to let the perils of today impact our work tomorrow. I know that there are powerful forces in our world that want us to feel hopeless, because they know that there is absolutely nothing more powerful than women creating change. I know you're not going to let those voices of hopelessness win. Instead, as we look to the future, let's envision a world where we are the change makers, the trailblazers, and the thought leaders. And that means refusing to let the lessons of today stay within these walls. We need to carry these lessons to our work, our leadership, and to all of our communities. We need to challenge the problems we face in our everyday lives, but also we have to imagine and fight for something better. We need to not only think about what's possible, but work together to make it a reality. I look forward to working with everyone here today to build that collective tomorrow. Thank you again to Women Creating Change. A special thank you to every speaker, staffer, board member, volunteer, and attendee who has contributed today. Let's give them a round of applause. They've worked so hard. And thank you to everyone in this room for your commitment to making New York a bold and inclusive and powerful community that will be led by women. Thank you.
Whew. What a day, what a day, what a day. Thank you, Denise. And it's important that we continue to fight. We have to continue to fight. So I'm going to make it very brief because I understand that I am between libations. I'm not encouraging you to drink by any means. But anyway, thank you to all the speakers today, including Commissioner Miranda, who happens to be on our board as well. So I am truly, truly grateful to have her here today. And I thank Governor Hochul for identifying and selecting you to deliver her message. You couldn't be a better person. Thank you. So I'm going to depart very quickly from my talking points, and then I'm going to come right back. I just want to say this has been an amazing day because as an immigrant from the island of Jamaica, I hear a Jamaican, yes, 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 yes. Where we were, as children growing up, we were taught to be seen and not heard, right? And so I had to learn how to find my voice over the years and then use my voice. But along the way, I've had strong women who set the bar high for me and helped me to be able to stand here today and be able to deliver this message to you. So I just want to say this. Thank you for being here today. It has truly been a pleasure and an honor to spend time with you today. We've heard from women who are deeply engaged in diverse and inspiring ways in advancing equity and shaping the future of our city. As we gather for refreshments and snacks, and don't forget libations, reflect on the conversation we shared. I encourage you to keep this momentum going. Engage, exchange contact information with someone you admired today. Follow WCC on LinkedIn, on our website, on all the social media. Connect, have coffee, and follow up on that email. I know that when you get back to the office, life can get busy, but take a moment, identify at least one or two people today that you want to follow up with. And in terms of women creating change, we're going to gather all this great information that was shared today, and we're going to be able to share it in written form as well as videos. And I'm going to thank my team later. We're also going to drill down on these topics because we went pretty fast today, but we want to be able to drill down on these topics. So look out for more forums in 2026. And we're also going to be going into the community to equip women. We're going to start with Central Brooklyn. So Brooklyn. All right. So with that, I'm going to just say I want to first thank a few people who made this day possible. One, I want to thank all the speakers that was here today. They took time out of their busy schedule to be with us today, to share their lived experience and the work that they do. We want to thank you. I also want to thank my board of directors, some of whom are here today, and they push us to be the best that we can be. And I tell everyone, I have the best board ever. So I want to thank our board members for not only encouraging us, but taking the time to invest in this organization and in this conference today. I also want to thank the host committee. And if you'll permit me for a brief second, I am going to call out the names because they have contributed to the content and the design, and not only that, they have invested in funding it as well. So with that, I'm going to thank Sabrina Stratton, Heidi Rivas, Diana Franco, Cangela Moore, Debbie Roman, Lauren Gates, one of our legacy members, Mary Murphy, another legacy member, Phyllis Luskin, Deborah Martin Owens, and Laura Rissamini from Amplify Her. I want to say thank you to these individuals. I also want to say thank you to our sponsors who made it possible. Amalgamated Bank, yes. Amplify Her, Price Waterhouse Cooper, Revis Pays and Jump, the New York Women Foundation, Adams and Company, and a Lyft. And I want to share this. Lyft has provided discounted codes of $20 for each of you. So if you take Lyft home, you get a discount of $20. I think my team will let you know how you get that discount. And I also want to thank our supporters, WCA Technologies, ACM, Pinkerton Foundation, Shutterstock, and some individuals who donated resources to cover scholarships for our students today. And it was important that the young people be in the room today because they are our future. Last but certainly not least, we could not have done this today without having a great team. And so I want to thank our team. First, I want to thank Laura Edidin. She's sitting in the back. Laura, say hi. Anita Matthew. Emma Sharon. And the folks that did a stellar job with this venue and our communications and branding. They push me. They tell me, stay out of it. We've got this. Is Christy Wallace and Charlotte Van Lanschot. And most importantly, I want to thank you on behalf of WCC. Thank you for being part of today. It has been an historic day. And please take away something. Do something. Do something. Doing nothing is not an option. And so I thank you for your commitment to building a more equitable, inclusive, and thriving New York City for all women. Let's carry this energy forward and keep creating change together. Thank you, and now to the libations.